for Seven Sky to bring their members back, but it will definitely hinder them because the blue zone's already kicking into stage 2, so the damage is going to be
कैसे मेरी की धड़कनों वाले कहाँ से हमें ये समझ नहीं आ रहे तो ठीक है किसका हमने लगा लिया है चलो शेयर करें ऑप्शन टूर्नामेंट उसको करते हैं PUBG मोबाइल खैर सिर्फ 14 मिनट बाकी है PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट पाकिस्तान तो हम भी पाकिस्तानी है यार मेरे पास तो नहीं है देवान स्टेट ओके
in Yulin on Rondo. Is there going to be any changes on your Rondo
strategy,
or are you sticking with what you've currently got?
यार क्या होता है अल्लाह खैर करे इंशाल्लाह हम ही जीतेंगे 4 मिनट बाकी है starting in 4 minutes.
Now we saw that Saverni will be a drop location that you're interested in. X-Force Rejects is kind of very close to that, and obviously now you've got loot trucks coming through Saverni. Things like that. Is X-Force a team that you've been potentially concerned about, or is there no concern for Aurora?
मुकाबला तो होगा किसके साथ
Full fighting all the way. Alright, well thank you very much Zol. And that's it for us here at PMWC.
ये तो हम सब चलेंगे इधर से नहीं तो कहाँ से जाएंगे किंग आ गया भाई हमारा फ्लैग शेयर फ्लैग शेयर भाई सारी चीजें हमारी होगी
after that when I mean we were trying from so long to win a trophy for our country, for our people. So after winning it, we really like felt emotional that we won. Finally, we did it for our country, and yes, we are. After that win, we are feeling very confident for the PMWC as well. So let's see.
That's actually a good point because I want to ask you about here that you guys are playing in. You guys are obviously, for a lot of people out there, one of the big favourites in the group. But how do you look at the group? There's some obviously big names in there. Almost did very well at PMMI, etc. So, what do you think about the group as a whole?
I mean, we believe that if the teams which we know are in our group, like the information about the teams we have, it's good for us. Like it will be easy. The more we know teams, the more it will be easy.
Okay, and final question I suppose is actually Rondo specific. You guys are dropping over on the east on Rondo. There's a teams that have kind of flagged that they may want to go there. Do you have any concerns about those teams? And what do you think of Rondo since its inclusion in esports?
I think Rondo is really a good addition in esports because you can always make a comeback because of Rondo. And about like our top spots, we really don't care like where other teams are landing. We just try to like our players try to hot drop, and we send one player to recall, and we just try to pick kills and then play slow games. So we really don't care about the other teams.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Balak. And that is us done here at EWC.
Padahal 39 second.
Play is in the DNA.
यार भाई ये तो नहीं करो ना
Let it out. It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
2026 champion inshallah.
32 teams from all corners of the world will step onto the Kadir City grid and battle for $3 million. James, calm down. Take a breath. What is this?
I'm here for the expo. May I have been prepared for the launch? I am going to trade with my
Expo? Yeah. What expo?
The Esports Cup World? The Esports Cup World Expo. Max is going to have done the teams. I've done the tower. Look, I've got Max.
Okay,
Man.
James. We're at the Esports World Cup, mate.
अबे जल्दी करो यार.
We're at the Esports World Cup.
But I spent months, dude.
Esports World Cup, not Cup World.
Do you want a cup?
Yeah, go on then, I'll take one. Cheers, mate. Yeah. It's alright, mate. Got 2 weeks of this. Welcome to PMWC at the Esports World Cup.
दौड़ के इंशाल्लाह इस कप को लेके आएंगे. PUBG Mobile World Cup EWC.
And welcome to PMWC here at EWC 2026. We're in the lovely Paris. I'm Blaze, joined by Hot Jukes. Hot Jukes, how are we liking Paris so far?
I'm loving it. I've been wanting to come to Paris my entire life, and I said, you know what better way to spend it than 2 weeks in an arena, and I'm loving it so far. I don't know where the Eiffel Tower is, but I'll tell you one thing, I know where the catering is, that's all that matters. But we got some serious gameplay to get into today. Of course, we have seen the best players on the planet. They are here competing for a serious prize. Well, that's right, $3 million.
मेरे ख्याल में नेशनल जो था उसको भी खेले हम.
in the group stage
वो डिवाइस मेरे साथ ठीक नहीं था. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह डिवाइस ठीक है, लेकिन वो जो स्क्वाड था वो बिगड़ गया, पिछड़ गए सारे.
And why don't you take us through what maps our players will be playing today?
We got the big three right now. That's right, we're going into Rondo. Aaron Gale and Miramar.
And of course, these teams will be battling it out in group stages. So for today, we have Group A, and they will perform tomorrow. On day 3 and 4 of the group stages, we will have Group B. And then for 2 days, they will have the grueling survival stage, trying to make their way back into the competition. And then we have 3 entire days of finals. And that actually includes the Smash rule for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, we're going to see if that Smash rule comes into play. We've seen it recently in some past tournaments as well. So there is a whole bunch at stake. But that key crushing, right? We're going to see some teams go out, some keys crushed tomorrow. So you guys definitely want to stay tuned.
And Hot Jukes, I need a little bit of a hot take from you going into the competition.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. Pakistan is coming in hot, right? They just won the biggest tournament of the year, PMGO Season 1. 4 Thrives are going to be coming for everything. But we got some serious names here as well. Anybody could take it, but that's definitely one squad we got to keep out for.
And it looks like Group A is the group of death. So, of course, we won't keep you guys waiting any longer. Here is a tournament video explainer for you guys at home.
Get ready! The PUBG Mobile World Cup is back! From August 6th to 16th, 32 of the world's best teams will descend on Paris, fighting for global glory and a share of $3 million. Here's how the tournament works. First up, the group stage. The 32 teams are divided into 2 groups of 16, with each group playing 12 matches across 2 match days. Group A plays on days 1 and 2, while Group B competes on days 3 and 4. The top 5 teams from each group advance directly to the finals. Teams finishing 6th through 13th move into the survival stage, while the bottom 3 from each group are eliminated. Next comes the survival stage. 16 teams, 12 matches, but only 6 remaining places in the finals. Every elimination, every rotation, and every point could decide who survives and who goes home. The top 6 advance. The other 10 are eliminated. 16 teams will battle across 3 days and up to 18 matches. But on the final day, the smash rule might change everything. At the end of day 2, the smash point threshold will be set at 10 points more than the score of the team at the top of the leaderboard. Once a team reaches this threshold, they can win it all. But reaching the threshold is not enough. They must then secure a winner-winner chicken dinner in a later match to claim the PMWC title. And if nobody completes the smash rule before the final match, the championship goes to the team with the highest overall score. Last year, no one won through the smash rule. Will this year be different? 32 teams enter. Only one will leave Paris as the PUBG Mobile World Cup at 2026 Esports World Cup champion.
We're here at the PMWC at the EWC 26, and we've been trying to make a couple of predictions about who we think's going to win, and I've charged Blank with running some of the numbers. Blank? What are you thinking?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be Ulf, right? It's got to be Ulf. I mean, I've done a lot of calculations here, and Ulf's the only one for me.
Well, what are all these other calculations?
Oh,
what's going on here?
Don't flip those.
You've got it's Blank. This is just 4 thrives everywhere.
All the journeys seem to lead back to them. I mean, even looking at the EWC Play app right now, where you can get your predictions in, everyone is voting for 4 thrives. But if you want to get your predictions in, make sure to go to the EWC Play app and make those predictions right now.
As we head into week 5 of EWC 2026, it's time for another club championship update because we had some big things happen last week. We've got a lot to look forward to this one, so let's dive into it. First of all, let's talk about our leaderboard, okay? Because we have Team Falcons in first place. How did they get there? Well, they finally got that elusive win in week 4. Our youngest EWC champion ever in Crimey was able to set themselves up for success and put them at 2,400 points overall so that they were able to claim that top spot. However, they are followed by Navi and VP, 2 teams that are only 150 and 200 points away from Team Falcons point total, which is absolutely a closable gap. It will be a little bit more difficult for Navi as they're only in 3 more titles over the next 3 weeks, but still massive storylines for us to follow. But what does that mean for us this week in PUBG Mobile? Let's continue looking on down the leaderboard because in 4th place, we have Vitality, and in 5th place, we have AGAL. 2 teams that are more than capable of getting top 8 finishes when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So that could potentially be a massive game for them and continue to push them up the leaderboard. The 3rd team that I want to touch on, though, is Aurora Gaming. They're all the way in 11th when it comes to our CC leaderboard. So if they're able to get a top 8 finish here, this could rocket them up not only into single digits on the CC leaderboard, but continue getting them some of that coveted club championship prize pool. Of course, we're going to have so much action happening over the rest of this week, so much competitions happening across the rest of our stages, so we'll keep you up to date with all of it.
Predictions. Everybody's just going to be choosing their favorites, if we're being honest, as we welcome you to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the 2026 Esports World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Neptura and Maxman. Neptura, how are we feeling? We're live in Paris, too.
So hyped. The train was so easy over. The best ride ever. Coming in here, doing all of our stuff with some of the best teams in the world, Max. I'm feeling very hyped indeed.
Oh yeah, I mean, I actually had to take the plane. I just moved to Poland, back to my home country. It's France, let's go. I'm so excited. Punching my win France. This is the best combo ever.
My goal is to get you to eat a croissant live on the broadcast. Maybe not today, maybe at some point. And maybe you guys will be able to take screenshots of that and share it on social media with the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And you know what? I actually have a challenge for the viewers. Before we even get started, for everybody that likes to edit stuff, I want you to edit this. I'm going to tell Max and Nep to tell me the sound of a certain weapon. I want you to edit it. Use the hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26. Share it, and we'll probably show it tomorrow. Max, What sound does the M4 make? We do have some amazing groups. We have Group A and we have Group B. And today we'll get a chance to watch Group A. The first 2 days will be Group A, then we'll get a chance to watch Group B. Top 5 teams will be moving on directly. Bottom 3 will be in, not getting sent home. I'm not going to be saying names, but I think there's some teams that are going to be down there. But for Group A, honestly, a lot of people, Niptura, think that this is the group of death.
It is. I mean, Max and I have had words about this because I personally feel like, yes, Group A is a lot more deathy, I suppose, you know?
Deathy!
Eliminating, right? But I think Group B also has some massive contenders that make it a little bit more even. But yeah, Group A coming on in for the first 2 days. Some pretty epic stuff here, Max.
The most simple way to say why that is the of death, in my opinion, it literally has the top 3 of PMGO Season 1, right? You got your 4 Thrives, you got your Ulfs, you got your Furious that were just up there doing so well in that event. So because of that, I think that Group A is looking insanely strong and deserves the title of Group of Death.
I like it. I think I agree. Lord Deathy. I like the sound of that one. Well, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be in Group B. As I mentioned, first 2 days is going to be Group A. The other 2 days is going to be Group B. But here in Group B, honestly, the thing is that we have so many heavy hitters as well. In this one, we have the reigning champions finally making a global appearance for PMWC, which is none other than Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's been a bit of a tough road outside of PMWC right for them, but of course, the reigning champions need to show up massively for the entirety of Myanmar. They were received as like absolute heroes last year in their home country after coming back from Saudi Arabia. And we'll see if they can try and replicate that success. But as of right now, the rest of this group, I would say, I don't know if you would agree, Mitchell, pretty homogenous, very even, and hard to tell who might qualify in that top 5.
No, I would agree. I think there's a lot of different teams with different types of strategies that we're going to be looking at. And, you know, yes, you do have your big names. You've got your A7s, you've got your, I was going to say your Hyunbins. It's not just Hyunbin, it's not Hyunbin. It's just Hyunbin. No, but you do have those other teams as well that I think will be the more popular names, but everybody has a chance here, and that's what's going to make Group B so exciting.
As we're talking about teams that have a chance, to the Sony story of the day, which is none other than 4 Thrives, the possible favorites, if we're being honest here, because they did end up winning PMGO Season 1, and I'm excited to finally see them in this kind of format as well, Max and Niptura, because in this format, we're going to be seeing them a little bit longer. It's not of the likes of what we saw at PMGO Season 1.
It is. I am so excited for Thrives coming on in. I mean, they won PMGO. I was very happy with them here. They looked so good at PMWC last year. Now coming back in here with that win at their back, I'm very, very excited for what they've got to be coming in here. The one thing I do want to say, though, Seven, is, you know, we have 2 days of survival stage. Normally, the second day is not always as good for them as their first, so I really need them today to come in really, really strong, like we saw in PMGO.
Well, one thing that we know about 4 Thrives as well, Max, is usually the rondo sets the day for them. Are we expecting a good rondo here out of them?
I actually don't think so. I think they keep saying Rondo's their best map. I don't think it is. I generally think actually their Wrangler and also their Miramars are their 2 best battlegrounds, which, you know, you have 5 of those maps. It is still very important to have. So I think 4 Thrives, if they can get a Rondo that goes well on top of just good Wrangles and Miramar, they're going to look like a very clear favorite. And it's very interesting, the conversation we had last year, that was the best event, the best result we've ever had for a Pakistani team. And look what happened since then, right? Of course, PMGO Season 1, they won it. We need to see that storyline continue in this event.
Yeah, one of the biggest worries with this kind of long format for this squad too is the mentality. What are they going to be like? Everybody watching at home that's a 4 Thrives fan is usually questioning that. One team that has come strong here at PMWC and has been strong throughout the whole year is none other than Buria out of Brazil. This squad has been on something.
That's a weird way to say Alpha 7. No, I get it. Too soon. Yeah, of course, Alpha 7 not doing too good, and Furia just taking on the mantle of the best team from Brazil so far in 2026, dominating back in PMGO Season 1 over in Jakarta. And even after that, right, PMI barely missed out on becoming the champions of that event by a single point almost. They would have won it, but they were smashed at the end by Hyunbin and Nongshim Red Force. So very happy about Furia. The lineup is great, and one thing that's really fun actually, Niptura, is that Ayala's incredible, but Silence is one of the few players playing with a DP28, and he loves seeing players break the meta in such a way.
Oh, I love it. I mean, DB28 is one of my favorite weapons, has been for a while, and it's just so nice to see a team actually utilize it like we've been seeing from Silence there. The other thing I love about Furia is how methodical they are, right? You know, you're looking at a team that is very, very careful, very methodical, very strategical. Everything has a game plan to it, and that's what I like to see out of the teams that I enjoy watching. That's some of my favorite gameplay to see. The other thing, though, Seven, very quickly, that might be a big advantage to them is their uphill pushes. For me, Furia do very well on uphill pushes. That's a really difficult thing to be able to do well, and they seem to do it in style.
Uphill push. I know this is nothing to do here with PMWC, but it automatically gave me flashbacks out of one thing that we were doing once. We're covering a show, and we just saw a team fully send it up a church in Miramar. They got absolutely destroyed. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here with Furia. They know better. One team that usually tends to know better, but has been a bit of a miss, hit or miss, is Aurora, if we're being completely honest, because Max, with this team, we don't know which team we're going to be getting. We don't know if we're going to be getting the team that has 3 global MVPs or a team that looks like they don't even belong in this lot.
And this is ego. I want him to go like this. Separate the two, okay? Because they currently go for hot drops to really just hinder a lot of their situations going into these big global tournaments, even regional tournaments at time. But one big thing is we have seen Reefers step up massively. He's the savior of this team. I want to see Reefers come out banging.
I want to see him banging as well. One team that I want to see them banging everybody is going to be none other than WWCD, because this one has been able to perform really well in the past, especially with the likes of Road. And the good thing about here at PMWC is that they're also going to have one of their main fraggers. Coops is here, and I know Kalara's got a chance to catch up with them.
Hi, Kalara's here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I am with the man, the myth, the legend, Ralph from Nigma Galaxy here, who's now back on Nigma Galaxy. He's there a few times here and there, but I want to get a few questions with him before day number 1 of the tournament does kick off. So, first and foremost, your group, it's a pretty tough group. What do you think about the group, and kind of do you have any potential concerns about any particular teams?
Our group is definitely tough. I would say it's more strong than the other group. The only concern I have about the group is some of the teams are really aggressive in the group. Like, they see one chance, small chance of a third party, they're gonna go for it. So we need to be more careful with our fights, how we defend and everything, and things should be good.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit scared of Group A. Group B is strong too, but
it is, of course. I mean, it's the best of the world, both groups, you know. So yeah,
absolutely. So let's actually talk about your drop spots a little bit, because you guys have got some pretty good drop spots. I think you're Pachinki and Erangel. You got Pozo and
Yeah, in Pozo, I've been dropping there for like 8 years. Teams don't know I don't change. Like, doesn't matter if we lose the fight, win the fight, I'm not gonna change. So I think that's why teams don't contest us mostly. So yeah, it's good drop spots. I chose them from the start. We have good rotations, everything. So not changing.
I like it. A man of conviction here. And I want to talk about Rondo a little bit. Obviously, I kind of brought up the drop spots a little. Rondo is very different when it comes to how it plays out compared to Erangel and Miramar. So, how has Rondo been for you guys so far? What do you think of the map since its inclusion in esports, and what do you think of the drops?
I mean, for Rondo, yeah, it's definitely an interesting map. I mean, when they added this at the start, we were struggling a bit at it, like the start, but right now we improved a lot. We learned a lot of new tactics, and with the recall thingy, you know, teams can just respawn basically. Like it unlocked like a lot of new possibilities, a lot of new strats, and we're trying to take advantage of that.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ralph, for joining me. Any final words before we let you go?
All good. Wish us luck, and hopefully we make our fans proud.
I hope so too. Thank you very much, Ralph, for joining me here. All right, that is us right here for day number 1 to start things off.
You won't only need the luck, bro. You also need the skill that we know that you have as well. But then we're talking actually about some of the drop smacks.
Yeah, Rondo was a bit hectic, but especially it was interesting when we were talking about Pachinki. Like, no one's contesting it. And I feel like when you think about it, Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki since the 1900s, like early 1900s, right? They've been there for the longest time. So it makes sense things like seniority in Pachinki. Also, there's even more valuable right Niptro because you have a loot truck now, so they get it every single wrangle. P90s, MG3s, fully stacked gear, ammo, and meds. It's a great drop location for Big Legality.
It is a very good drop location for Big Legality, and I think what you're saying as well is that, you know, they've been there since the dawn of time, basically. No.
The first 6 matches round the first match Ringle मेरा मार अच्छा इंशाल्लाह Ringle तो round
Well, hey, the summer sun is just a little bit too hot for them to keep them out there too long. We have to come back into the studio. It's lovely and air conditioned, so we're keeping it cool.
Yeah, we're kind of lucky in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. I do not envy that. Seven does look pretty stylish though in the sunglasses. I was admiring that.
Yeah, you did. You were admiring. You were admiring. It's a big way. Again, we're having it easy. We've got cheap it's the best. But overall, we are really excited to get these games underway. We've got Rondo coming at you first. Marksman sort of feels like potentially it's not 4 Thrives' best map. I don't know, I feel like they have some good moments on there. I remember a moment where they basically single-handedly held off every other team and played everyone to their own tune. So whether that was like 145 to 146, which looks on the radio. Yeah, I mean, Furia still has it in them. It's nice to see that through PMGO to PMMI, they still had a lot of gusto available. I feel like they're sort of my dark horse here. You have their eyes on this team. A lot more people talk about Ulf, Prize, but yeah, I think Fury really has a good shot here.
Absolutely. I mean, they really do have a lot to play for. So do all of our other teams. And to get things underway, we're going to be heading down to the stage for our opening ceremony.
सिस्टम तो बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त किया है सर्कस को छोड़ो यार स्टार्ट करो
teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gdynia City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of PMWC champion.
That's not the only thing they're fighting for. The prestige, the glory, and $3 million. But alongside all those incredible rewards comes incredible pressure.
That's right, incredible pressure. We've got 2 weeks of competition right here on the main stage, which begs the question, how many of our teams can stay consistently in peak form? So I think it's about time we find out, Lucy.
En effet, Barney, c'est l'heure. Ici, à Paris, à Porte de Versailles, it is time to welcome our teams from Group A, starting with Furia!
हमारे खैर आते हैं ना कैसे निकालेंगे इसको करो
Team Flash
ये भी बहुत अच्छे खेलते हैं यार
Goat Team
Talk Gaming.
X-Force Rejects.
Kiwoo DRX.
हमारा टीम कुछ है
Nigma Galaxy.
Drives Esports.
ये आगे सारे को देखते हैं इनके साथ मुकाबले में ना भाई हर चीज़ में क्रिकेट में चाहे या तो पबजी में भी सामने सामने हो जाएंगे मज़ा आएगा मज़ा अच्छा आज 16 टीम है
Esports.
Team RQ.
And finally, Oof Esports. This is the beginning of a lengthy journey to find the most talented team in the world.
Our players are at the base of the mountain, faced with an almost impossible climb. So welcome to the PMWC at WWC 2026.
Last year, nobody expected them. They were overlooked.
We've seen unbelievable plays, we've seen heartbreaks, and we've seen comebacks.
Then they shocked the world.
APG already out, and Yangon Galacticos will take PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion.
Yangon Galacticos!
But lightning never strikes twice, does it? This year, the favorites are ready. They have the experience, the firepower, the expectations. But every champion starts as a team nobody believed in. Alpha 7 finally became champions in 2024. Yangon Galacticos conquered 2025. Who will win 2026?
2026 वाला हमने जीता था भाई
32 teams, one final circle, one winner.
Well, we are ready to get things underway here for the PMWC and the EWC 26. It's time time to crush dreams and crown kings here. Make that obelisk all the brighter with one of our teams taking that win.
A lot of keys to be crushed as well. As we head into this, all the teams are currently, we have some huddling going on, which is fair enough. This is a big tournament. There's a lot on the line here, so it does make sense. Got the chat to Ralph earlier as well. It has some confidence actually this time around, which is nice to see. Also has Coops on board, which is sick. We get Coops at a tournament for once, despite being on the roster for so long. So that's good to see. I genuinely think that right now Liquid Galaxy is probably the strongest it has been in quite some time. It's also nice to hear Ralph say, you know, we just do it enough times, we're going to be cheeky enough, eventually teams are going to realise that we should just stop bothering. And yeah, you might lose some points over it over the years, but hey, you've got to do something.
Well, that's the difficulty though, because new teams keep coming on through. They haven't maybe learned that lesson yet. So maybe they'll still be getting a little bit of argy-bargy elbows out action in Pachinki. We'll have to wait and see though, because our first map up is Rondo, and it is definitely argy-bargy elbows out to start that map.
It has to be, it has to be. Good to see anyone's legend there for just a second. Team actually has been doing phenomenally well in their current region, and hopes to bring that kind of firepower through to now PMWC. It's also super cool, we had PMI recently, where a lot of the Chinese players got to get inside, you know, play on this version of the game, and it's, I don't want to say it was sprint practice, but it was some really, really good warm-up for them going into PMWC. So instead of, you know, having those survival stages in the past where China has had to figure things out over 2 days and then slowly claw their way back into the tournament, this time around they should be feeling a little bit more spicy, I would say, today. What?
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to be keeping an eye out for it. I mean, Tianma has, you know, historically done fairly well, and more recently not had that same track record.
Furio's super chill right now. I don't know. This man's gripping the chair. So I don't know if that's super chill, but
it's just, yeah, he's just locked into his zone. You know. Take a look at some of our teams getting ready, gearing up. GK putting their hands in the middle. Arms around the shoulders. This is a team there to take everyone on.
Samji there as well on side. I don't think PK is terrible team at all. I do think that they may struggle against some of the powerhouses coming into this. Okay, but we'll have to wait and see. They seem confident though. I like them.
They're ready for it.
Easy for that boy is kind of an insane player though.
To get
I will say that. Pretty nutty.
DRX as well, psyching themselves up because we're loading up into our first map. Four drive, the chance ringing through the halls here as they sit down, they take their place amongst the rest. All 16 teams from Group A ready to get stuck straight on it.
It's a chance of a lifetime here for Four Thrives. It absolutely is. They're coming off a massive high. One of the most insane days we've seen in PUBG Mobile for a long, long time. So potential here for something fantastic to happen for the Pakistan squad. I hope so. I mean, for them, it can't all end there at PMGO. We're looking for at least a top 5 here at PMWC. I think they've got the gusto in them to make it happen. Furia, though, like I said before, I think this is a real dark horse for the team. I think that they could take it all if they are playing to their max potential. Everyone knows that I'm a huge fan of Ulf. Okay, everyone knows that. I'm not going to make too much of a mess of that. But yeah, Aaron's one of my favourite players of all time, and I think that he really showed up with PMGO. Now the rest of the team does need to step up a little bit more around him to fully lock that down. But Ketch is playing really well, Aaron's playing really well. I want to see a bit more of Scarface. This guy used to carry teams on his back in the back of the day. You know, long range specialist. He was lovely at it. But I think that's the thing for Ulf, is that all the gears need to be moving in tandem as things go forward, because otherwise they're not going to grab that score at the top. And we do have a treat coming into Group B as well. You can see Alpha 7. We get to see whether, you know, the curtain has closed for that team. So I really hope it hasn't. I hope the show does go on for that squad. Prolific team for our PUBG Mobile history.
Absolutely. The only team to have won all 3 major global titles, right? This is a team that has such a long history, such a prestige within the scene. Are they done? But they got eliminated in the first stage of PMGO. It was a massive surprise to everyone, finishing bottom 2 2 of their group, which was just like out of nobody would have predicted that. People were predicting them to win the whole thing. Yeah. To get eliminated in such fashion was pretty devastating for them. I think, you know, they probably already shelled out for the hotel rooms for the rest of the tournament, right? So if not that, that's a loss in itself. So hopefully they can stay here a little bit longer in Paris.
Well, the boys look confident this time around at least. I mean, Revo, we know, is one of the best players in the world. And I would go and say he is the best shotgun player in the world of all time so far. I mean, Robs takes a close second on that, but yeah, I think for Alpha 7 to finish their run, I don't think it's the case. I think they've got more left in the tank. It has just been a ton so far. But we are getting into our first game real shortly here right now on Rondo.
It is time to get on into the playing part. We are loading our players on up. And it is fit to get messy. Remember, Rondo has those recall towers blank, so everybody dropping in, they're going to be going to Neox Factory, they're going to be going to Tinlong Gardens, and they're going to be having it out, sending their solos out to those recall towers to give them that anchor into the rest of the match if things don't go their way.
First play fam of the tournament, here it comes, here we go, getting stuck into the thick of it right now here at PMWC, at EWC, match number 1 of Group A. Let's get it kicked off.
Time to go on in. It looks like we're coming at it from the northeast side of the map. Cutting down through the middle, our players. We've got cameras focused on all of them. They are under the hot lights of the studio, down on the stage, ready to get things done. We wait for our gameplay to come on through.
We're just coursing through right now, keeping it calm, chilled out. Players do jump on out. Now we're heading over towards Test Track to start things off. We know the Neox Factory is going to be an absolute slobber knocker over in that direction, but how many teams are going to end up over there? That is the real question as we head on through. There was actually a lot of it also towards Stadium, but it's 4 drives actually. Got IQ getting very close over towards BK. That is their player to go for the recalls, so he wants to get past there without harm, without pressure. But Hazaifa already opening up over towards Coops, of all people, come on.
And they might not even need IQ out there to go for the recalls if they can take this.
सीधा 2 नंबर पे आगे वही एक को लूज कर दिया यार.
Fight. Looks like they have lost one player already though, Enigma Galaxy, trying to turn things around as well, but as you say, they've lost Coops right off the bat, and Ralph's the next to fall, goes down to Hoxie. Q with the RX, everybody gets stuck in. This is what you see on Rondo. It is madness in the Ox Factory. Big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Farlak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half. The volley back through the door though puts it back in his place, and Hazaifa has to hold it down. Satan around the corner, Hazaifa needs to hold, and he's good for 1. Ralph can't quite connect either, and now he has a 1 versus 1. Ralph is low and he finds it. Hazaifa keeping him safe. Farlak back on up.
The spray comes through, and 4 Price looking good, looking neat on this side of the map. I like the play for Farlak as well. Insane grenade banked off the doorstep, but knew he had to jump up there quickly because KRX was stealing away all the eliminations. 4 Thrives start off the game at a 4 elim count. It looks really mighty strong. Furia were able to get 1 in the process. Most teams getting back up again, but the biggest disappointment so far is Enigma Galaxy. They lost all 4 players in the first minute of the game. You can't be doing that. That is not good news. And on such an important map, they get no points. They didn't even get that refrag, losing repeated challenges. And I don't know if they lost a player on an outpost, if they'd sent someone away, if they're committed. We're on board though with Flower trying to get the spray down. Furious giving it a good go, and Maple is there, looking to take down the crossing, does so effectively. Now Key with the RX have to find something else. Maple looking sweet like syrup in that engage there now, looking over towards Vinny down low on his belly, moving out the JS9, see what he gets done with that. Reverb comes through with the M249 over towards a tanky. AKOP though is clapping back over towards Reverb. smoke at the moment. It's a pretty awkward bit of terrain to work around here inside the building.
Foxy and Vinny trying to hold down the angle. The smoke's keeping them in cover for now. Just constant harassment from Maple. Pushing them back and forth this way, that way. He's allowed his players to step in towards it. Maple goes low, but doesn't quite connect. Nobody's hitting the shots, and finally Hoxie falls. Maple wants to flush and will be able to find it. Scarpering around the corner now to get away from the rest of the fight. He doesn't want any more to shoot down on. He's already done bits.
elimination इनको
The smoke that everyone was suffering. Vinny's on fire as well. This is a nightmarish area to be in with the sidelines available. It's all a bit awkward. Maple will find another. Secure that as well, which is nice to see. The cipher does go down, but so far 4 Crocs have been living over on the southwest side of Neox.
finish हो गया
JLP pulled back almost immediately by Orangutan there.
Never finish
Predict. Heard the M79 going off and just thought he would spray on through. He has been a monster inside the Neox factory so far, and he has been producing those eliminations going straight off the end of the conveyor belt.
It is now neck and neck on eliminations from the hot drops, and it looks like the two titans of Neox Factory want to get stuck in against each other. Falak charging forwards there. Maple looking for the heals. He's allowed to get the first aid kit off, but still has a health disadvantage. The S12K in close range could prove to be pivotal though, as Falak opens up for the charge around the corner, goes Falak up and into the air, hopping about, the bunny rabbit bites.
I mean, the S12K versus the JS9, I mean, it's sort of even, but you would probably eke that out with the S12K there. Oh man, I mean, that's Falak all over though. The guy is criminal when it comes to those 1v1s. Looks good though, and finally our observers are like, yeah, let's take a look at the other portion of the map so far, because it has been hectic over towards Neox. Fury's still playing on that south side of the dome. Your flash on screen. Any team that's struggled in the past this year, I mean, they are looking to get a little bit better into this one year. So we're going to give this team time, I would say. Well, we're off at the moment, Scarface. I can spot a marble on the top of the mountain top. To do exactly that here. Figure out where these teams are playing. He has a team just down towards the south of them right now in the flash.
It's interesting that Wolf have left Kelsey out over towards the stadium, right, for that recall tower this late when they have got already such a prior position. Furion looking to go for a challenge against Thundertalk. Already hitting him so low. How do you hit those, Ayala? Beautiful now, looking to go big with an aid. Does a lot of damage. The Molotov to follow it up. Pinches him into the corner. And they know what they're playing against. It's just easy for Furion.
That's cool gameplay by there. The perfectly placed molly has to drop down, doesn't have time to go for the first aid, and notices that the pin had not been pulled for a long time there at all. So he just sends her out the side, so he thinks to himself, you know, I can just step up and go for the shot through the window. It's good awareness. I mean, Ayala played quite a few different teams. Glad he's found a place here on South Furia. Might look good as well. So far, 5 elims for them. Only one behind the top squad currently in 4 thrives.
4 thrives with that elim over towards everybody else pretty much in Neox Factory. Do still have this top spot, but it's a question of now getting into the circle for them. The 4 thrives, they may not have the easiest time of it out on the western side. Goat's team challenging, getting the spray over towards Gaming Stars. Rolex does go down, not fully flushed just yet. You imagine it is only a matter of time here. And Rolex, yeah, that's going to be confirmed. Recalls are going to start to get harder now, Blank. Teams are starting to take position on priority recall beacons, and it will be more difficult to find your way towards them. So eliminations are going to start to stick.
There they are. If we go there, 477 actually unreal player, by the way. If there's anyone you want to watch on that team, it is 477. He has had some amazing moments in the past and a bunch of elims on side. And we get a nasty circle shift over towards the east here. Cuts through with the river, the water in play. Orangutan actually made a decent rotation before this, try and get central, get some high ground at the back of that wood, despite actually having some fights early on, which is quite cool to see. But now they've got a tough approach here. Realistically, they want a western shift on this next circle, because if it keeps going over towards the eastern side, toward Singh, as well as Muhapan, you're gonna have a bad time off the back of that. Right now, All Game is the only team who really has a solid spot over there. We do have the dog coming in from that northern edge towards Muhapan. But wait and see, it's definitely very much one of those situations where you're looking for stage 3, how you want to play this one out. For KRX, we're going to try.
I mean, it's worth a go, Vinny. Now, with that outpost on the western side, the only player to have crossed from that central position, you don't want to be on the back foot when it comes to getting across here. And I feel like they're going to be looking to send more players on through. Vinny creating, with the destructible terrain and the explosive bow, creating a nice little divot for himself. You can start to play around that, cover off the sidelines, but actually popping the vehicle in there as well. That's going to protect the tires.
You know what? I actually really do like that. Here on Rondo, the explosive bow and arrow could be unreal, just for terrain destruction in general. Great little divots to play on demand with that. It's quick and easy compared to the nade. Ayala still continuing on the warpath here for that team. They're fairly central to Igor's moving up now from test track. I think he might have just dipped out to go for a loop crate. I'm not sure.
To see if he's going to catch that one on the loop. Aurora taking position, looking to stay fairly central. They're more on the south side of things, but they have got this beautiful high ground on top of this mountain to overlook, move to everybody around them. Will be pretty tricky. I'm also keeping an eye on 4 Thrives, who have yet to really make an entrance. So far, most of what's happened has come off of their test track Neox Factory hot drop in terms of their point scoring, but now they have to push it from the west side, getting back into bread and butter PUBG Mobile. So it'll be interesting to see what they're able to achieve there on the west side.
On board with Aurora still though, this team's had some difficulties over the year in terms of tournaments. I mean, PMI, they had a really dominant group stage though, and I think that was one of the promising things to watch, because it really was a dominant group stage. Obviously, didn't have a quite same success of course at finals, but I think for Aurora, certainly trying to keep things under wraps at the moment. It just feels like finals tends to be a little scary for this squad so far, despite having like such confident players inside. I mean, you watch the walkout there from Aurora and you're like, honestly, these guys feel like the veterans of this tournament. I'd like to see Alpha 7 coming out, but I would honestly say for Aurora, yeah, they are the veterans of Group A at least. They're the guys that know the most, they're probably the guys that have the least nerves coming out on the stage.
I think so. I think they do. They have got that story. I mean, Top Dog, Joel, Reefus, like just such storied names coming on through from the region. But you're right. They had that little bit of a downturn. There has been criticism levied. I think probably most specifically at Doc in terms of the way that he sometimes splits out, plays too separate, doesn't play with the rest of the roster. It felt like maybe he found some fixes to that over the course of the last year and a half or so, and hopefully they can be learned from and move forwards. Because Aurora did just do a little bit of a wraparound and have gotten far more central onto this next circle.
Yeah, I think it's hard, right? Kelsey on a mad dash out there. I am surprised he is still kicking at this point. Hart must be racing. Finally is taken down there by Ziol. The rest of the team not able to help, but you do need to start looking at some of the other players on Aurora. I don't think we can put all the blame over on Doc, because a lot of times that blame comes his way, because when he goes down, the team suffers because of it, because he is so good at the game. Win will find top on a nasty little headshot, actually, just peeking over the top of that ridge side.
A really nice cut across comes through from Aurora there. I mean, we caught the end of that rotation as Furia were taking that volley of fire, but Aurora from the south side went around Furia and into the south point of Ulf. It forced Ulf to regroup in an unfavorable scenario, which has led to them losing a player, and it's put them under a lot of pressure. They are in nade range now from Aurora, who can start to levy this central position.
I mean, the more nades thrown at Aurora, the ones that don't hit, just providing more divots for them to play in towards. So this is not the worst thing in the world. Eventually, Color Flare also brought out on the back of this one. Circle did shift back over towards the western side, which Orangutan's quite happy with, playing over towards the northwest. Gabby Stars do lose Rolex. A couple of players brought back into the game though, so we're still at a solid 55 count on players.
We do have a couple more minutes of these recall towers being active, but they are starting to get difficult to find. I mean, RRQ currently sat on top of pretty much, I think, the only one in the zone. The Muhopan recall tower is technically accessible, and maybe you could get out there, but it's all the way over there. It's much more likely you're going west out to the Bamboo recall tower, but I don't think that the last player for Gaming Stars is going to be able to get anywhere near them, because there's a solo trapped in the middle. Does manage to extract a point against Flash though on the north side. Deploys the emergency cover. That was a real sound effect coming up through. I liked it.
It's a sad image there of Satan, honestly. I mean, fair enough. I think the Galaxy must be devastated off the back of this match. Head down. You know, you just got to pick yourself back up onto that next match. But it's 12 matches, John. It's not a lot of time you have to work with here. You really, really do need to get a move on. So I think for the Galaxy, they realised they just lost out on one of the highest earning maps over these 2 days. There's only 2 of them. So they're really going to put in the work over the next 11. I said they looked confident coming into this one. Maybe less confidence. All right, maybe we do need a guy on the outpost.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not what you want to see. We did also see X-Force rejects coming in from the west side. 4 Thrives can't cross them. I think they took 2 of those players. And now these central divots are going, and they're going to put pressure on the back of the players in the middle. But RRQ are trying to weather the storm of nades being sent their way by Goat Team, and it is not going well. A lot of points taken away as Boopsman moves forward to try and take them down entirely, but not quite fast enough. Boopsman falls, and now it looks like Goat Team are under too much pressure. They've sent players too far forwards, and they might have just overextended.
I think RRQ is actually able to get a res beacon off. Actually, yes, they were. So only Nerf now left alive here. Gemfoss is flying in. The rest of the team drops directly back on top of their own bodies. Viren goes down instantaneously. RRQ, the reinforcements arrive, but immediately become cannon fodder.
But it's slowing down. Will these reses come on through for RRQ yet again? A nade over forces Doc back off the ridgeline, waiting to repair Top because he's on super low HP right now. It was a Furia knock, and they're not going to be pushing over just yet. Furia all too happy with their position, so it is resable. But RRQ have been given a little bit of respite to get themselves back together. But the movement keeps on pouring through. Doc with a volley in hand. They're burning them up the hill behind the cars now, and the nades displacing them. But the reses just keep on coming, and RRQ are 4 men on their feet.
I think they're further behind here because of this nasty little bit of terrain. Some of the nades are bouncing high there, so the airbursts aren't doing quite as much damage as Aurora might hope them to do. What a play from Nerf. Honestly, really, really well done to RRQ. It's not often you get to see a full squad reset in moments like that and directly back onto your own loot crate, so you lose effectively nothing over the giving points over to a different team. Incredible stuff. Really, really incredible stuff.
A lot of damage done. I mean, RRQ was sat on top of, I think it was a pretty much last second recall coming on through as well.
Yeah.
Just before things got shut down for RRQ.
That's on to him.
A really pivotal play coming on through because they are now shut down. So no more recalls. We're stuck with the players we've got, and it's only going to get fewer from here on out. At the moment, Furia, who have been doing a lot of work from their south position, are back on top in terms of Eden points. They're up to 9 now, Blank, and they have still got a really important combat.
Yeah, Fury's been doing fantastically well this game. They haven't really slowed down all that much either. For 4 Thrives, you're talking about they're only playing that western side. Goodness me, look at the space they're currently holding. They've got a big old playground to work with. Unfortunately, the circle does move over towards that east side. That is awkward ground to play as well. We saw it earlier, where currently Ulf is playing as well as X-Force rejects. Pagoda's in play here for KRX to try and work off the back of now. The flash forward, Tobbs goes down. Nasty nade from Hoxie. Now he's looking to unleash one more here behind the Willow.
Rose and Zeus on the inside. Only 2 players now left for the flash. Hoxie tries to make the cross, but it's cut through. Will be taken down as Zeus steps out for the spray. Confirmation there, and that's going to leave them lacking on the numbers. It looked like a good opener, but it now needs to be converted. 3 players on the outside for Kiwoom DRX. They lost a little bit of momentum there. Hoxie gets a little bit too quick with it.
O's pulled taut on the top side right now as the nerves run hectic in this team. O's drops another nade out though. It's perfect up towards QEZ. It's a bouncer. It almost gets Trey there. One nade goes up and O's will fall to it, leaving just one player alive now for the Flash inside the building. Billy is tunneling his way towards the Pagoda right now, leveraging that explosive bow and arrow, but he is in. A lot of damage on his way, and it's Orangutan. Okay. Chime on through, getting that headshot coming on in. A clap back from India. Wiz God. Towards the south side. This could be a good entry point now for Orangutan. If they want to go for it, they know they've opened up. They're sending Aru a little bit further forward, trying to scout this position. See him now off in the distance. KRX currently. Oh my God, there is no way! What? Two go down and Flash fall! It's a melee in the middle of the Pagoda there, but nobody's set to charge on in, and KRX may be able to keep all three of their players alive on 7 elims on the east side. They've got a deep shot on this game. Look for the Flash, I love the play. I love the play, I like the confidence. Chest puffed out there to the maximum. They weren't able to flex hard enough there versus KRX. Furia moving in. They have a lot of teams to push on through. Chief looking over towards RRQ. Silence not able to make the push as RRQ has weathered a lot of storms so far. They've brought their brollies today. Oh, the mad dash though. It's not going their way. RRQ is suffering. Aurora's starting to step up to the plate. Get those points on board. Doc's been spotted but just stays still. Playing dead there. Doesn't want to become it either. Looks like he's staying safe. RRQ still alive, just about. See if they can get back to their feet as Furia lose the final player. And they go down. 9 eliminations and no placements. That is going to be their points total for the game.
हमारी शेयर बहुत प्रेशर कितने हैं भाई 8 एलिमिनेशन
This is not in. Vehicle safe at least for the time being. Joel goes down. RRQ, goodness me, man. I don't know how this has happened. I don't know how they're still going, but the adrenaline is flowing on the side of this squad at the moment. Up to 6 eliminations now, but they need some more points on the back of this game. They've done fantastically well to stay at where they have. Jetbox moves forward with the JS9. Right now, Reefus, though, he's pulled off bigger clutches than this before. He's a 1v4 though on the lip of this one, and it's going to need to be pushed past as well. They want to disengage here, but Reefus is low. I imagine his utility is starting to run down too, and the backlines are now being harried. In comes AG from this south side. They need to move past this as well. The question is, do they want to get involved? Reefus still stepping forward, still looking to leverage the ridge line to play around, but it's not quite connecting, and the backlines make it all the harder. Unfortunately though, for RRQ, they keep getting pressured, and into the backlines they go. Flowers there, and with a full 4 on the back, it's even harder for Reefus, but there's off angles, so many off angles, chiming in time and time again, and Reefus is still alive for Aurora. Causing problems, Gaming Stars Maniac can send a wild grenade over the top here, through to All Gamers. Maple still on the front line, still looking good for the team. They lost XZZ fully. We can see here Maple currently working with 5 elims so far. How is Reefus still alive? It's a nice nade though. That might be an entry point for them on the southern edge. A big nade barrage coming in on that southwest side, and RRQ still under pressure. More nades pouring on in. They have weathered so much this match, but it may just be all coming to a close here. Getting out of this ditch might prove to be just too much. I think that may have been Reefus chiming in, but all gamers will go and take down RRQ where so many could not, and Reefus is still alive. Is he going to go for more? I think so. Stepping up for the spray, looking to do damage, and there is plenty left to do. Reefus, the iron wall between every team on this side of the map. Those are the shots. Can't quite make the connection. Liu will find another 11 eliminations right now for all gamers. They finish the scripts, they're here to play. So up for threats, themselves and 4 players alive. They're looking to sweep on the western side. Move in behind the Kike split. It could be huge if they can take down Kevin or Ragnarok. That is a huge opener for them. And they've got the ridge lines to play around. I don't think that they're going to have too much competition on this one, but they need an opener, and that's not how you want to start it. A Cypher going down, and Kike will look at a regroup. Flower Withers versus KRX on the southeast side. We'll look for a res off the back of this one for KRX coming up the pagoda. It's a bit of an awkward rotation for them. They have alerted all games to position, but they're dealing with a res in the process. Scarface finds KRX. Alpha still going, actually, surprisingly. Just a couple of players catch Scarface on board, but these guys have played together for a very, very long time. Nades bursting in front of each other's faces at the moment. But Lax looks to send away, heading over towards X-Force Rejects. He's rocking up, gets forced forward. There's absolutely no way they make this work. And 4-5, Serlak basically ice skating over the top of them.
But on the back lines, it's Geeke who surge over the top and take half the 4 drives down. More players start to fall though, and it's going to be up on the north side. Orangutan may be missing a beat, not trying to take over the northern hill, whilst Geeke was super committed to that western edge. And Geeke can now... can now sidle back on through. I think it's Geeke's game to lose here, Blank.
Potentially, but for Orangutan, I respect this gameplay. You want to get further into those matches. You want to see more of these games. This is the way to do it. So far, their rotations have always been the thing we praised them for. This doesn't look good, but it's those eliminations that they are lacking on right now, down to 2, but they can make up for that later on in this game.
13 eliminations for 4 thrives, and all game is on 12 as well. Already up in that 4th place. It is great matches for these two teams already. But Falak under pressure from Liu, doesn't quite finish the spray down there, has to go for the reload, and actually over the heads comes the backup from Geeke, keeping 4 thrives in it for just a moment longer as Falak gets the heal off. A really prescient push out coming on through, but sidesteps those as well. The spray's just not connecting on him.
Oh, Falak is cheeky, man. I mean, the run out there, trying to get some more information on it. It's a good nade. First between the 2 of them, though. Not enough damage done right there. Knocks on the one of his own. It goes behind. Quite do enough damage there towards Flower. Sent onto the side 2. That bounces far enough, I would say. It's Liu. Sadly, Falak will go down to Ragnarok in the back lines. Gives time, potentially. The whole game is to get their player back up again. That is a disgusting Molotov. A double on top of it. Falak surely goes down off the back of this. IQ incredibly low. Pulls out the extinguisher though.
Puts him in the pressure cooker. And IQ just about stays alive. Falak did fall in the process. Flower now moves forwards, but Geeke have sightlines onto the angle, and IQ keeps shimmying away from this one. He's got a Molotov too. Where's it going? Over to the structure, over to the building, and Flower's caught in it. He's taking tick damage, but I think he's going to get it. The burn does come on in and confirms the flush. Flower steps out wide. Nice. Not going to make it. Top 3 for IQ. And Geeke just about keep himself as full.
Geeke, I said at the start of the game, they looked real confident. Maybe wasn't a lot of people expecting too much out of this squad, but they have sticked his 4 hero from Rondo. Like I said, easy with Bad Boy. That guy is a rising star. And now it's Geeke versus Orangutan. End of the game here. IQ still in, and 4 thrives is at least guaranteed at 3rd place, and with 14 eliminations, they have had a fantastic run here on Rondo. Max might need to eat his words a little bit, saying that this is not their favorite map, because it definitely feels like it.
If it's not their favorite map, I am scared for everyone else moving on to Ereville and on to Miramar as well, because if they outplay themselves here, there is no chance for anyone else. Geeke looking to marshal their positions on this north side, getting that loot crate up there as well. They are chilling right now, so waiting for the circle to start to push them in. Orangutan very quiet, 2 eliminations only so far, Blank.
However, out. Sadly got the difference.
भाई टूर्नामेंट कोई रेगल नहीं है जो इस तरह गेम करके बैठे हैं.
That boy consistently moving the top. I think he's a clear idea. Sadly, there's not a lot of space to split here for Orangutan either. I do believe the circle will just pull them in. I don't think Geeke is looking to make any mistakes going forward. IQ will go down, but again, this has still been a fantastic match here for 4 thrives. They end this match on 19 points total. The big thing about this though is 4 thrives, their days usually live and die by their Rondo, by their first map. I think this will give them the confidence to give the run a real good one for the rest of the day.
I mean, and we're looking at getting into the grand finals here as well. Top 5 is where they should be setting their sights, so a good start like this is brilliant.
Good day for 4 thrives, honestly, could be the difference maker. We know how many points they can put up in a single sitting.
again. Will they catch everyone unawares or... But now, Orangutan down the hill. Being quiet, DK with all four of their players just still alive. Neither team on huge elim counts. If GK managed to pick up all of these points, they would just about beat 4 Thrives points total on this match, but only by the 1. Able to get up to a maximum of 10 elims and 10 placements, would put them on 20. Orangutan still just staying quiet, playing in those divots, waiting for GK to make a misstep, but I don't think it's coming.
For Orangutan here, it's a hard push. They're forced to use utility here to try and shimmy their way upwards. Vehicles in play as well. I mean, Winsco could try and play distraction, but it's going to be a hard thing to pull off.
Nice.
Now it's down to 2 in AKOP, as well as Aru underneath. Mornay's trying to use to create a little bit of clamber points here for the squad, but Easy Run Boy has a rough idea, rough position. AKOP is going to go down to a perfectly spot on himself, deny those points. Aru will go for it, and again, that is the way you've got to do it. That's the way you've got to do it. If you're playing as Orangutan here, you don't want to give extra points across. That could be the difference maker between you not getting in and making it through to those finals.
Absolutely. I mean, they deny those points towards the end, and actually what that does is mean that 4 Thrives take the top spot on the points this match. GK sat down on 18. They weren't able to claim everything there. What a great start for a lot of our teams, getting some pretty hefty elimination counts there. 4 teams looking to breach into those double-digit points from this game. It is a fast start. When you're playing on a 12-match set in order to qualify, that is brilliant news, right? Because each of our teams over these group stages are looking to play those 12 matches, and it will be the same lobbies moving forwards over these next few game days. Very happy to see them go on through with those 12.
Honestly, for all game results, it's a really impressive run for them. I think it was very well played, and Flower looked very good in those situations. Liu had some real standout moments, but my goodness me, Maple, what a guy. That Neox Factory start there was lovely to see. Sadly, couldn't quite tango with Falak. Was our final moment. That was a little bit anticlimactic with the boys just denying the points, but okay, we'll grab themselves the first win here on Rondo.
Brilliant to see. That's exactly how you want to kick things off. And again, not to rub salt in the wound, but we did see a little bit of difficulty coming off the bat for Nigma Galaxy, but the story really now is focused on the chase for the top 5. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. We'll be back and ready for the next match.
so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Probably, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah. This little... Hey, little guy. Just want to... Okay. Okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Work around that team. Chill, girl, chill. Nice, guys. Let's go.
The pressure was too much for OG there at the end. They decided to just not even give them points for GK Esports as they come off with the first win of PMWC at EWC 26. What a performance, GK. Congratulations. But we got to talk about a team that was playing that so well right up until the end, and it was none other than 4 Thrives. They were putting up the numbers, Lace. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me on the desk. But goddamn, someone needs to study Falak. Like, these nades ain't it. They are it. But they are just so strategic, and the aggression that he had in that game, they were able to sort of do that split hold against GK that was on the northern side, AGA, AL who was on the southern side, forcing another team to sort of rotate in. But from the beginning, they were going crazy. They were absolutely eliminating everybody in their path. Now, I did a little bit of study, okay? I brought a little bit of statty stats, guys. Now, from the Global Open, they actually had a 13.7 average across their 6 matches. And why I bring that into this conversation is because from that game, they are following along that same average to be able to get those points. They had about a 33 lead against GOAT in Global Open, so they are kicking things off incredibly strong. And if we were to sort of talk about maybe their rivalries, GOAT coming out of the Global Opens, but no, I reckon their rivalry right now might be AGAL.
It might be, honestly, AGAL, again, another team just coming in clutch here. But talking about 4 Thrives a little bit more, right? They are just so good at this control on the edge. I mean, we see it from a lot of teams, but, you know, 4 Thrives really do know how to do those splits. I do wish they had been a little bit less hesitant coming up on DK on that hillside, but they just decided it wasn't going to work, the timing was off. And then that push onto rejects, hello? Just out of this world with that one.
I think we talked enough about 4 Thrives right there. Let's talk a little bit about that second place team as well. We'll get a chance to talk even more about them. But with OG, they ended up getting second place, but just the eliminations just went there. And there was one thing that we didn't like that they ended up doing, Max.
No third parties. They could have been such a nice third party from Orangutan. There was a fight happening in like a little bit of one of those main solo buildings over to the eastern side. There was going to be Team Flash and KRX. It was like, okay, this is it. It's time to send it. Let's burn Orangutan. And then they just slowed down the pace, stayed in their dip, and because of that also we're just missing out a lot of utility and resources to possibly convert the win. orangutan. Makes sense, right? Don't have a lot of global experience. They did play PMGC last year, but they're still learning, and I'm hoping to see that evolution continue in Nitura going throughout this event.
Oh, absolutely, and then we're looking at this right here is another thing I really want them to improve on, right? Because we saw them throw all those meds to WizGod. He was going to make that push, but his team did back him up with some cover, with a push of their own. They didn't try and do a two-prong attack. They just kind of let him move on his own, and so he kind of just fell apart. So that's something definitely I want to see improved on into the next game.
One team that was able to put up some good amount of eliminations as well was none other than Furia. Furia had a high ground at one point, and they used that to their advantage.
It's such a good gatekeeping team. Like Furia, that you give them a strong position in the circle, they're going to leverage it to its full potential to make sure they eliminate everyone in like a 200-meter vicinity around their compound. Every team trying to send it late got obliterated. Aurora struggled to make it in. Even another team, I think it was Ulf, who just got completely clapped by that team. They're looking very strong so far. Furia from Brazil looking like an absolute menace at PMWC.
I mean, it's exactly right. So, you know, they knew the assignment. They're coming in here, you've got to get as many eliminations as you possibly can to sort of skyrocket up that leaderboard, because don't forget, at home, they've still got to play tomorrow. So these are the sort of games where they can tinker with these, you know, throw things at the wall and see if it sticks mentality. So getting this amount of eliminations, even falling out when they did, is still a great job.
And I want to see how some of these squads are going to start adjusting to how aggressive this is, because we even saw Raul on the interview with Caleres. He was talking about how aggressive it was going to be. Boy, what a start for that squad, right? You don't really even have a chance to be able to revive your teammates.
Yeah, it was tough. Right? The recall system was a little bit tough for some teams to commit to. And Enigma Galaxy got no one back up, right? So instantly eliminated. Except for Falak. Always believe he can make it work out in the Ox Factory. Don't know how he does it. He makes it work out with the JS9, takes the 1v1, and he does get the win at the end.
He even went up against Maple, too, and he decided to back off a little bit, wait for the right time, and he ended up destroying him.
I mean, that's why he's so scary. I mean, he just knows his timing.
He's not scary. He's
No.
a cute little guy.
In person, we love him.
This is why I said his survivability needs to be studied.
Right, exactly. This is exactly right, because he knows exactly how to get in everybody's heads. He knows how to use these buildings, use these angles, do everything he needs to do to make sure he gets that elimination, and that's why his elimination count is so high every time.
It is. I mean, 8 LMs to start off. We were talking about wanting to see this squad being able to perform really well here in Rondo. We've got it, and they got the confidence. And I want to see that confidence kind of follow up with some of the other squads. Is there any squad that you want to see them start performing here on the first match? There we go, Max.
From our angle, I'm going to say Aurora, right? Then we didn't really see too much going into this game. I feel like Aurora, now they have a secondary drop in Saverni. Maybe go against the side of X-Force reject could be an issue, but I need to see them do well on their angle. It's their bread and butter for years and years now. I need to see something coming out on top.
I love that comment that just ended up popping up right there from Amanda on Twitch. They ended up saying, yeah, they're talking about Aurora, and the one before that, it was talking about Reefes, how he's pretty much immortal. Honestly, he has been that player that is the last one standing for that squad, usually when we see the rest of the squad just being eliminated.
It's true, and he's really been up and coming. I think we've been talking about this over the last few months, right? About he's really coming into his own when it comes to those angles. He's getting those off angles. He's got that survivability in him. He's really the player that you want your team to have on board, just because we're seeing him now go forward and forward and forward. The rest of the team are like, hey, Doc's going to go out and do something. Top's going to try and do something, but then he's just in the back line. He's just like, I'll get those plays.
I think Vicious still have nightmares of Reefers when they got 1v4 painted by him in PMG and ECA. That was a scary prospect. And, well, yeah, Reefers, even as a solo, right, can make it work out. Kind of is the Fallon, right, of that roster boys lineup. So I'm very excited to see how he can perform. I just want to see more from Doc in particular. That is just a wild card in every event he participates in. And if we can see Doc just kind of play with his team a bit more, Seven, hopefully we can see some better results.
I want to see the Doc from PMGO last year. That's what I want to see.
The docketing?
Yeah, honestly, even though it ended up happening, he was always able to perform, and with the squad, with this much time now that they have together, I think they'll be able to adjust to it. Maybe he'll be able to shine even more. For some of the other squads, by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, I know you've been doing your predictions on the EWC Play app. It's time to put you guys on this spot. I'm going to go with you first, Lace. Who's your prediction to get eliminated first in the first area?
Eliminated
Yep.
first. Okay.
Wait, a player or team also?
Yeah,
Team.
Okay.
Not player, there's so many options.
It's a bad that I want to say OG because like they played that map incredibly slow, and I mean, you know.
No, it's valid.
Yeah, I mean, making those rotations, that's cool, but where's the rest of it? And I don't think that's going to sustain through the tournament.
That is a valid feedback. Get ready for some amazing Instagram messages that you're going to be getting from the Indian fans. How about you should? How about you, Max?
I'm actually going to say the winning team
place, but this lobby is gonna be super aggressive. And 2 eliminations or whatever you ended up getting is just not gonna be able to cut it if you want to be able to challenge when we end up going to top 5. Right there. I mean, 2nd place and you end up in 6th place it's a good first start, Max, but it's not where you want to be with the 2nd place finish.
Yeah,
especially in Rondo.
Especially on Rondo, right? You want to get way more eliminations. We need to see a massive step up from them. And they've shown it. They can win fights. And some out of team during the scrims I've seen just a few weeks ago, right, in Survivor's Rumble. They were fighting constantly, and we saw actually some decent plays from AKOP and Atanki specifically. So I feel like it's more an issue of like not about their fragging power, because it clearly exists, right, Joe? We know they can take fights. It's about confidence, and I understand that Canteen, he'll be able to slow burner on a global stage tour.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult for them, and that's what the first day in most situations is all about. Very forgiving for that sort of thing as well. You got that recall in the first game of the day before you get into the more serious maps. But yeah, I think for them, yeah. No, I do think that it is going to be a little bit of a problem if they don't step up more, especially because, right, we got Group A back-to-back, day 1, day 2 back-to-back like that. That's going to be really big for the mentality aspect of all of these teams.
That's one thing we were actually talking about yesterday during our rehearsal, how we wanted to see some of this, maybe end up switching it up, whether it was Group A, then B, Group A, then B, to give these teams an extra day to go back and forth review. That extra day is not available, Lace. They're going to have to go back-to-back and make sure they perform. And they're going to have to make sure they perform here in the first aerial of PMWC and EWC 26 as we're about to get started. None other than Blank and the one, the only, John Allen.
Oh yeah, let's get ready to rumble on Erangel. The grassy passages away. We've got a triple billing of it coming up right now. And we're way up. No, we're swapping with some other. We've got 2 illustrious casters later on during the day. But for now, so you guys are going to get 3 in a row. We'll be watching the 3rd one with you. But our plane path to kick things off is from Kameshki down towards the quarry and the west coast of the mainland. A pretty chill plane path. Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether Aurora's going to go with Severny on this one. I mean, there's a lot of talk about this overall. Aurora with their new drop spot over towards Severny. It's not entirely new. They hadn't dropped it before, but it's never been like a fully confirmed thing on their side of it. So I guess here they can easily get over towards Severny. They could still drop Sosnovka. It's a bit of a distance though. So we'll see what they end up doing here. Are they going to Severny? Can't see him. Oh no, there they are. Okay. You're blind. I am a blind man apparently. You're a blind man. But yeah, they're definitely going to Severny. Take that back. You were bang on the money. A lot of other teams trying to find their places. I mean, the southeast side of the mainland is probably a little bit more tricky than most of the other areas for the plane path specifically. But again, grab those vehicles, get onto your drop spot, get away with it. Do you look at Chinky? It looks like, yeah, nobody's going to try and bother the Galaxy there. On the drop anyway. Quite nice to see this of our top players in terms of damage numbers. Flower up there in 3rd place with 965. There's a lot of love we were going over towards Maple, towards Liu. It's good to see that Flower actually had a massive impact on that game as well. As we head down towards the southwest side of the map, and man, this circle is far up towards western side. We're cutting out a lot of space very quickly. We're also putting the water down towards that southern edge. We are squeezing our players in. It's also a weird rotational path for a lot of our teams on that north side, because they go past Everest, decide how they want to play around with that. Do you want to play West Coast? Do you want to try head down towards that south side? However, you can join Mr. Uzumaki himself. Jump in over with the Naruto event. Make sure that you head on into game draw for the Naruto character, the Ninetales Fury AUG. Looks quite impressive. Some of the game has been brilliant to play around with as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. Leveling up your ninja skills. Honestly, it's been good. It's been good. Some of the best skins we've seen in a long time. I can't tell that's not years. Although you can from up pet as well, which you can get your hands on. Yeah, which I really want badly. Max keeps teasing me with it every time. Do you have a favorite now? Do you have a favorite jutsu? Max and Shuriken. Okay. Just because that is the most. When it was first shown, I think it was like the most brutal jutsu ever used on the show. Yeah. And it was like, wow, that's actually really ruined that guy. Yeah, bad. And then Naruto had to go to hospital because of using it. much like the boxing game right now, which is also very hardcore. Not easy to defeat. You really do have to come together as a group. So, yeah, get in game. Take part in the event. It's fantastic. It is. We are enjoying it as we are enjoying unveiling these teams in this arena here at PMWC at the WWCD 26. Ragnarok getting his cardio in on the push bike for GK. I imagine that'll be traded out as soon as he can for a motorized vehicle. Pedal power. Oh, yeah, take a look at the coach. That's the GK coach. Hello, boys. Like, wave. Please. Oh, he did wave. But they wave. He pre-waved. Oh, yeah. Peace out. Hell yeah. So, Ragnarok. I mean, the sound of the bike moving is really quite relaxing. And I feel like you can't relax in a situation like this. So I hope that they aren't going to be going for it. This is a little bit more, you know, petrol and exhaust fumes that you need to see. The pace coming on through DK to channel that previous match's momentum.
Exactly. That's what we're going to talk about. They've just come off a great game. They currently have fantastic control over towards Gatka. They could even pick up God Compound if they wanted to. It's a little bit of an early send towards it, but with so much space being cut out here already on the map, I don't think it's a bad idea to full send, which just looks like what they're currently trying to do right now. I mean, what's the biggest harm? Just head down towards the south side to figure out where else to play, but you do have bio on this, so why don't you just go for it? Fourth Rise, they like to start over towards yellows, which is yellows between, I think yellows and Ferry Pier, which I always thought was quite a weird drop spot for Fourth Rise. I think they used to fully commit over towards yellows. They didn't really step into Ferry Pier as much, and now they've got a lot more tenure underneath their belt. They're like, hey guys, you stay out of Ferry Pier from now. That's our corner. But for them, this is also a fairly easy rotate, sweeping underneath. Not a single team up towards Sosnovka though, John.
No, nobody went all the way down south. I mean, the plane pass didn't really provoke that sort of rotation. And I mean, as you say that, actually 2 players from Fourth Rise have gone down to the military island to, I assume, get a little bit more loot on board. Maybe protect a little bit of a rotation from that east bridge, which is maybe accessible. I feel like that's a bit of a long shot in terms of like what they're maybe trying to do. It feels like a looting mission. But they're going to waste time. They're going to lose pressure against teams like Furia pushing in from the east side and teams from the north, as we're on board with Ulf, maybe pushing into the hills on their north side.
Yeah, you grab more loot down towards Sosnovka, there's nothing wrong with that. I think for Fourth Rise as well, they're going to be coming into this game looted and booted. They know that when you get up towards these field areas, you really do need the util, you need the smokes to make your way up through. Like I said, we're on board with Ulf currently. They'll swung over towards that eastern edge of Gatka. I think on this type of circle, they already sent 2 players down towards the south side though. They're left behind Satan as well as Ralph inside of Chinky to continue looting up. Bring the rest on through later.
Hopefully they then get split off. Finding one of those polymouth compounds can be really important on a circle like this. But the regroup is necessary. All defending their patch brutally. Maniac gets clocked out in the open and Scarface picks up the point for Aaron with that flush coming on through. So Wolf opening the bidding now. First blood has been drawn. Kelsey for the pickup. Scarface on his way.
Clambers back through the window. As a pretty ridiculous spray. You know, we did kind of gloss over it very quickly, but that was lovely coming through from Aaron. Tanky. OG. He just came
because it's seeing that western side team starting to move into the north edge. Nick the Galaxy actually full wrapping Quarry here as well. Moving in on this western side. RQ may be a little bit on the back foot here. Like they were on that western coast fairly early on. They haven't pushed more inland, but that might play into their favour later on, depending on how much conflict unfolds in the fields to their east.
Yeah, Fourth Rise, they completely realised that, oh my god, he's probably massively shot the ball over towards Quarry, so let's just swing around onto the western side. For RQ, I don't terribly mind it playing on that western coast. Not really many areas that would have been taken up already. Depends how early they got to circle. I'd love to watch that back later on.
Just taking their time out on the western side. AGAL playing the long game all the way up on the north side, just near Crates right now, South Georgeport. Playing quite late into the circle from the north side. Fortunately, there's not really too much to stop them moving in on the west coast road, maybe even crossing the fields to the west of Everest. Nick the Galaxy, they run into a little bit of a roadblock, or rather the roadblock runs into them as Fourth Rise find the backlines of Nick the Galaxy, and I don't think you're getting him back up there. With the forward position already established for Nick the Galaxy, they may lose even more if they're not careful.
Coops realises he has to leave now. He did stop off slightly, but asking to move on. We'll regroup with the rest of the team. It's not a horrible compound to play either, but it does become a horrible compound with only 3 players. It's a lot of area to hold here. They can't really afford to go for a 2-2 split between the buildings because they don't have that 4th player. So I think the Galaxy might be tough, especially with this becoming quite a common area of the map.
AGAL still playing it slow as Fourth Rise continue to sweep on the western edge. RQ potentially next up on the menu for them. AGAL may actually crunch in from the northern side on it, but Aurora now spanning the south expanses of this field to potentially be a stopper for this rotation. A split up as well. There are open angles for Aurora to try and exploit, but it looks like AGAL intends to play it slow again.
I don't mind it. I mean, they were able to get a lot of eliminations before they got into the game. Yes, about 5 of them came through very early on, but they were pretty steady with it. That does make things a little bit harder. Now, for Geekay, come on, guys. I think now's about the time to regroup. I know this is becoming a little silly now. It's very, very greedy. Very, very greedy. Quarry's still in play. Down towards that south side. I do like Thundertalk's position off the back of that one. They can play up towards the hillside if they want to, coming out on that eastern edge. Furia as well is getting fairly silent. Down towards that southeast edge, there's a big ridge side that runs through there. Fourth Rise though, they're wrapping back. They are wrapping back, and Furia might have something to say about this.
Playing that stopper on some of the quarry mouth buildings, but I think Fourth Rise, I mean, they came from this area, they're going to have a little bit of info, but Thundertalk's presence might be an unknown quantity for them. They're sending straight through. I think they're just going to get past blank. Fourth Rise are going to settle themselves potentially right in the middle of EK's split.
There's an easy location to play there as well. It's high ground, looking down towards a lot of squads. My Furia, I question how much they saw of that,
Okay, looks pretty rough. Go to the west. Let's try the north. You're going to back straight into Ulf. I think for all gamers, it has just been a very slow game, which has led to little information. They're going to have to bank on having some strong gameplay going forward to try and cut a hole in the side of this circle. That's a fast rotate from both though, John. They are moving at pace, at speed. In they go, splitting the difference and not really running into too much competition on that move. Maybe slamming straight into Kike's position. We've got as well Kiwoo. DRX trying to hold their northwestern side. Trying to keep themselves alive. It's going pretty well. On their push, AGL try to move in the wake of Ulf, but it's not going quite so cleanly for them. They have to stall, they have to falter it. OG are all too ready to take those points. So back and forth with the nades coming in through the windows here. Ulla wanting to hold out, but not quite connecting on either front. KRX popping Benny back, moving him to a more favourable position to try and go for those assists. And no nades are really connecting here, Blake. Okay, there they connect. Yeah, it's been a lot of explosions, not a lot of knocks coming through. Yeah, sure, Kubak most of the brunt of the damage so far. Nade right underneath his belly. Yeah, all gamers they headed down over towards that high ground, only to find themselves up against 4 Thrives. Funnily enough, after all these nades are spent and done, it's actually the M4 that does the most damage through these windows. Oh, finally, we find 2 back-to-back going through QXZ as well as Oxy. Okay, I take it back, guys. Alright, didn't mean it. I did not mean it. I think the Galaxy did manage to gain for a third party in time. In the meantime, on the southeast side, well, we're on board with AGAL there, but further out, you've still got 4 Thrives suppressing Fury and go, forcing them into a fight with one another. You can see they're popping up in the Elim feed. Silence is going to fall. And over on the north edge, as we're on board with Aurora and Flash, fighting over location, a fairly isolated fight.
Yeah, very much so. It's kind of a weird one too. I mean, for Aurora, you sort of expect to be playing on this one. It's a very classic sport. Most people know of this one. You use it because it's very easy to defend your vehicles in the ditch. Slightly nade bait, but for Aurora, they slow them down and try and just pass on by, but they are directly heading over towards Ulf. Oh, Scarface does find that initial shot, which is great to see from Scarface. That long-range capability comes into play, finally.
With more AGL trying to get a little bit, but Aaron has other ideas, sprays them down, damage pouring on through. Orangutan moving Aru up, does suppress Ulf a little bit, so maybe a little bit better of a chance for Aurora to piece themselves back together. But it is really difficult now to find any semblance of safety in the middle. Ulf do get all 4 of their players back up to their feet in their very central location now. Not too many teams are going to be able to take them down from this one. Aurora step into with 4 Thrives, who are now up to 4 eliminations. They get that res, and now they're holding off against Top and Tiol on the off angle, as well as Goat putting pressure on the Palak.
Ooh, 4 Thrives, they're surrounded. If they get themselves out of this situation, it will be big news for them. Player pulled down the side of the vehicle. Ayana is down. Moxie moves up. Furia desperately fighting back here. Eagles behind the tree, looking to bark back at this team. Finally finds the first with the help of Chief from the back lines.
Oh, 4 Thrives are here to play though, and it's a shooting gallery for the team from Pakistan. They're racking up the points now. They want to keep going. Aurora looking to backfill, maybe cause problems here, but RRQ is sandwiching the far side now. Nowhere is safe. Furia down to 1. Nobody is going to escape this compound. 2 teams enter, none will leave.
Zypher spots the enemy off in the distance, the danger coming through. Here and backing up the vehicle into the wall, giving a little bit of makeshift cover as we go forward. Aru though doing some wonderful work over towards that northeast side. Sadly just down to 2 there, but still holding off on his own. I think a lot of people had questions about Aru, but he's proving them wrong right now in terms of the gun skill. Very, very smart player overall though.
Zypher's getting stuck in, just going toe-to-toe with Chief. This is dangerous. There are nades in hand. Zypher wants to go barrel to barrel though, and it looks like they're going to hop through. Jet Foss able to snap that Elim back though, and will leave Zypher out in the open with a nade. With 3 players from RQ bearing down upon him, the backup is not quite there from the rest of his team. He needs some oversight, he needs some assistance, but it's not there in time, and they have to deal with Aurora on the back lines.
T24's quite low there, took a bit
going on there. And Aurora, the duo from Xion and Top, forced them to stay in that third-party position. They didn't want to push back up. They might have had a better time of it, though, to be honest, because nobody from down below was going to push them. A Cypher had overcommitted, and they just weren't quite able to gain that momentum back. 4 elims, not that many placements, that's not how you want to try and convert. And when you look at EK's position, they are going to be able to catch you up as well as D1 KRX.
It's a good buffer though. It's a good buffer. 23 points right now so far. It's decent over 2 matches. You're looking at roughly 11.5, right? So I think they're fine. Four Thrives just need one more decent game. Scarface does go down to Ragnarok. Get a little bit bad, but Aaron with that M4, who has been so goddamn deadly today so far, instantaneously trying to re-knock over towards Kike. In the meantime, the flash as well as OG attacking with a 360. It's not quite enough to keep him alive there. The flash will hold out.
Just a moment longer on the south side. In the meantime, Thundertalk trying to keep themselves together, but 2 players now left standing, as well as X-Force rejects bearing down upon them. RRQ are going to fall. Okay, Aurora. Xion on top, still going. Blank, they've been a real thorn in the side of this south side circle. Shiva tries to get the spray, dips out for another, dips out for more, does go down, and again, it's Aurora across the way who are making things so difficult.
Well, they're an opportunistic team. We'll get the next circle. It sends us up over towards Ulf here. But we already saw the location this team was playing in. He looks barren. He looks deadly. Suddenly you've got 6 other teams looking your way, and they have to hit these shots as teams make their entry.
Keyword DRX on the northwest side with 4. Flash on the north with 3. Those 2 teams have major access angles towards Ulf's position, but I don't know if they're going to be able to convert it. On the southwest side that we're on board with right now, Nick the Galaxy will be slow, trying to work the ground, looking to pick up the pace now with an opener knock to Ragnarok, and he will potentially be a weakness that Nick the Galaxy can exploit. They're playing as 3. They're trying to keep this one going forwards. Kevin goes down to an 8 from Coops as they retreat to try and get the res onto Ragnarok. They won't be able to keep him safe. Ralph and Lord now charging forwards. Coops to be the backup. They are isolated in this fight. No third parties, and the rest isn't there. He pops up, but will it be enough? Steps out with another angle. He goes immediately back down, and Coops enters the front door.
For Kike, at least, they got the sweetest little goodbye from one of our friends out there in the crowd. But Kike will go on no further. Flash up the distance. Kedge has eyes on. He knows he's playing out here. He knows he has to move. As you said, KRX moving on the sidelines. So it's such an awkward area of the map to play. Difficult to get the right sidelines in position. Mose, the step up, sends an 8 over the top. It looks off kilter though.
Oh, forces him out wide and into the sidelines and into the barrels to do the dirty work. Vinny not quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out over the bonnet. Nearly doing the work, but the explosion takes it down instead. And the rest of Flash looking to rally their support, but now it's just Tops in a 1 versus 1, I think, against Hoxie. But Keyword DRX looking to keep things going, and Bose might be resible here. Hoxie kept out in the cold.
Hoxie moves forward. Let's find the vehicle, but like you said, Tops and his boy Bose back up on his feet. Nathan through, not cooked for very long, looks to use it as more of a distraction, but it is on target, almost hit the double. It's up towards the monster truck, and use those vehicles, so there's a little bit of cover here, the wheels, great position to peek off the back of. You know what, QXC is restful, only goes far, goes long.
Wanted it to stay up close to the vehicle. Less opportunity for some solid nade angles. The bounce looks good, but it only tickled. And he's stepping out wide. He's out in the open. Back to a nade, though. Hits the deck to stay alive. Doesn't go down to a spray. Hoxie there, under pressure. The monster truck keeping him safe. Another nade, another chance to find the knock. Forces him wide, but this time the shrapnel is just too much, and somehow Hoxie keeps it together for Keyword DRX.
Well, Hoxie just sending some lukewarm grenades. No intention at a single one finishing them off, but 4 of them, that'll do the trick. Aurora, carry on with Xion as well as Top. Still playing for Nigma Galaxy though, right? This is a huge game for them. Not only because they've made it quite far into this game, but because they have to claw back those points right now. Their first game was devastating for their points tally. They need to get a little bit more out of this one. Currently, Ulf is stuck a little bit further out the circle, trying to watch for teams coming in from this south side, which I think makes sense. Try and clear that area as much as possible.
Top is pretty isolated here, but then again, if Coops or Lord gets spotted, gets taken down by either Top or a player from Ulf, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to find something. Ketch has been spotted. That's coming through from the Ulf. No, hang on a minute. Where is that coming from? I think that might be Ralph who's taking shots out to Ketch, but Lord is going to fall down, and Top now can start to chime in, look to pick those points away. Indeed, he does. He gets that flush. He steals that point away. And that is nasty for Nick the Galaxy. They lose another, and they're down to 2. Ralph regroups with Coops, and Top sends away. They're now on the back of the queue against Ulf to try and move their way forwards. Do they have the gumption? Do they have the power?
Coops fully stimmed up right now. Frothing at the mouth, looking for those elims. Ralph comes in from the sidelines. Might just find nothing off the back of this, and it absolutely is the case. Coops now has to make a recovery off the back. 3 seconds left on that grenade. It goes slightly wide. Might just tuck itself back in again. Ulf, in the meantime, is trying to get the rest of their players back up on the sidelines. It could be big. Sticky grenade out next. Aaron extremely low.
Chucks, I think that went through the window there, nearly takes them down, but they're behind the shack now. The info that Coops was able to gather from Ralph's roll forwards was that the other angle wasn't quite paying attention, but now they've got the res, now they've got more, but Coops still has something left. He's charging forwards. Kelsey wants the res onto Aaron as the rest of Ulf are taking damage. That's coming through from across the way. Aurora, maybe even Q with the RX, and there he goes. Coops is on a tear. Ketch is down. It's just Scarface now to stand in the face. But can Coops get the angle? He turns around, confirms the points, and into the fight he goes.
This is the missing spearhead of the spear for Nick McGalaxy. He will finally go down, but you almost saw him there in the picture-in-picture. A tiny smile on his face, despite that being one of the most insanely pressured moments for any player to be in. And Ulf is taken down by it. KRX, 9 elims on the game. It's a strong one for them, currently in second place and looking to take first after this all does conclude. But they've got to deal with Aurora, who have been once again immortal in this match.
Top and Ziol have just been marauding around these east side hills for so long, and they're actually now playing fairly close together. These nades, the peak angles that they can take, probably going to be quite profitable. Actually, Hoxie being in that shack may be a detriment to them. With the position it takes on the circle, the next zone closes dead center. He's going to have to lead first. So when does he do it? He might want to try and figure out something now.
Into a 2v2 here. The all-round round. The fact that Aurora's played on the north side, they played back down towards the south, they have made a lot of plays that other teams try to go for and were unsuccessful in. It is magnificent, but they are down to limited materials. 3 nades, 2 smokes, 3 nades on top. Two trying to move around the sides. You can get up towards the shack here.
Smart. I mean, they saw that rotate away from Hoxie, and Top was trying to get that off angle, but now has to step back in as Hoxie's putting Ziol under pressure. Top yet to step into the firing line, but draws the attention and disengages the fight.
This is good from KRX, so I love the layering with the vehicles. Had to be done there to ensure that, you know, it's difficult to get one sightline onto a singular player in the vehicle. Whilst you've got 2, you may as well use them. These nades starting to come through now, trying to get some damage done. Hoxie's back up to 70%. That nade's on target. It's beautiful here. QXC now has to deal with the other players. Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle.
This is what Top wanted to do originally. The pressure onto Ziol made it too hard. Another nade, and Ziol nearly takes it down there, but Top now has the angle. He's got them on a broadside. Oh, insult to injury. Take down the down player first, but it is a duo chicken dinner coming through from Aurora.
Aurora after that, they take second place. KRX obviously shut themselves up in towards first. It's a really good game so far from KRX over the 2 matches. I think what we've got to take from this is the consistency these boys have been able to put out compared to other teams, but Aurora certainly shows that these guys are here to play.
Goodness me, such a problem on that east side. Their crowning moment was the pressure that they put on 4th Thrives on their eastern side, moving down towards the hills and forcing 4th Thrives into an unfavorable position. really nothing that they could do about it at that stage, but what a pressure that those two players have.
Oh yeah, I think it's scary to play against. It really is. It's that fear factor sometimes that can be awkward to play around. Not a single moment was there where we didn't see KRX under basically the hydraulic press of those two players, constantly switching positions, constantly making it very, very difficult to work with. Even when they layered the vehicles, instantaneously Zol's ready and waiting to back them off those angles. Cool stuff, very, very cool stuff. And instantly after they backed off, the boys just instantly went elsewhere. So you immediately had no information once again. Again, that's that veteranship coming through from Aurora. They've played a lot of these moments before.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing, and I mean, it was, you could see how aware of exactly what pieces need to be where when Top regrouped back over after that flex out, and then he was like, oh, we got to knock, now I can do that exact same play. They knew what they wanted to do, they delivered, they executed, and as a duo, they are still a terrifying force to behold over on Erangel and many, many other maps as well yet to come. That was really, really great stuff towards the end. I really enjoyed that finish. I think it was pretty classy.
It was very, very classy indeed. And for Ulf to go down to Coops, I mean, again, I'm super happy that Coops is here. He's an awesome player. It's great to see him at PMWC. Four Thrives, I liked the gameplay. It felt like there was a little tiny itsy-bitsy bit of overconfidence there from Hozaifa as he went down towards that south side. I mean, fair enough to them. They're feeling themselves. I would much rather a team was feeling overconfident and pulled that back a little bit. But yeah, let's head over to an interview with Falak to see how he is doing today, which honestly has been fairly good.
All right, thank you very much, Kalaris here for PMWC for EWC 26. I'm with Falak, the man himself, and I want to talk about game one here for that Rondo match as a whole. Because Erangel wasn't too impactful. Let's talk about Rondo. You guys were on the west side for quite a while. UK was north of you, and you were a little bit stuck in there, but you kind of made a good meal of it. So what was the game plan for Four Thrives in those moments?
Our game plan was pretty simple from the start, that we have to hard drop, take kills, and just scout, like whichever places are free, we were just scouting and rotating according to them.
Okay, so, I mean, in that game, 9 eliminations for Falak here, looking for an MVP already by the looks of things. Do you think that it's going to be, there's going to be challenges from other players if you're able to put those kinds of performances, or is it going to be the Falak show alongside Four Thrives?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a problem for other players if I be consistent, then yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Falak, for joining us here. I'll let you get back to your team. Obviously, plenty more games to come here at PMWC at EWC 26. That is Falak here from Four Thrives.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better keep right, I'm champion. Yangon, Galacticos!
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. Why one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Fight till you make it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
As if there was any doubt Aurora will end up showing up. It doesn't matter if it's Refis, it doesn't matter if it's Top, Seoul, or Doc. As Top and Seoul were able to finish off that match right there. They get their first win. Actually, it feels like in a long time, unless we go back to PMMI. But for this squad, This is what I wanted to see out of day one, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good win, right? Of course, making it as a duo, Top and Seoul making it happen. I feel like everyone on that team could have made a duo win happen eventually, but really happy with the overall performance from that squad. But you know what? I feel like the reason why they got that chicken dinner genuinely, and I don't know if you would agree, Nipch, on this one, is because a few teams did do a few fumbles here and there, especially Flash. I feel like if Flash take up that hilltop, no way Aurora come out on top and get that chicken dinner. But so many fumbles were made throughout the entirety of that game. Aurora, as a duo, come out of nowhere and snatch away that chicken dinner for themselves.
They did indeed. I really liked how they were playing as a duo, right? So many teams we see, if they're a duo, they keep very much themselves, very compact, don't want to make too much noise, don't want to be seen. Aurora went and took it the other opposite direction, right? We had Seoul on that anchor point in the middle of zone, then you had Top running around, fending off Enigma Galaxy, going, hey, you don't want to come up here, I promise it's going to be bad news for you if you do. He did the exact same thing with KRX, and in the end, that is what won them 17 points in game number 2.
And that was a team that was also able to put up a good amount of points. Honestly, KRX with 9 eliminations, 15 points totals, Lace.
And you know what I have to say to that? Sorry to everyone's ears at home. I just
great insight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Very nice.
My chicken. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
That was just my notes for that. But no, look, Hoxie was able to obviously go into contention with Flash. This team right now is using strategy to their advantage. And unfortunate for Flash, you know, it was kind of that contention having both of them together. But it's the Hoxie show today. Was able to sort of hold off that and revive the team and have them sort of get back into that game. I liked how in this position here they were able to cause the smokes to move positions against Aurora. They sort of scouted them first in this part, but obviously, you know, being on that lower side of the ground was a difficult feat heading on in, and obviously Aurora did read that incredibly well. But I mean, for this duo to be able to compete against the likes of that, I think they did incredibly well moving to that final zone.
You're talking about Hoxie, and I want to say Hoxie was great, especially in that fight versus Flash, as you mentioned, but also early on versus Al Ula. That was a speed run. That was a PUBG Mobile. What was happening on that? Yeah, okay, I agree. Good point. But no, really, that fight, he creates an opening opportunity by getting a first nade knock onto Alula. Then the entire team, Nipchur, just rocks up. They nade them all at the same time, and you blink and you miss it. All of Alula just fully eliminated. One of the quickest fights I've ever seen on the global stage. What the hell?
Yeah, and that's how you want to do it, right? If you're going to go in, you got to go in big and instantly, because you want that team to not have any recourse at all. You want them to not know you're there, and then the next minute they are thinking about what happened in the lobby. That's how you want to play PUBG Mobile. And yeah, exactly what they said.
That's exactly what they said. I want to actually rewind a little bit to some team that wasn't there towards the final, but they did improve on their performance in regards to eliminations. And that was none other than OG. OG being a little bit more aggressive, kind of what I want to see out of this squad. Ended up with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, it was a lot better. We did see the full send. There we go. Full send. There was a couple of moments where we saw, okay, so Knox, okay, they're taking fights a lot later on. It is nice to see. That's what I wanted to see, a little bit more of that aggression coming on through. I think Rondo for them was really more about just going, okay, we're here. How is this happening? What's the plan? What is the vibe? Bringing that one back. Ooh. What is the vibe of the event? That's what you want to know.
Yeah. might as well just add some movement to it. Max.
Yes.
Lace. Neptura.
Yes.
We're gonna talk about the NA King, none other than Coops, baby. Because he ended up showing up, he's back. Enigma Galaxy being able to respond in a big way, especially with what happened early on in Rondo. This is what we want to see out of Enigma Galaxy, especially with the way that they were playing too. They were playing a lot of edge early on.
Yeah, I mean, during PMJ Season 1, the fact that Coops was not able to play for that team, it left a void, right? And it was felt throughout the entirety of the tournament for Enigma Galaxy. But he came out popping off against Ulf there. This 2-2 split, like, he's Pinsent. There's no way he's going to survive. But you forget one important point. He's Coops. He's built different. And he just comes out beautifully able to get himself those 2 eliminations, and he knows I'm maybe not going to make it to the podium, right? And he just tries to secure those 2 eliminations on Uf. He knows when he has to give up to secure as many points as possible. It's a great mindset to have here at PMWC.
I didn't know if you knew this, but Coops hold chickens, and chicken winner dinner. So I think it just goes hand in hand.
It does.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what we need? We need a counter for how
Yeah.
many times we actually have the chicken sound throughout the day. If you're able to keep track of that, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Share it on social media. And I'm still waiting to see some edits. Means by Kainat, Leo, I'm looking at you. I want to see those edits with the gun sounds from Max and Neptura earlier on. And later, we might even get Lace into that. And Don't forget, use your predictions as well on the EWC Play app. But now, I want to see the predictions. I want to see, no, hold on. Let me rewind that. I want to see the overall, because with the overall, we're going to be seeing KRX currently with 28 points. Aurora Gaming there tied up with 4 Thrives at 23 points.
I can hear Kalaris saying in the background, the South Korean overlords. Yes, he's so happy about it. I mean, clearly they've been looking so good. Hoxie, we talked about him this game, but Binny had some great moves in Rondo, even TRE from time to time, so I'm very happy they can be #1, especially without a single chicken dinner, which I do believe, spoiler alert, they might get eventually throughout the entirety of Group A, but this is looking like a stacked top 5 for all gamers. Niptra, I know you and me were pretty hyped about this team.
Yes.
Just shy of making it top 5. They're going to come out swinging on our next Durango.
Oh, I can't wait. They have been looking really, really good so far. You know, the points don't necessarily add up to a really good game, but they have been making moves, which I'm really appreciating. I do want to go just very quickly, though, on to 4 Thrives there, is that, yes, in that last game, they did get a bit swallowed up in all the teams going to the same position. That's fair. However, we are seeing like 16 eliminations, 5 place wins. I don't like that.
Mostly from the Rondo too, right?
Mostly from the Rondo, exactly. So for me, I'm kind of just like, oh, I hope that changes quickly.
What do you want to see exactly out of 4 Thrives, though, since you don't like what they're currently doing?
I mean, they've been having some... Points is a great answer. Short answer, points. Long answer, I need them to continue to be a little bit more like that Rondo. They're more controlling into the end game, and then after that, you know, being a little bit more aggressive. I think getting swallowed up was not the best idea for Erangel, but, you know, into the next one, I need a little bit more of a Rondo.
The third party that they were able to do on Futia and Go, though, it ended up working out for them right up until the zone started pushing.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but I feel like it's more like decision-making into the sense just commit to your play. I prefer to see a full team commit to a bad play together than just being a bit indecisive, taking literally 3 fights at once. There was Furia, there was RRQ, and above them there was Aurora at that point, if I'm not mistaken. So there's too much going on. Pick a fight, commit to it, and if you keep 4 players alive, guess what? You can fight later on down the line.
You know who's not picking fights? Team Goat. They have had so many chances where they have gotten knocks and they are not following through. So, I mean, you know, they're having teams in contention on each side of them. And for some reason, they're not making those decisions that you're talking about to follow up on those knocks and then clearly getting third-partied. And something is going wrong with this team, because this is not the kind of stats that they are generally used to pulling in these sorts of tournaments. But I think they've got like three on the board. Like, this is not something we should be seeing from Go.
I know what the issue is. They don't have a hovercraft for Moxie. I didn't see it. This man needs a hovercraft. Get it, and they might get a win.
By the way, on the previous interview that we got from Kalaris too with Falak, that might be the most smack talk that I think I've heard Falak say since he ended up saying, Falak here, Rosemary here. But let's send it over to Kalaris and Jackie at the stage.
That's right, thank you boys. Of course, I'm here with Jackie to talk about some of the stuff going on so far. I want to talk to you about Geek and how they were able to play out that first game. High ground control, very important, really kind of spread out for a good while, and that win overall gives me high hopes for Geek here. What do you think?
Well, you were getting excited even in the green room. James was there effectively like some sort of brain box hooked up to a metaphorical cerebro, dropping mad lines and predicting what was an inevitably sick outcome. So you were always on that train, and it arrived safely at the proverbial station.
Yeah, it did. I think that technically 4 Thrives could have gone onto that high ground and tried to challenge for that, but again, you know, with that being a bit more of a dicey situation, IQ being elsewhere to kind of look into the opposite directions, bit difficult for them to make that work. So good start for Geek. Obviously going down to 3 in this last one, bit of a tough time to really make it work on Erangel, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's, you know, one of those big pivoting points, and the good thing about G's is if you have 2 of them, that's a good game. And there is another team with a G in the name that impresses me, but we've had some disagreements, James.
I think disagreements is the right way to describe it, right? Because I think that they replaced 4 Thrives at PMMI, kind of got 23rd place, but you think the GOAT team is on the ramp,
Look, all I'm saying is, much like skateboarding, you've got to start, get the gravity, hit that ramp, and you've got to go up for a bit. It takes a bit of time, right? You ever been on a roller coaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know when you get to the top, you can't drop if you ain't got height, so you got to ramp. And Maxman's been saying they are ramping for some time, and I'd be inclined to agree. GOAT, that spells GOAT. I think they could pop off, but
yeah, I'm on the Fuchs train. Where are you?
I'm more Moxie. The guy's got chutzpah, he's got charisma, and he's going to be rizzing up Paris, I tell you.
There you go. All right. Well, without further ado, it's time to head on over to the caster team here for our next game here from PMWC.
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready for him. I'm ready to get that Riz coming through from Moxie. We'll see if they're able to take it to the battlegrounds, though, as Erangel is our next match. It's our middle Erangel map. We've got 3 today. We've already seen 1. Let's see if things are going to go differently here.
I'm upset that no one talked about force in that whole segment. Dude's a madman. I mean, proper everything. He's the one pushing down roller coaster up the ramp right now.
You know what? We've got the whole game to talk about it, so we can show that.
I don't think that much.
Okay.
Well, like 30 seconds was around enough.
You know what?
Yeah.
Pick a side. You know, enough of this fencing. We're going into this game from Novo up to Stalborough. Heavy east lean on the plane path blank. Places like Georgia Pole, pretty inaccessible. Saverni, though, for Aurora should be pretty chill.
Well, I mean, they can do both, right? They could easily do Sosnovka. I think for Aurora, Sosnovka drop here wouldn't be a bad idea. Depends how much success they have in Saverni. You got the loot truck over there as well, so potential they want to lock in on that. But it does seem like Aurora is dropping out up towards Sosnovka. After all, Geeky, not doing badly. Not doing badly. I think that they have the right idea of it. There was that game we just saw where the greed did come through, right? We saw the eyes turn gold for a second, and then quickly they met their demise soon afterwards, the old misers of those locations. But I do think that for Geeky there was right maneuvers being made. It's just some of that inexperience here and there is going to bite them in those situations. I 100% know some of those teams would have regrouped a lot sooner on that spot. Ulf also, it's a bitter pill to swallow after that last game versus Coops. But yeah, it's a tough position to play inside that shack. That's all they really had to work with. I don't think they had too many vehicles either, otherwise they might just set up a bit more of a junkyard in that location. This time around looking for small points. But again, it's shaping up quite nicely on the leaderboard. It's nice to see South Korea up in front in first place with KRX, but Aurora, 4 Thrives, Ulf, All Gamers, OG's even up there, which is cool to see. These are sort of the teams we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be looking out for it. The circle did pop during that blank, and it is heavy southeast. It looks like we're going to all corners of Erangel today. It does cut in a majority of, well, all of Novo, a little bit of that military island as well. So access is potentially there. Could potentially see some hovercraft rotations. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what a hop! He's mad with it. Looking good, but the bullets now ringing out from the high ground. But the jet force not hitting for quite a while there. We'll finally be able to put that one to bed.
Yeah, gets him eventually, but might have had an easier time if he had the Ninetales Fury AUG skin, which you can grab in-game today. Make your rolls, make your pulls, try and get that skin, because it does look mighty nice. One of my favourite ones to come in the game so far. Everyone knows I'm sort of biased towards anime skins. Okay, it genuinely is a really good one. But RRQ is on the send-out currently. You do have Thunderzork down towards the south side. They're currently playing Military. A good spot to start off with here. You have a lot of Sosnovka actually pulled into this one, but it's the amount of water involved. Hello! We are live from Paris currently. A lot of fans here with us, which is nice to see. Joining right from the beginning here to support their favourite teams.
Real mix of support from lots of different teams, fan bases. Love to see it. Getting in and amongst it. Neva Galaxy taking down the loot truck, grabbing themselves some goodies from the back, making sure they've got everything that they need, and they will be able to burst those doors wide open. Plenty of ordnance to send down range. And they go. Coop's going to be taking on the center there. Is Max going to be happy? Is he going to get an MG3?
I mean, Ralph's just got a shotgun right now, which isn't ideal, but did get the level 3 vest, which might help him live for a little bit longer when he makes those crazy crashes like he did versus Ulf. Definitely a good distraction, though, to allow Coops to explode onto the scene there. But yeah, what I was talking about is a huge amount of water that's involved here. It is a gargantuan amount. And I think for a lot of players, they're quite salty about it, just like the sea, because this is giving very few areas to play. And as you move over towards that southeast side, you're on that slope down towards Milton Power. You have the Deadwoods. This is not a very fun area of the map to play in terms of when you've got 16 teams all in play right now, which is why you're seeing a very slow rollout. Most teams realize they're going to be playing Edge for a long time off the back of this one.
Long enough to maybe see those two of our youngest fans in the crowd grow old enough maybe to play in these tournaments themselves. It's going to be a little bit of a slow one, but all for making their way. Nick Galaxy is starting to break away from Potato Hill now as well, looking to try and get away from Pachinki. On the north side, Flasher pushing in past that mansion prison area. Draw short on the south side of prison, around those shelter entrances.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we got some loud fans in the crowd today. We got some chanting of 4T, which is always good to see. I mean, they've got some good fans as well. They deserve it for some of the performances they've been putting up so far. 23 points currently. Again, we got to back it off a little bit though coming into this game. Pull back on the gas, right? I don't think they need to go too hard just yet. They have some strong players on that team, and they have the consistency to work with. And I agree with Seven, it's probably the most smack talk I've ever heard from Falak before. He's a very respectful guy at the end of the day, despite being such a menacing game. But yeah, it is funny that for Falak, smack talk consists of, yeah, if I am consistent, you are all going to have a horrible time.
I think that's, to be fair though, I kind of think that's true of maybe any player in this lobby.
No.
It's about it, but it is that consistency is so crucial, right?
Well, it depends what your consistency is.
Yeah, okay. I'll say at least 50% of the lobby, if they are on a consistently performing day at their sort of peak, yeah, absolutely. Anybody on their best day could sweep a lobby like this.
Hey, but okay, let me picture this.
Okay,
let me throw you a curveball right now.
All right,
take Doc. Put Doc on his best day. How many other players really live up to that hype?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? If Doc's on his best day, yeah, nobody stands a chance.
How many, if we say everyone else is on their best day, still how many players live up to Doc on his best day?
Okay, yeah, fair.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You picking up what I'm putting
there? There are levels to this.
There are levels.
You know, there's Doc, then there's maybe Falak, sure. Maybe Koops could potentially step up there. He's been a long while coming, but I liked the little rev of the engine in that last match towards the end. But he was allowed to unleash. Weirdly though, they are completely split right now. I feel like this is something that happens with Nick Galaxy way too often, is that they just split 2 and 2 and they're opposite sides of the map.
You have to give these guys a little bit of credit right now. This is a horrendous rotation to be making. Everyone knows it's really difficult to play out here. This is a fairly central location in the circle. You leave 2 players behind to try and get looted up as much as possible. Nick Galaxy, and then you just make this wild approach. If anything, this has worked out ridiculously well. They have 2 players over on the coastal side down towards Milton Power. If this continues to move southeast, this is not a bad spot to play. And now you have an anchor point to play off the back of. So Nick Galaxy here, they take a huge gamble. But again, for them, gambles are required considering that first game they had of the day, which was so terrible. But they managed to get 10 on their second match. And with this, they might be able to pump that up a little bit further. So I actually don't mind this. I don't mind this.
Push up those points, get a little bit more amongst it on the tables. It's the backstop for Nick Galaxy. Look at a regroup. They've got about 3 kilometers to go before they find their other duo. It's a long road ahead of them on the south side, potentially fraught with danger.
Step 2, yeah.
Yeah, this is nuts.
Maybe we can get to profit, but yeah, step 2's got to come through first.
Yeah, and they've got Aurora behind them as well. This is a pretty nasty spot, I think it's safe to say, for the backstop. The circle does go a little bit more land-based, but it still cuts in maybe 20% water here, Blank. Keeps that prison position in. The hills to the north of Milta up towards that lumberyard, the Deadwood as well. Teams are going to have to try and find their place amongst the trees. It is going to be quite close for all of these teams. A bit too close, I think, for most of their liking. I think that's that's 4 Thrives coming across the backstop duo of Nick Galaxy, but nobody's slowing down. They want to get into the circle.
There's a lot of places to play here. We are kind of focusing up around Lumberyard, so we have that high ground in play, which is going to cut out a little bit of a cone around that central area of this circle. You see, amazing, no one's playing up towards Mansion, no one cares about the bunker. Let's try and get ourselves as central as possible, work our way into this one. Not a lot of fights going through, teams more focused on the wheel. 10-2 right now to get into this circle. So we'll get a secondary close on this one. Coming up shortly. Enigma Galaxy move over further towards that northeast side. They are just about eking their way in. Comes up against a 40 though.
Good opener for them, looking for more against the Cypher, but they go down 1 and 2. Heavy blows dealt towards Geeky, but there is an answer, and it's Falak and the Cypher now looking to try and take on Samchi and Kevin from down below. Moving that hovercraft into position, but that could trap the nade in with them. A Cypher in danger, has to step in. Can hop out, can he go for the rest? No, there's another nade, and T24 is a goner. A Cypher stays alive though, with the protection of the hovercraft. It's going up in smoke, it's on fire now. Forced out, more nades. DK playing siege to them. IQ wanted to try and stay alive here, but he's bleeding. Falak's nowhere to be seen on this fight.
IQ's down to 4 thrives, go down to 2 once again. This is a real rough approach over the last 2 games. Even Ulf's getting involved now. They got some good shots there, able to do a little bit more damage to Zypher on a sticky situation. Alula actually not a bad spot. We haven't seen too much out of this team so far. All gamers were instant towards the center of the circle. They are playing around that Lumberyard area.
This is pretty good news for Kiwoom DRX on that north side. C4 thrives, losing 3 of their players early. A team that's chasing going down. Aurora also losing a player. They're pretty happy. Geeky going down to 2. First place is looking pretty nice right now for them. But remember, this is a chase for top 5 with direct elimination spots here in Group A and indeed in Group B after this. But it's always good to have an early lead. And that is exactly what they're going to be looking to do here. For Kiwoom DRX on the north side, they are chilling.
KRX fighting right now. They are having a good time of it. Looking to push that points count a bit further upwards. Circle does move back down again. You know what? Enigma Galaxy again. Right. They've hit 7s across the board though. And it's worked out. It has worked out for them. They even got themselves a loot crate. I mean, that is lucky. That is a little bit lucky. But we'll see what they can get done with it. Because again, Enigma Galaxy has thrown away a lot of end games in the past. Even though they get themselves there. I think Coops is that secret for the source that they do require to get into those end games and play them out well.
This must be how Aurora lost their player. To orangutan there. Doc, yeah, just quite out the open. Yeah. Slow start of the vehicle.
You know what? Aru is looking really good today. I think for Aru, there was always that question for OGs that does the gun skill live up to the hype here at PMWC? Seems like these guys have been doing a lot of work in the back end here, and Aru is showing up as the leader. The Zypher will go down. It's 4 thrives now out. The first team to leave us here, 16th place.
Very tricky rotate coming through for them. They got split up. They couldn't quite convert over towards Geeky on their engagement. It looked like they had a really good opener, but the shots just weren't landing. It was unfortunate, but they do fall for it. Aurora, they're looking to keep things trucking low. Remember, we know what they can do with a duo. We've given them an extra player this time around. They're on 3. They've already opened up for an Elim. They're in a pretty cheeky little spot there as well. Controlling quite a lot of the open ground towards those Milton Power positions. Many Milton Power as well. The warehouses on their south side. It'll be a pretty powerhouse spot.
In Milton Power. Stalking for Ulf. They're playing the bridge side down towards the side of the crates. It's not a horrible place to play, but it really depends on the next circle, right? It's so hard to know where it's going to go because it's still folding over towards Deadwoods, it's still folding back the way towards Milton Power, as well as Mini Milton. I'm curious to see how they want to play this out. Goes really trying the elastic band both ways. They're dead center of it all. Good shots though from GenForce. I mean, we've been on a bit of a tear today with a massive recovery over on Rondo. Now looking to put the hurt in over towards Flower H.
Just a couple of pedals left on that rotate there, but somehow managing to escape with a little bit of life left in it.
He knocks me no.
He knocks me not, seemingly, the conclusion on that one. I can get some healing down. Sprout anew. So with 3 players alive on the west side. Gaming Stars nade over towards X-Force Rejects. And another one puts the cat amongst the pigeons and takes down Shiva as well. They're not going to be able to get this forward duo back up. Look at the backstops. They're not for moving. Not one bit.
My goodness me, what a horrendous circle. Sent over towards the northern side. Kelsey needs to live this rotate though, needs to get back to the rest of the team. As a forward, they have a good time. Great shot from Aaron.
Where did that come from? All right, all pulling it out the bag, as well as Enigma Galaxy on that south coast side. They could sweep through. Furia looking to try and challenge, could be a little bit difficult to deal with, but I feel like Enigma Galaxy have the inside track there. You're right though to highlight that Aaron spray. It was pretty nutty. The guy is insane. You've talked about being his biggest fan. I think you can be proud in that title right now.
Well, again, the speed at which he identifies the location, understands that this is a shot that he needs to hit right now versus Gaming Stars to ensure that Kelsey gets back to the team, because they know of all people inside this lobby that they have a fantastic chance, at least a top 3 here from this position, but they need to be a 4-man. They have to be a 4-man. Kelsey gets back towards the squad, and this is a great start for them. The rest of the teams will be starting to flow on in now. You've got Aurora down towards that south side, but likely they'll stick around here for a little bit longer, understanding the mini Milter as well as the compound down towards the south. Likely will move in the near future, pick themselves up a couple of eliminations there, and they might be the next circle too.
Okay, all right. I feel like if you made your predictions over on the EWC app, then if you put Ulf in, you might be pretty happy right now. It's a little bit difficult potentially if they have to move away from the coastline. I feel like if you put Enigma Galaxy in as a prediction as well, that could have been a pretty decent shout.
An outsizing one.
Yeah, I think certainly given the start of this match, right? But looking at the rest of the lobby, there is a lot more danger on the western side. Ulf taken down with a long-range shot from Mini 14. Might be readable though. And Ulf are down to 2 active though.
Yeah, it's 2 players that went down to the front line. Basically, Scarface and Kedge absolutely have to instantaneously help there. It's not the case. Ooh, I mean, I think maybe the 2-2 split was just unfortunate. Alula also get involved, and this is a 4v2 if it comes down to it. Scarface and Kedge got a big old task ahead of them.
And actually, X-Force Rejects going to slow Gaming Stars potentially from getting involved as a third party on the north side, taking one of their players out. Maniac is down. We've got Kimu DRX on that north side as well, who've yet to fully regroup and make their way forward. A lot of pressure is going to be felt by the positions on the coastline. This southwest side that we're on board with now does need to conclude, as Flash are rolling around the ridge lines but not quite able to find the opener. They only have 3 players, and RRQ are waiting. They are ready to see who emerges from this one and how many points they can earn from it.
I mean, respect to XDZ, I would 100% feel like that was the knock as well. Looked away in that moment. More pressing matches ahead of him. As Zeus backs down. Thunderdog also shots over towards Furia. Furia getting absolutely decimated as they try and pull out from Milter. Now Enigma Galaxy, they're just going to play it off of the power grid here.
Oh, Orangutan trying to move parallel to Flash. HEAL as well, but nobody's looking happy as everybody's losing players. 2 players on the back line may be resable if they're quick about it. Is Flower looking to pull a player back to his feet, but they won't care. DRX on that north side. They should just be able to tear this one through if RRQ don't get to them first, because they are slamming straight into the south flank.
RQ, yeah, you're right. They are absolutely rinsing squads at the moment, but good shots through the smoke. Will take down Fire to start things off. Oxy also took an unfortunate knock and will be flushed out because of it. Aru Wizgod looking to stay alive, but it's just down to Aru now. Molotov off towards the right-hand side. It's not quite on target. Immediately, Aru's going to swing round. Lepar has to win this. We'll find Aru. RRQ lives to see another day, but with just 1 player to do it. It's going to be him as the Wanderer inside of the circle. It's going to be close, but should get the first aid.
for more loot as well. Stage 5 is just about survivable for long enough. Hops in, pops the bandage as well. Doesn't have any stims ticking him up just yet, and actually he's going to go straight towards Aurora. Not in the zone either, so has to take a beat to try and get some healing done. Only 2 nades to try and find an opener, and it is just Ruthless in this location for the time being. The rest of Aurora looking to regroup now though, and it's going to get more dangerous for Lepar in the next 20 seconds.
No, I think the Galaxy can go all the way on this one. And it really could be a Galaxy big brain move on the early game to go for that rotate so early away from the rest of the lads at Pachinki. I love it. I really love it. I like the fact that they didn't feel dismayed after that first game. Watching Satan with his head on the pillow was pretty crushing for me, honestly, because I know how that must to come out with this kind of maneuver in game 3. Love it. I really do love it. And if it pays off, that will give them some great confidence into the future.
Or maybe it could be a false positive, you know, like this. It's so difficult to call things like that. Aurora suffering heavily. They are still 3 players alive, and all 3 are in the zone, but they're under a lot of pressure. This is Lepar actually doing the damage. Over towards Topsiol has popped all of those smokes around her to try and keep his teammates safe, and I think they're going to get this res. Gaming Stars under pressure as the Kawum DRX managed to move into position, but look at the step up. Vinny gets rebuffed, and it might just be going south for the Koreans. TRE just has to stare from behind the tree as Benny falls down on location. 2 players now, and the north side getting dismantled. Gaming Stars holding strong. The nade doesn't connect.
TRE still alive here. Next nade might be on target. Explodes by the side of KRX is down. Gaming Stars right now looking awesome, but are now down to just 2. All for Weather the Storm, but man, they would have loved to have more players up there. And it was very livable down towards that south side. I think they wanted to keep tabs on that northern edge, though. It is just really good shot screen from Gaming Stars to 1-2 punch both Kelsey and Aaron. Again, potentially a moment there where one of the players should have just dropped back, smoked up, rather than trying to re-aggress on that trade. But we didn't quite see exactly what happened there, so we just don't know. Next circle comes through, the Galaxy have to move. The only teams outside the circle right now. Aurora look to back it out slightly, but it is just sitting ahead of them from Thunder Talk.
I think they're going back for vehicles here. They want to get a little bit of speed into this one. They are the only team with 4 players alive. Looks like, yeah, they're going to step in. He's waiting for the right time. Okay, yeah, they're recalculating, recalibrating. And they're going to try and move forward. So you imagine that they're going to be trying to pop smokes potentially over towards Goat's direction.
Vehicle.
And down the hill, they're covering their rotate.
Ralph's going to stick behind. Makes sense. Sitting's directly underneath, not going to cause any problems. One vehicle does move up. Gets into position. Some damage sent through.
Ooh. If one of them takes a heavy hit and drops down to try and preserve the health bar, it could be that Sitting's just going to wait and take those shots. He's still in the zone and he hasn't made a move for a long, long time. I don't know if they're aware of his position.
Ralph is back. They know roughly where they're coming from now, and Ralph opted to stay behind just in case, but he is approaching it very difficult to get on his belly and snake his way in. Smoke's going to have to be used here to get him up into position. For Go, these buildings are crucial right now. The game will slow down massively, at least for the time being. Aurora's got a coupe to work with, that's about it. Not the most defensive vehicles either, that will go up in flames pretty quickly.
Depends who's taking shots, because I don't think the Galaxy can go for the full volley at the moment. Don't necessarily have the angles to go for a full team volley at it at the moment. It depends on where they're trying to go for Aurora, but I feel like they've got a little bit of time, maybe about 5 seconds of runway to play with before they will just go down. And 5 seconds is enough to do quite a lot.
Sweep round. A little bit of information. See where those shots do come from. They have the sideline slightly good from Go here, but as they move further down the road, it becomes not so much. They almost have to play it alongside with Go because Go is so secure in this location on the southeast. Enigma Galaxy knows that too. They're waiting for the next circle to pop, which is taking its sweet time. There's the MG3 jump.
Yeah, it was, I spotted that one earlier in the Eden feed. I forgot to bring it up, but they did manage to pick that one up, I imagine, very early from the loot truck in Pachinki. Maybe marshalling it ever since the hands of Satan. He's on in, trying to find the player, sneaking his way through. Not quite connecting this time. Gaming Stars, the team to draw our current tabletoppers to a close. DRX did fall to them. They couldn't quite push through on the north side.
They know there's another team because they didn't fully finish out Ulf there, so they know the rest of the squad must be further down. Oh, you must be joking me. It drops over towards Enigma Galaxy on that southeast side, but for Thunder Talk, 3 points. 3 points.
They should be able to survive probably up into a third place off of this. Aurora still taking so much trouble from Lepar. I think with this circle though, for Aurora, what are your choices here? Is it just go for go?
I mean, you could probably try and rock up over towards where Ulf is playing on this north side. It's a hell of a dash for yourself, but if you can try and get yourself in and amongst the rocky outcrops, is probably the best way to go. Because if you try and crash Enigma Galaxy, you get shot at by Go, and Go is going to be a hard crash and a half.
Well,
they're going to go for it, but 2 players go down instantly. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no good option there for Aurora. But Kirum DRX going to be pretty happy with 8 teams still alive. It's only a single placement point that they would find, so they may just be able to maintain their spot at the top. It really doesn't feel like there's 8 teams alive in this circle blank. There's so many stragglers and only 1 team with 4. Of course, Nick the Galaxy.
8-2 go down to 4.
Very, very quick. And remember, there is still that solo, so it's pretty much 3. Thundertalk leaving their lone rep down on the bottom of the cliffs. Shotgun in hand, cowering beneath the rocks.
Yeah, I like how I gave a little bit to his force. He's just been off in this game. Okay, catch. I mean, what else can you do really? I mean, Enigma Galaxy has a lot of control here. Go's gonna have to push out, and Enigma Galaxy is fairly easily covered. It is wild the amount of water that's still in this circle, and finally we pull back to the benefit of Go. They're very happy with this one.
Keep one of their buildings in, although not all of them looking super happy. However, they're really not in any danger right now. They can just put their players around this building, not really worry too much because they know everybody else is over on this cliffside.
It's an impossible.
You think? You reckon?
Yeah.
I think with good circles, Goat might have a chance.
What circle are you looking for?
Southwest, southwest, southwest. Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
we do have to end the game at some point, John.
No, let's keep it going forever.
I mean, if they could, if we could get a stage 11, it'd be great, but I just don't see anyone else winning this. As we all know, when you play in these areas, as soon as you come out to this open ground here, it is a death sentence. If they had vehicles, maybe they could hit a flying V over towards the loot crate. They have to move now. If Go wants to win the game, they have to move now whilst they're fighting.
They have to read it, they have to get out, but do they have the smokes? Are they in position? Do they have the vehicles even to make this one move forwards? I believe that they do. Another nade over the top from Lord as the backlines are keeping the Galaxy on 4 players. Ketch gets rezzed, and now they're back as 2. Another nade goes long. They're not quite finding it. They're holding out. A nade forwards, catches them on the backline, takes them super low, but it's not quite enough to stop Coops and Lord rolling on forwards. And Lord is down. Coops is low. Where are Goats, Blank? Where are they?
I mean, to be fair, they left Saiyan behind with the MG3. That's a good weapon to hold on. But finally, they're thinking, potentially, we got to make a move off the back of this. They've been setting up this smoke train for quite a while. This is good, actually. Quite like this from Go. They have to take this opportunity. It's a little bit late, but again, it takes a long time to set up those smoke trains. Sitting is very happily looking for his 2nd place.
You can hope. 3rd place right now, guaranteed for him. A nice little boon to Thundertalk to get them off the bottom of the tables. Hopefully, a big nade takes a lot of damage off the MG3 angle as well. Over onto Satan, that's going to force him to go for the heel, and he's down. The MG3 out, and Ralph now is. building has got that high ground advantage to potentially find Ralph. The drop down came through from Lord as well. He's down in the water. He's looking for the last straggler from Thunder Talk. They kind of know where he's going to be now. They're scouting it out, but they may have overcommitted to this split. Lord needs to get back into an angle where he can contribute to this fight.
City is still here. Could cause a big problem for them. Way back up the hill right now. Like you said, getting the MG3 down is really bad news. Good shot from Coops once again. He has to be the man of the moment right now. Moves on the back line is a big deal for them. The circle is starting to push them in. This is where it gets hard. Goat wasn't able to create enough opportunity. Killer Joe with some good shots back that way. Putting them back and giving them a scare. Killer Joe does go down. Coops now steps up for more, but Boomsman's not suppressing the angle. The clip. Lord is down. Coops now under pressure, and they are melting underneath it. Thunder Talk, they do finally fall, but it's only one player. It's all up to Coops, and he's dropped down. Coops has fallen off. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it felt like they just crumbled like a stale biscuit underneath Goat's Hoff. Moxie looking down towards Coops. He's the final player left alive, and Goat is going to be able to get up to the 3-man. Where was Lord? Where was Ralph's rebuttal on that western side? And Coops goes down to the zone. Goodness me. Goat get themselves the win. I mean, Jackie was right all along.
Moxie hits them with the Riz here in Paris. They are able to find the chicken dinner on what seemed to be an impossible scenario. I feel like Enigma Galaxy just got in their own head.
Yeah, I feel like pushing Ulf wasn't a necessity though. I feel like the biggest threat came from Goat that game. That's where you should have been looking. That's where you should have been watching. As soon as you start seeing the smoke train being unleashed, be like, guys, you've got to come back. There's no reason to push that far out. Those players are going to come out to the open eventually. Goat will see them first. They'll likely take shots, and we can always just smoke off our angles versus them. We don't need these 2 eliminations, but we do not want to lose the chicken dinner. That's what matters more. Really unfortunate, really unfortunate. But that western side between Satan and Ralph, there wasn't a lot of pushback over towards those players.
I mean, I'm also slightly intrigued as to the reasoning for Lord's drop down there towards the end as well, because I mean, you have, unless he just lost his footing, right? This is after that had all happened and he climbed back up, but it felt like he needed to be on that cliffside in order to help with those off-fragments, to stop Goat running through, because they were moving tree to tree completely out in the open. Coops had complete broadside, and they were only able to find one.
Again, we can't take away from the fact that it was a pretty incredible rotation from Enigma Galaxy early on the game. I was very excited to see them win there. I'm glad that Goat took the opportunity when they did, because again, that's what we were talking about during the game, is that during that push up there, Goat's got to do something. Pan back, they're setting up the smoke train, really nice stuff, and then they pull the trigger on it. Foopsman plays off the back of the building top. Lovely stuff, really, really good stuff. Anyway, Enigma Galaxy gets themselves second place, but it's Goat who takes it all. Let's head back over to 7.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26. My name is 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than one of the GOATs. The GOATs of PUBG Mobile Esports, Scott. Scott, how are you enjoying Paris so far?
It's lovely, to be honest. I think it's my second time here, and I'm enjoying it. Then watching PUBG Mobile Esports at international.
Arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. As the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
They want that wrong place where you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
Four Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, some push damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
IQ's down, a T24, we're 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! It's done! And 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like we didn't feel any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win the back-to-back global trophy.
4 Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, 4 Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26, ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Тапай, нормально все. Окей, тапаю. Я пойду убивать его. Нет, не надо сейчас. Мы весимся. Право ног добей, автомат добей. Пятёк, да. Все, он под нами. Не дайте, пусть он не умрет от зоны. Так, значит, я закрюсь и упадем. Все, надо было страх. Все, норм. Тапай.
Go team coming out with the win on that one. Even earlier on, Boostman was able to stop Aurora from making a push towards them.
It was so nice to see. A great shot as well, right from the observer, going through that doorway, just seeing that double knock coming on through was very, very nice indeed from Boostman. But yeah, a really good win coming in from them. They did the right thing. They stayed in that compound. It was a really tough circle to be in that side of zone on, and they just came in, waited their time, and then were able to surround Nigma Galaxy and get the job done.
I mean, it was just a really good execution overall from GOAT. They were getting pincered at some point between Aurora and also the side of Enigma Galaxy. They're like, you know what? We don't want to take the fight. We're just going to regroup in the center, just wait the hell out of this game, and eventually we're going to come out with the numbers to just overwhelm the competition. And eventually, Enigma Galaxy couldn't do anything right. They get pushed over the cliff, down in the waters, like you can't do anything about it. I thought genuinely that was going to be an Enigma Galaxy win, but it was stolen away by GOAT Team in an absolute flashy fashion.
As much as we're giving props there to go, we got to give props to Enigma Galaxy. Once again, a great bounce back from what we saw in Rondo, and the synergy that we have seen out of this squad, Max. That's what we're going to be talking about, because when they were going up against Ulf, it was none other than Coops and Lord just working wonderful together.
Well, I mean, especially, of course, as you say, the highlight is Coops and Lord pushing up on those two players of Ulf, getting those nades, while one player's trying to get CQC range. They beat out Ulf in that fight. Execution-wise, 10 out of 10, but also keeping two players in the backside, Niptura, making sure that GOAT Team can't third party you as you're getting involved in that discussion was literally the play that kept them relevant until the very end of that game. If they don't do that 2-2 split and fully commit to Ulf, I think they instantly lose that fight.
No, I agree. I think it was very well played on those cliff sides. I think Enigma are a team that do that a lot. If the zone goes over there, they're right on those cliffs. So they definitely have a lot of practice with that, but you are really able to see how much that practice has been influencing them and making sure they're able to actually win those fights, win those games. So second place, I mean, it should have been a win in my opinion. It should have been a win, but second place is going to be really good, especially after the day they've had.
There's a bit of joy sitting in the water. He told them it's pretty nice. Again, the temperature's decent. Join me. We're going to have a good swim.
I mean, Sitting was there for so long, too. That man was sitting under a rock. Shouts to Barney. He actually told me that. Dad jokes. But for some of the other squad that has been kind of quiet, but they have been consistent today, is none other than Ulf. Ulf has been able to put up some great numbers today. 6th place, 3 eliminations. You might think that's actually not that great, 7. But slow down. Let me actually finish what I was going to talk about Ulf, because they ended up with a 3rd place, 7 eliminations, 4th place, 5 eliminations. So not a super pop-off performance out of this squad, but they are putting up the numbers and they are being consistent.
Exactly what we want to see from the group stage. You know, you don't want to see a team go all out in day one, then you're going to have nothing left for the finals. A lot of teams do this. Aurora do this. 4Thrives do this. We need to see teams stagger what they're doing, get that strategy, you know, bit by bit, day by day, add a little bit more as the competition gets more fierce. But for group stage, this is exactly what we want to see, just a few consistent points.
I'm a little bit annoyed at both usually at the start of tournaments, especially during PMWC Season 1. They play so split, they lose players every once in a while. They kind of did it this game, right, Niptura, with enough Fangolf gaming stars behind them coming in outside of Lipovka. I feel like if they don't lose those 2 players, maybe we'd be looking at an Ulf win here, but they are a slow starting team, so the fact that they still get decent points here, actually, 7, at this early on in the tournament, literally day 1 of PMWC, I'm not that annoyed, and I feel like they're still going to keep improving day after day going into this event.
That's the scary part with the team of Ulf, because we know that they can usually end up showing up when we go to the final day of group stages, and especially if they make it through, whether it's survival or where they're straight to the finals, depending on where they end up here in Group A. Another team that has been able to be consistent and is currently in 2nd place is none other than Aurora. Aurora has been able to put up those numbers, Max. It's a team that it's usually a bit of hit and miss, right? For that squad, we can either see a pop-up performance and just absolutely destroying the lobby, or just at the bottom. Right now, we're seeing a different Aurora that we actually haven't seen before.
It's working out. It's not the confident Aurora that's got like 4 players just steamrolling the entire lobby. So you know what? People are going to say I keep hating on Aurora, and I like the players, right? But
fairly so sometimes.
She's just posing on me.
Your side here, SMH.
Yeah, I think that they can do a lot more going into these games. I feel like they are able to capitalize because teams do slight mistakes, or maybe not as aggressive as they should be. I have yet to see the Aurora that I know can win championships, but it's still day 1, so there's still a lot of room to make it happen. But Aurora have so much more to offer.
They're currently putting up good numbers in regards to eliminations too, even though it's not a pop-off performance. 5 elims, nothing to be mad about.
I mean, exactly. This is what I was saying earlier as well. This is the kind of thing you want to see. Personally, I want to see from a day 1 Group A, something like that, right? That's what I want to see, is a team going, we just want to put 5, 6, 7 consistent points per game. That's all you need for group stage. you've got a very small threshold to get going in. So that's exactly what I want to see from them.
That's what I want to see out of them as well. One team that I want to see them stepping up here in the second half is going to be none other than Fortrives. They have slowed down since the first match. A big slowdown for that squad. They do have the best loyal gamers, or as I like to call them, the PLT squad. So we would like to see them being able to step it up. But I know Kalaris has been running around and getting some interviews with the coaches.
Hi, Kalaris here on day number 1 for half-time, and with Beitan here from PK, who got themselves that win on game at number 1. So, first and foremost, let's talk about game number 1 and how you guys looked at the game, what your threats were. I thought you were looking fantastic on that high ground in the north. What's it from your perspective?
Yeah, so for the first game, literally like we changed the way how we play Rondo since like the last 2 tournaments, and we wanted like to try something new rather like than go and take some kills, then recall and play like the other team. So we wanted like to play more for the position and control like a good position, and this is what we did, and at the end we got the result that we want.
Were you concerned about Fortrives at all from the west side? Because they could have maybe tried to go north, but they decided not to in the end. Were you concerned?
Yes, but I was listening to the communication of the team, and I understand that the team was calculating the risk and the priority every time, so they keep switching like the splits, depend the risk. So whenever like we see that 40 are trying like to be aggressive on us, we change to 1-3, and whenever we see that they are going back, we go to our counter side.
I love it. Awesome insight, awesome insight. So 3 games down so far here today. What's your overall outlook for how it's gone here for GK?
For us, as I told you before, like we have like different play styles. So in the second game, if you notice, we changed our play style since like the first game in Rondo, because in Rondo we tried more to control in the edge on something, and in the second game we did some mistakes that we need like to improve for the first for the next like 3 games. And I think like now we understand how we need like to play plus 3 games, because the idea of the middle of the lobby is more like clear for us right now.
Thank you very much, Beitan, for joining me here. Good luck in the next 3 games.
And here we go. The first 3 matches of the Group of Death are now in the books. Now to reach that second half. I'm Hot Jukes, and next to me I got my man Jackie. Big shout out to, of course, John and Blake leading the charge there in the first 3 matches. But you know what? It's our turn to take over the fight.
Yeah, they've let us in. We've got upstairs. We've got in position. We've got the overlook of the stage, the exciting arena, the plays that have been made already to get us hyped up, Jukes. And honestly, I think the best is yet to come with day 1.
Let's get it going. We are here in Paris, France. I love to say that the love is in the air.
Oh, yeah.
But while we were walking backstage, and I didn't feel very much love, I'll tell you that right now, because these guys are intense. I can hear the players talking to the coaches, figuring out what did we do wrong, how are we going to correct it. They got to start making those corrections right here, right now, as we get into the final air gale of the day.
Yeah, man, it's going to be intense out there, Jukes, and you're absolutely spot on. It feels like you could cut the tension with a knife as we navigated over to the casting overlook, kind of the perch that we're set up on, and it's a good spot to be. We'll give you the lay of the land of the competition as things go down here, and we'll be switching it up on you with our remaining games. But like we said, Game 4 is starting to kick off.
Here we go. We can see a beautiful southern plane path here, and these teams are going to be going to a lot of their normal drop locations. We got RRQ heading out the plane immediately. We know where exactly we're going to see a squad like Aurora head to, right there towards Sosnaka military base. But this is a really crucial game right here. The leaderboards, you guys can see them on the left. You got Aurora in second place with 30 points. KRX leading it with 32. But it was your boys, Goat Team, that ended up winning that last one, Jackie.
I do it every year, bro. I don't know how. I always get that feeling, that tingle in the air, and I could smell it. Goat Team. Yeah, it might be a slightly different roster. They've made adaptations. They're trying to see how they can improve, what they can do differently to dominate out there. And like I said, you got to ramp a little bit, but they're starting to get that speed now, Jukes.
There we go. And yeah, that last match was so interesting, right? We saw Nick McGall. Oh, I actually forget that. Let's talk about this, because it looks like we got a little bit of a hot drop situation. And X-Force Rejects are going to have the numbers, the shotgun. Oh, he misses it. Can he do something with that knife, though? He's going to have to make a huge play. Swan, oh, he tried it, but not able to make it happen.
Oh, swinging with the blades, coming in swiftly, sprinting by. Nice couple quick shots, get it dealt with, and already we're into a bit of action then on the drops.
Couple players going down early here. Really interesting. So it looks like, you know, X-Force Rejects are going to lose a player as well. So a good, solid trade here. But guys, make sure you join that Naruto event. Get some of those insane skins. If you haven't already, I'm telling you, the best collab PUBG Mobile has done yet. I am not kidding. You guys got to go check it out immediately.
It was cheeky. I mean, kind of reminiscent of what we saw there with the Naruto run with the blade.
Yeah.
They've been playing the event there. They're fired up for it. We'll see if we get too much action out of this as well. Close proximity from two squads that have been on the tips of our tongues over the course of the day. We had that beautiful interview from Kalaris there speaking to Geek, getting the insights. Obviously that's going to be GOAT Team fresh off the back of their prior chicken dinner in the last game. So if they get into a bit of a scrap early on, could be some heat on that one.
Yes, that is true. You can see GOAT Team starting to move up there. You got Killer Joe trying to find some sightlines. DK playing this very, very quietly. You got Ragnarok in the front line. He doesn't want to give away his position just yet, because if he does, GOAT Team could definitely realize that this player's isolated. Let's full send and get that easy elimination. So yeah, Ragnarok gonna have to play this very carefully.
Killer Joe on the move from the ground floor. Tommy gun in the hands, going to get a little bit of loot in on the go as well. But do they know what lies above on the upstairs floor? Moxie joining the crew, the molly's on point, Ragnarok burning as the flames start to emit. Quick drop out the window, Jukes, can he get a drop on them to reposition? Tucks in, hits the prone.
He's got to run for his life at this point. Yeah, I mean, they heard that footstep, they threw that Molotov, and Ragnarok was on fire. Instant smoke there. Hopefully his teammates are going to be able to get some sight lines on this and give him some support fire. But it's the Boops man with that off angle, making it so difficult to try and help Ragnarok here.
Good early pre-fire as well from Killer Joe, at least getting the fear into it. That's a response though. You speak of Foops, and this time he's been deflated early.
Yeah, I think that Foops going out here, you gotta just disengage. Yeah, just take off. You know, you lost a player. Now you're at a big disadvantage. DK are going to look to punish this, though. They are on the move.
Bad boy coming in swift. That's another knock as Force falls. Moxie just looking to get away and be the sole survivor. Like you said, though, Jukes, this is worst case scenario. It's not only one player gone, it's effectively the whole squad, bar the solo of Moxie, if he's given the benefit of survival here.
But yeah, I mean, survival, but for how long? I mean, his whole team done and dusted just like that. It's the worst thing, right? When you see a team like GOAT get a nice chicken dinner and then go into a rough game immediately after. You hate to see it, but that just goes to show, right? Just one mistake can instantly just be a domino effect to you going back to the lobby.
Yeah, we're in constant flux today as well. Things are going to be changing, right? Day one. Start to get the jitters out of the way for some of the squads, and especially for a team like GOAT, historically, it's felt like they've played much slower on those early games. They don't like to force fights if they can avoid it till late mid-game circles. So obviously running into an uncomfortable team to start there. Could they have got that pick on Ragnarok and Bill? Maybe, but that's not the timeline we're living in.
Yeah. Hey, great disengage from Ragnarok, though, right? I mean, he got mollied, he immediately put himself in a good position to get supported, and it was really that anchor, right? Foops, like, if he was able to get a knock there, it would have went the entire other direction. But, hey, hindsight is 20/20. Right now, we got Aurora on the move with 30 points in second place, trying to get into that northern side. This is a tough circle, considering that it could still hard shift on over to military, but I think if you're Aurora, you definitely want to put yourself in a good position just in case.
Little cut over there to the Moxie POV behind the wheel, just trying to keep his individual life going. Meanwhile, you can see some of the establishment of our other squads, like you say, Aurora on the move, getting themselves back down into a position to build on this one. There's your Ulf cameo as well, monster truck in the back.
There they go, yeah, Ulf on the move here. Everybody trying to center up. You got 4 Thrives already taking that beautiful bridge position, so they're going to be the anchor beings here for this one. If that zone goes south, they'll have a great position for it. I like what I saw from Aurora there. They went to that edge of that circle, just trying to catch maybe a sneaky player on rotation, trying to soak up some points. But when they didn't find anything, all right, let's go ahead and prioritize circle here.
Smart plays, talented squads that I think a lot of us want to see really get into that stride that we know they have. High skill ceiling jugs, and maybe they can build on this one.
Yeah, things definitely slowing down here, for sure. And it definitely should. I mean, it was kind of tough to see a couple players go out so early, but with the Southern Plane Path, sometimes you got some players just trying to do some split loot, and one little bad drop could definitely punish you. Still 58 remaining here, so still plenty of time. A lot of action to be had. Unfortunate for the side of GOAT. Yeah, we got X-Force Rejects losing a couple players as well. But we're still getting things going here. And you can see Alula Club right in the coastline with a super safe rotation.
Yeah, playing it close to their chest. It's going to bide their time on this one, stay in a very safe area. Map feed boding well for their timeline that's yet to come. Bit of a cut over as well. We can see what the setup is here. KRX, full win for the back line. Few shots, the info goes both ways.
Yeah, RQ just put some shots down range and say, hey, stay away. You know, we'll fight a little bit later as we get into those later stages. But this position has been taken. Next zone does pop, and it goes dead center. All right, so yeah, military definitely out of play at this point. We are going to go to Northern Ireland. You can see Aurora down south. Going to have to make that bridge cross. And on the other bridge, we got AGAL and EK going to have to make that late rotate.
Yeah, a lot of water in play here as well, so like you say, for 4 Thrives to potentially be able to build off the back of this one on that slightly delayed rotation over the bridge could get a bit messy as this develops.
Now teams just trying to put themselves into a solid position. Wolf are going to be looking for one here. A lot of open fields in this northern spot. Maybe they're going to be hoping that for a northern shift, but right now, 4 Thrives are going to be holding this hillside, and that is the dominant position in this zone. Beauty just forced to take the warehouse. Still a great spot as well. And we'll see just how this decides to play out in the next couple minutes.
See if Fallon can run it straight back as well with the incredible performance that he's had today. As an individual, been absolutely out there helping out, make some of the connections he's had have been brutal scenes. So, Fallon, will it be happening once again? Read from the distance. He's got an idea of the 2 squads that are in close proximity here. Put a bit of fear over towards Furia, but doesn't overcommit. Got the backup coming in now as well.
Yeah, here they go. Just everybody just playing some pop shots over, playing a little game of keep away. And 4 Thrives are going to have, I'd say, the best position in this circle so far. This is where the next zone goes. And yeah, Balak just putting some shots onto those vehicles. Going to make it very difficult for a team like Thunder Talk to rotate away from this. And I'm surprised we're seeing Thunder Talk take that cool. Actually, just an open air. I mean, yeah, they just got busted out on rotate. That's tough.
Might work out all right for the delay rotation there for GK as well with the setup. Hovercraft in the distance, jet ski up. Hey, that's a summer camp play.
There you go. He's going to be headed straight to that hovercraft. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I guess EK just abandoned that bridge play. They're like, you know what? Let's just try to cross the water here, and a hovercraft's definitely going to help do that. Meanwhile, Aurora going to hold on to this bridge, so they're going to be just edging through that circle little by little. Did see a little bit of action, though, in that elimination view. I believe that was Orangutan getting some shots downrange.
Even with the hovercraft in play here, it's the back line over towards the bridge side. Instantly, visually confirmed by Aurora. They won't play their card yet, though. Trying to catch you if you do go for the wrap over. Uh-oh, bit of a stagger there, Juke. Start to dump the magazines off the back of it.
This just goes to show you the level these guys are playing at. Just the tiniest mistake, just punish. Ragnarok, you know, still has that hovercraft there, but a lot of damage went into it. That's pretty much the meta at this point. Like, you see a hovercraft, shoot hovercraft. Yeah. Just try to take it out as soon as possible. AGAL playing it very close here to 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives are going to go
Moxie was last spotted as well. This could be a free pick onto him there. And then convert off the back of that if they're a bit to their placing. Like you say, Aurora do complete their rotate over, find a little bit of hard cover to get set up with a relatively acceptable split from them thus far. Furia still hunkered down, just listening out. The 4 Thrives just commanding a bit of respect from their setup. Good damage done, disarming some of the vehicles as well to make any escape plays far harder, Jukes. So strategic, if quiet, from them.
Yeah, it's smart play. It's good place right now. 25 points on the board. Just get a good position and just reach that end game. So they're hunkered down in the main coverage of these buildings, but those buildings are a little bit weak to that hillside. But for now, nobody's going to be making that push, because if you do, that's instant third-party city. So good decision for these teams just to kind of just wait things out, right? Let's just kind of move little by little, inch by inch, and then let the zone decide.
We love to party as much as the next person does, but a third party just don't hit the same, does it?
It does not. It does not. 2's a party, 3's a crowd. And right now you're going to see Aaron get shot out of the vehicle there. Nice shots there from Aro. Gets in big trouble, and Orangutan with the drive-bys, putting in work.
Yeah, the Bizzard game's ballistic already as the damage is being done, leading out full gangster as he lights them up. Scarface in the back though lets it rip, and that's the first knockback over. Looking to reset from this as well. 2 knocks on the side of Ulf. They got space and limited cover with the vehicles. Scarface is nailed on point for the reply though, and it is getting a bit uncomfortable, Jukes.
Ooh. And Gaming Stars with the third party punishing it. I think Orangutan had to really commit to that just a little bit quicker, but then you got Nigma Galaxy on the other side. This is what I'm talking about. You try to take that fight a little too early, and you're gonna get punished as Ragnarok gets naded, and Aurora Gaming are pushing into the zone.
Okay, Doc up close as well, cooking this one. Let's see if the shrapnel will be able to blow him away.
What?
Wow! How on earth has he been able to prevent damage from that divine intervention, but still slain with the same result at the end? So Aurora taking away space, locking down their safe area for now. Meanwhile, Goat lose their last representative as Moxie is out.
Next zone does pop, and it does head on over to that northeast side, and it is hitting the edge of that circle there. So pretty big hardship, especially for a team like RRQ that was sitting over there in Ferry Pier. They're gonna have a tough one moving into this next zone. KRX are gonna have to do the same. See how things start to play out. Those squads that are holding a great position so far, you got 4 Thrives sitting pretty, AGAL, Furia. Pretty much everybody else is gonna have to move on in as Maniac gets knocked to Alula.
Yeah, Maniac not dancing on this one. No smooth moves on the dance floor as Alula start to build off the back of it and see if there's anyone else they need to remove from the equation as they do flush through onto him.
There we go. Now we're starting to see that elimination feed light up. Enigma Galaxy, hey, putting in some work here. 5 eliminations to start things off. The most in this lobby so far. So they're cranking up the heat. Getting some points on the board. Definitely needed. Claws has eyes on Satando, and Satan, woo! Hitting that U-turn real quick.
Handbrake on that one, Jukes.
See ya.
He's burnt the clutch, but the damage is still being done, and Yusuf was tucked into the back for so long. They forget about him. Wow. He gives him a reason to remember the name. Headshot into the back. That's another one down.
That's how you do it there. Yusuf in the blue zone. He knows he's probably going to go out here, but is able to get 2 clutch points, especially if he gets this confirmation onto Claws. And they need all the points they can get. Nice shots with that Scar. Red dot, unfortunately getting taken out there by Quick.
It was Swift as well. Lives up to the name on the response from the Org as he hits there. The Claws off the back of being down. Eats it from the blue coming in as well. From a good start, it starts to unfold. Meanwhile, back over on a different POV, we can see Aurora continuing on their warpath. Doc's down right now. Needs someone to play medic, but the backup is on rotation. Trying to cut their losses as well and get out of there. There's limited cover with the shed. You can tuck in at least. But this looks brutal, Juice.
Yeah, his jet boss barely made it to that shack there. Emirata was on fire. Ziol is going to go ahead and get that res onto Doc. So Aurora pushing up from military. working their way little by little. They got 5 eliminations here. This is honestly where they work on their best. With the blue zone to their back, gun skill, the only solution to push into this next circle. Oh, they just got that one vehicle. Good for them. Okay, great. So they at least saved one. And they're going to have to use it because this zone is starting to close. 20 seconds left on the clock. Things are going to definitely heat up here in this next circle.
Start sprinkling in those spices. It was KRX just off to the left side as well, and it seems like Aurora, their eyes are lit up as they do get visual onto them. Few shots back over. See if they can equalize the situation here, Jukes, and begin to build. Alula going down as well. Zone shifting upwards, and we can see where things are going to go from here. Aurora may have to fight for survival up against KRX.
Well, let's get it. Let's see what KRX could do. They are right next to Aurora when it comes to leaderboard. So this is a pretty huge fight here. Aurora with 6 eliminations, KRX with 2 so far. Only 2 points separating the two on the leaderboards. And the blue zone is so far away from them. So this is a fight they just have to make happen. KRX getting in the vehicles. Are they going to push this? And it looks like they are. Vinny trying to find some angles here. Zol up close and personal. He's got to hit the shots with the shotgun. He gets one, but it ain't going to be enough. KRX gets the better of Aurora.
The lights have gone out for Aurora on that one as they are silenced by the attack from KRX. Even with the quick reaction with the shotty, it wasn't enough to save the day. The plays don't pay off. KRX can keep moving. Got to quickly get themselves suited and booted once again though. Restore the HP and then get a move on inside towards the new zone.
Oh, yeah, they better do it quickly here. This is their opportunity, right, to really lock down that first place position before they go into Miramar. RRQ, though, did a great job of just trying to slow down their rotation. Hoxie saying, oh, come on, Blue Zone, give me a break. Give me a break here. As Benny said, I can't even wait for you, bro. I got to get into this next circle.
Self-preservation, Jukes, it's got to be done. Keep the dream living for all of them if you can get into a better position. Thankfully, not slain by the blue. Would have been an upsetting way to go out. But the challenges are yet to come, buddy.
Yes, they are. They are still not in this next circle, and they got an entire squad of AGAL right in front of them. Things are going to get sticky here, especially when Nick's in the squad.
Oh, yeah. Always sticky business from him. Hits some sickening shots as well. We've seen it so far. Let's see if they can build back into a play like this up against the duo. Attention being taken off them, but Flower deals with it instantly.
Super annoying circle here for these teams. There's a lot of open field, very little coverage here to work with. That's why we're seeing so many teams out in stage 5. Usually at this level, we'll see a whole lobby with Flower Age. Oh, Vinny spinning out, and he's taking out the vehicle. Now it's Hoxie left for the squad of KRX, just trying to survive.
Smooth tracking on that. He's like first-class postmate.
Now for 4 tries, Nick McGallon to the rest of the lobby to try to catch up to these leaders.
And this is 4 thrives going in. Hoverhart in the back line. T24 trying to close the gap as the shots are coming through. AGAL already dropping 2 players. Flower H has been popping off. But what can you do? Man versus machine as the hovercraft is in their face. Valak looking to assist with the nade plays once again as they're getting blown down. Backline's good. Maple removed. And that's how you wave goodbye.
What a play from 4 Thrives, not hesitating, saying, you know what, we need to take this hill, let's take this fight, and they get it done. So 5 eliminations for them. They move up to 3rd place, but Furia applying so much pressure. They know if we're going to take them out, this is the time to do so.
The detonation from the hovercraft as well, leaving IQ low, but he can top himself back up. 4 Thrives certainly living up to the name, Jukes. They've been thriving in the lobby as individuals, but as a unit as well.
The crowd is going crazy here. We can hear the 4 Thrive chants happening just right behind us. Let's see if they can make everybody proud here and make pretty much a miracle play. These guys have no coverage. They're going to have to run in the wide open. best shot, honestly, is going to be if two other teams in the circle just happen to fight and they're able to sneak on in.
Just like that, the flash in the pan is put out. As they clean up. See you later, Furia, but the response back on. Shots coming towards them. Thrives advancing up as well, so we've broken off into this 2-2 fight effectively, Jukes.
It's the perfect scenario for Fourth Riders. Literally, this is the only way they move up is if those two teams fought each other. They did, and now Fourth Riders have a beautiful open angle to this side of the map. They got a good couple of hay bales to work with. Gotta watch out though, because I see Raouf there with that MG3. That's the weapon to have here in this situation.
He's going to be Raoufless. Absolutely giving it with the heavy artillery if they get in front of him, Jukes. So Fourth Riders want to play this smart. They need to be decisive with the attacks. Right now tucked in, looking for that window of opportunity. Scouting jump spot from Ward, just trying to get a read.
Got Team Flash just holding in the open. Look at that, Tots with the welding gun there, repairing those vehicles just in case. So that way they could possibly set up a little car wall, makeshift coverage here. No terraforming. And Arangel, gotta use what you got. And right now, I think WWCD definitely learned their lesson after that last game. Look at them, just single tapping, making sure they conserve onto all that ammunition because they could have definitely won that last one, but just did not have it in the bag.
Every bullet worth its weight in gold right now. A little bit of attack in the back as well from the pot shots they've taken on the vehicle. Disarm, a quick rotate for Fourth Riders, make it a bit more uncomfortable. It's a good split to at least have hard cover if they go for this rotation through the open. Furia starting to get some of the same medicine sent their way. You can't hold the wide peak anymore.
Slow things down. That is going to be the name of the game here. Oh, Sadan getting picked off from deep. Nice shots there, catches him underneath the buggy. And yeah, he's 100% getting thirsted here.
That's filthy. The angle he was playing for so long, forced off, it goes back out. That Elim will be stolen over by Flash. Guarantee that one. And rip an extra point away from Furia. The play itself was nice, but amounts to naught. Paris getting excited tonight as well. Day one, Jukes, and already it's starting to get a bit of energy in the building. Let's hear it!
Let's get it going, baby! Here we go! Oh, look at that. These guys are looking good here as WWCD is gonna try and do their best to stop Fourth Riders in this situation. Fourth Riders looking very, very set up. Team Flash are gonna have that edge side for now, but with Tots getting knocked here, that's gonna make things very difficult for them. Look at this, WWCD inching up little by little, using their utility, using that vehicle. Here come the nades now, trying to throw a red zone onto Fourth Riders. Fourth Riders in big trouble. Here come all the nades. Lore gets a knock on the high suffer. You got Balak now having to dodge those nades little by little. IQ in the back line. Now jumping in the buggy, trying to move out into safety here, but WWCD keep applying the pressure.
That's over 11 nades thrown, one after another, bombarding down, like you say, the mini red zone forming, keeping it uncomfortable for Fourth Riders, and Coops assists with a big pick to leave them in a risky position. Response back over. Ralph getting hit from the side as well as Flash. See their opportunity to try and steal points. The Fourth Riders cannot survive, they go down.
And WWCD continue to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. 12 eliminations for them. Now you got Team Flash Furia to deal with. Chief, wow. VS Sniper from long range. I don't know what he's going to do with that.
It's ambitious, but I respect it.
What else are you going to do?
Doing whatever they can, Jukes. As the action rages on, UMP from the back hits Flash. Another one goes down. Hay bales, the only cover you've got to play with here.
This is Enigma Galaxy's game to win. They have the circle here. Nobody is in this zone except for Fudia. And you can see Chief trying to get to that rock, maybe even possibly that crate. But this is going to be a tough rotation because Team Flash are staring exactly at them. But Team Flash, what are you going to do in this spot? You got no coverage. And Igor with that UMP is just applying so much pressure to them.
Even with the utility they had though, like you say, the angle just completely cut off if you want to go for an ambitious push out. So Chief effectively can't do anything unless they get in his face, unless they push towards him. It's not going to happen that way. They're chaining the smokes together, taking a bit of space. If you can somehow prone up, maybe get lucky with what's inside, could be a response here, Jukes.
Let's see, Top's trying to hit those jump nades. Chief gets knocked! And that's going to cut off that angle completely. Down goes Igor. Here we go. Team Flash versus Enigma Galaxy. Team Flash is 7. Enigma Galaxy trying to make some plays. Tops has to lay down real quick. Barely dodging those bullets.
I can't believe he survived that. The stand up, sit down, keeping him guessing with the moves. He's able to top himself back up as well. The heels coming in. Raouf paranoid on the peak, looking for the angle. Extends to the left, Jukes barely survives the contact zone coming in quick.
Oh, and now they're forced to run out in the wide open. They gotta make some shots, gotta have to make some plays. They hit the lay down, but down goes lower. Tops running in the wide open, but where's Coops? When is he gonna hit that shot? It's all up to him.
Coops down on the deck, Raouf moments away from death. Coops getting lit up. And that's Flash hitting it heavy as they come in with a chicken dinner live from Paris.
Here we go, the last Eric Gale here of day 1. And it's Team Flash getting that victory at the last second. That's one they definitely... Ooh, you can see the crowd going nuts. It's our time to shine, baby.
Hey, we're loving the energy, Paris. Let's keep that up. That's what we want to see here. That's what PUBG Mobile World Cup's all about.
Let's get it going. Hey, a great game, though, from Enigma Galaxy. You got to give it up to these guys. Putting up some great solid points, especially considering that our leaders ended up going down pretty early here. So you're going to definitely see some movement on these leaderboards.
Man, it's crazy how sick of a day we've already had, Jukes. Some of the storylines, some of the plays, right? It's been getting us enticing, but it feels like it still is a true day 1 where you're never really sure. You never know if there's going to be another twist in the narrative, another squad that might actually have a pop-off run. It's been one of the biggest things about the World Cup every year, because by the time we get here, that skill level just hits its peak.
And this is the place to be, guys. Honestly, if you're a PUBG Mobile player and you want to feel what it's like to be at the pinnacle of esports, here at EWC is the place to be. I am not even kidding in the slightest. Everybody here is so excited, and now you can see it, feel that tension though as it rises little by little. Just a quick reminder, it is going to be Group A tomorrow, right? So we still got 8 matches left to go for this group. Top 5 moving straight into the finals, and honestly, with all these squads, how well they're playing, I don't even want to be thinking about the survival stage.
No, man, that's something for Max Man to worry about.
Yeah.
They're going to put our necks on the line with that one, Jukes. It's too hard to call. The competition's been spicy. And it's crazy as well, having that human element, right? The body language. You can see some of the squads we expected big things from. Some of those egg-on-your-face moments where you got to reset. Big crowd, big stage, gigantic arena. So much noise, it's going to get you, but...
Yes, it is. And we can see we got James down in the field. Looks like we might get a little interview here soon. Side of KRX, but all these guys, man, just having to prep because, yeah, things have been pretty hot so far, but they're going to heat up even more as we're going to be heading into Miramar now.
Yeah, we're going to be changing that scenery, giving you more intense action. Those final 2 games of the day should be absolute bangers, but I'm glad we're here for it, Jukes. Already, it's been an exciting event, and you can only imagine it's going to get better from here.
That is a fact here. So now we're going to see how these teams are going to be able to adapt, and they're going to have to adapt pretty quickly, but I think it's time. We do hear from James and KRX.
Thank you very much. Yes, Polaris here, as I am with Hoxie from KRX, and of course I've got Maris as well here to do the translations. So my first question is for Hoxie. You guys at the beginning of the year had a very heavy roster shakeup in Korea. How do you think KRX came out of that, considering Nongshim Red Force looks very strong at the moment as well? So what do you think?
일단 헉스 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 사실 올해 초에 로스터 변동이 좀 크게 있었잖아요. 그래서 그런 로스터 변화를 통해서 좀 어떤 점이 좀 개선이 됐는지, 특히나 농심 레드포스 같은 또 강력한 팀들이 한국에 있다 보니까 좀 어떤 식으로 좀 개선이 됐는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 저희가 뭘 해야 되고 게임 내에서 어떤 게 중요한지를 잘 파악한 것 같고, 로스터 변화에는 오히려 제가 생각하기로는 좀 더 좋다고 생각해서 로스터 변화에는 문제가 없는 것 같고, 저희가 이번에 뭘 해야 될지를 잘 정한 것 같습니다. 이번에.
Yeah, coming this year, they had roster change, but I think the roster change actually went in our favor. I think we had a really good teammates. But that being said, I think we mostly focused on what we should do in game, what we should focus in the team play. So I think all the way we could make a cohesive team play overall. So I think that went pretty well so far.
Okay, fantastic. And talk to me about today's performance so far. You got second place to Aurora in the Erangel game as well. A good compound to be able to play that from. Talk to me about the team's perspective and if you guys thought you were going to be able to win out that game against Aurora at the end.
이제 또 마지막에 치킨을 좀 아쉽게 놓친 판이 있었는데, 그 오로라 상대로 사실 좀 더 잘했을 수 있을지, 사실 그 집을 먼저 먹으면서 사실 좀 더 잘 출발했었는데 좀 아쉽게 치킨을 좀 놓쳐서 그 부분에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
그 판에 대해서는 제가 마지막에 투척이 우리가 없는 걸 알았는데, 투척이 없을 때 좀 더 좋은 능선을 잡고 과감하게 했어야 되는데 그러지 못한 게 패배 요인이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so in the last one, I think we made a mistake. Obviously, we didn't have any grenades stuff. So when we didn't have grenades, I think we should have been more aggressive with taking more on the high ground.
Yeah.
So I think that way, I think we made a mistake by not doing so. So I think that was a takeaway from our that game as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Hoxie. Thank you very much, Maddox here. As we have KRX fighting.
This is all I've been hearing backstage, because the man from Enigma Galaxy is causing this team to fly up the leaderboard. You can thank Seven for that. He's been shouting it non-stop, and for good reason. Coops, talk us through game number 3. You guys do an incredible 2-2 split to push out Ulf Esports, obviously before that final fight against Go Team. What was going on in the comms? What was the decision to make that 2-2 split and get aggressive?
In the beginning, it was to send me as a solo to hold him, but we knew that they were like the main threat to us in that game, so we decided to send 2 to push them and 2 to hold the other team. And they had the calls just to push them, kill them, and then focus on the Go Team. But we lost the game, but it happens.
Did the Go Team just get on top of you too quickly, or was it like you didn't have time to reset quick enough, or was it just one of those things where you guys just got pushed off the cliff?
Yeah, we didn't have time to reset. Like, we had 2 knocks, so it was hard to reset, and they took they had a good game, good game, good team.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, game 4, you're in a huge open position. There's so much space, but also there's not much cover. You guys see 4 Thrives over to your right, incredible nades. You just absolutely bombarded them with nades, closed them out to give yourselves loads of space. How was that kind of opening that kind of space up to create such an incredible position for yourselves going into the final stages of that map? Talk us through kind of like how Ralph was kind of leading the charge, as it were.
Rauf, he told us to save our nades because later in the zone they'll be all stuck in one spot, and so as soon as they went to that one spot, we all just threw nades on them and we killed them like in 2 seconds basically with the nades.
And that was it. Fair enough. Finally, before I let you go, buddy, you didn't have an opportunity to compete at PMGO this year. However, obviously you've rejoined this team for this event, this LAN. How have you got yourself prepared, both mentally and obviously amongst the team, to come into the event like this and perform so well straight off the bat?
Of course, we had a tournament before this one, Macau, and we didn't do great. So that kind of like woke us up to do better for this World Cup, because obviously everyone wants to win the World Cup, and so did we.
That's a fair point. Short and sweet, love it. Coops, thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck to the rest of your games today for Enigma Galaxy. But for now, we're going to go somewhere and we're going to be back with more PUBG Mobile for you guys. See you later.
इतने ग्रेनेड थे इन लोग को, मुझे पता यार कितना ग्रेनेड थे इन लोगों के पास, खत्म ही नहीं हो रहे थे। possibly like.
Flash was able to perform so well, but hang on, where are we going, Barney? Oh, it's coming back to us.
Oh, hi.
Okay, there you go.
Hi.
Now we're back where we
We're
belong.
somewhere.
We ended up going somewhere, and it's none other than here at the studio with Lace, Maxman, Natura, and the 7WG. Team Flash was able to perform so well as that last game, but honestly, KRX has been performing really good so far today.
I mean, all of SEA, SA, all those regions doing really good right now. But yeah, KRX were looking absolutely fantastic today, and it's really good to see it during the interview how they were able to build back some confidence and strong team play after all of these shuffles they had at the start of the year in careers, like the big Korean shuffle. But this fight in particular, this was game 2, the first Durango of today. Al Ulat crashing into God compound onto KRX, a lot of smokes coming out, and then you see Hoxie instantly getting the knock onto quick. They push up. The reaction time of this push is absolutely incredible, but then the nades, 1 grenade, 2 grenades, 3 grenades coming out, boom, squad wipe. One of the quickest fights I have ever seen in this esports. What a play from KRX, so damn impressive.
That's very nice. Very nice dates.
I'm happy you enjoyed that segment.
We want very nice dates.
It's a great.
I'm okay.
Great names there from KRX.
Yeah.
But Team Flash, I'm gonna have to send it back to you, Max, because with this squad, I mean, we finally saw what I feel like you've been wanting to see out of Team Flash. That they can frag out, and not only that, they can also win games, because it has been a bit of a hit and miss as well at the start of the day. They ended up securing the top 5, but besides that, they were really not performing that well.
I have one thing to say about Team Flash, right? Wow, no, okay, moving on. More serious, no, they get 20 points here, and as you said, right, a little bit of a slower start, especially that first Durango off today. I feel like a lot of indecision being made. But the way they control the eastern side of that field, which I was a bit skeptic, if the circle doesn't favor them, how are they going to make use of that field? And you know what? I was actually slightly wrong with that play, because they put Win on top of that shed in particular, Niptura. And one very crucial point of this game for Team Flash, he was not spraying Niptura. He was one-tapping to make sure he saves as much ammo as possible for that final push onto Enigma Galaxy to get the win. Those small, minute details are what makes these winning moments possible for teams such as Flash.
No, it's so good. It's a great point you bring up. This team loves to do these massive splits across one side of zone exactly for this reason. You know, if a zone is going to go their way or go in a direction that favors them, they will always be in zone no matter where it goes. So it's a really good setup play from them in the mid game, and then they're able to just play off of that. That shack play was really good for them, and they're just able to use, you know, this momentum pushing forward with these hay bales, just trying to get anywhere at all times. And, you know, Nigma, they know exactly where Nigma is at this point, because they just had that massive fight before Thrives, as they're able to use the terrain to their advantage. A very good game from Flash, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, touching on for Thrives, I mean, from the beginning they had that, you know, the defense in the building. They weren't sort of putting on the eliminations that they had from those previous games, but that's okay. They could have worked on their placement there, obviously getting into that final zone. And the nade spam, look, it was not probably in their playbook, but that was sort of a great sort of hold. They had line of sight on those certain teams, but were caught off guard. But I mean, a better performance from them, but not kind of the eliminations and the kills that we were expecting to see from 4 Thrives. But I mean, they're still at the top of the leaderboard there, so it's, you know, not their best game, that they have put out today, but it's still a great contention.
Yeah, indeed. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can actually experience the PUBG Mobile Fan Zone. It will be open through August 11th through the 16th. Experience the PUBG Mobile firsthand. Join the exciting activities. And not only that, it's including the Naruto and PUBG Mobile collaboration. Maybe you get a chance to win some awesome rewards, a t-shirt, a tote bag, and the Spider-Man activity set collectible plush toys as well. Watch the matches live, cheer in the fan zone, and you might get a chance to win some awesome stuff. Special weekend appearances. There'll be some mystery guests, so keep an eye out on all that awesome stuff with the fan zone. You were trying to say something about 4 Thrives there, Max? I saw you getting no?
It was really just a meme of like, I want to put the William Dafoe gif of like, he's going, oh,
yeah,
oh, the grenades go there. That was all I had to add. Great analysis from your boy.
Wait, before we go to overall, come back to us real quick. Thank you, Tomasz, because right now I want to do something. Before we see the overall, Furia, before this match, they were in the bottom 3. And I want to start a segment called Maxman Likes to Curse the Team because he was able to pick, who was it, Silence?
So Silence is my MVP of the entire tournament.
Oh no.
But they did good this game. He just threw the chicken at me. They
Deserved.
Good. So it's not just yet. Okay? Don't
watch yourself.
Let's do this. You can actually reverse it. Grab the chicken real quick. Say something bad about Furia.
Furia? Alpha 7's better.
Damn, okay, you really went deep cut on that one. Let's take a look at the overall so we can see the standings so far after 4 matches. That was actually...
I don't believe it, but you said first thing that came to mind, there was nothing worse than that.
Right there,
Nick Galaxy, a huge surprise for everybody as they have been showing up today, putting up 40 points total, currently in first place and actually overtaking KRX, Natura.
It's so nice to see from Nick Galaxy. I was really hoping that we'd see something from them, and 40 points, I think, qualifies as something. One little point I do want to make very clear, though, is like, yes, Nigma was having all of these big splits onto the west side of zone, basically doing something very similar to Team Flash, right, Max?
Yeah.
You know, doing all of this. But one thing I want to make a point on is we did see them take out the vehicle of 4 Thrives. In response, or not in response, but on the opposite side of that, they were using the welding gun to actually repair their vehicles. And in a field finish, that's so instrumental to have that extra cover.
Yeah, if they had a hovercraft, it would have been really a good use of that welding gun. You know what? They did have the regular vehicles. But here on the second page of the rankings, we need to highlight X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming, Al Ula Club Esports. And you know what? Wow. I don't think I'm too disappointed in like the 2 other teams, but the most disappointing one for me in particular is Al Ula. They kind of gave me a bit of hope. I was like, oh my god, Mina, let's go. Al Ula doing so good in the spring season in some of those events. Even globally, we've seen some real sparks from this squad. Claw in particular and Quick were just 2 individual fragging powerhouses. And they kind of slowed down. And right now, 16th position, I feel like they are way better than the bottom 3. We can see a comeback from this team, hopefully, by the end of today on Miramar.
I'm actually a bit disappointed by X-Force Rejects. I expected a lot more. Now this is their 3rd global as well. I was talking with the players. They were saying they're having some communication issues. Hopefully that's going to end up changing. It's been 4 matches. One team that I know you're truly disappointed with, Neptura, is none other than Orangutan. And why is that?
What? Okay, how do I say this? How do I say this? It's not very nice. No, honestly, why? Why in a global are we taking a fight, getting a knock, and then going, hey, the guy that's already knocked and can't do anything, let's just focus on him, and then just leaving it all open for the rest of the team to go, actually, while you were focused on a knocked player, we're actually going to be able to come in, backstab you, get rid of you, you have 1 point. Congratulations, it's going to get you real far.
Yeah, by the way, she's talking about none other than OG versus Ulf in the last match.
That is true.
I mean, look, I'm happy with the aggression that they've shown. So from match number 1, whereas prioritizing placement, they took the risk. They took the drive-by risk to be able to capitalize on their eliminations. I wish that they would have done that against Flash on the northern side, and I think they would have won that contention and been able to take their way, plus eliminations into the later game. But OG showing that aggression is exactly what I was hoping to see from them. So I was excited to see that. Are against some points on the board and being able to like at least get something for them, because I know they've got the placement. They can do that, but it was really cool to see them be able to have that aggression as well.
Like one thing that is very different when you're playing in your home region and then going into a global event is like those slight timing mistakes or even and like slight overcommits, etc., really are going to get punished so quickly and like heavily going into a global event such as PMWC, and we're not even talking about PMGC at the end of this year. That's going to get crazy based on who qualifies. But yeah, I feel like just more confidence and just fixing those slight timing issues could really help them get so many more point averages across the board.
For OG, a lot of people don't have them currently in top 5, and it's showing why, but we do have them going to survival, and right now they're hitting those metrics, but hopefully they'll end up improving a lot more. But before we actually go into Game 5, let's send it over to our amazing Blank and Claris.
That's right, thank you very much, guys. Of course, we want to talk about, we want to reminisce and go back to game number 3.
We do.
And talk about a theoretical notion. Could Nigma Galaxy have won that game? Talk to me, Blank. What do you think?
Oh, it's a real philosophical notes going on right now. Yeah, I feel like there was a moment where if they didn't push Ulf, potentially to go down, he said it all just fell a little bit apart. I mean, as soon as that smoke train came through, there was a big issue, right, for when Goat started to push. But I feel like Nigma Galaxy could have absolutely won that game, but so far they've come very close, twice now in second place, which is huge.
And the last game as well, I just briefly kind of had a small chat with Ralph there, and he was saying that he thought on the left side it was only a solo, so actually getting that little bit of an insight as to how they kind of looked at that field position and that field play is quite insightful. But 2 second place, nothing to sniff at. I think that they're kind of on the track here to do very well in this group.
They are, sorry. I mean, the bounce back from essentially what is an unheard of position in Rondo, where you go out as a full 4-man in the first 2 minutes of the game, to now being up there on the top 5. It's a fantastic result. They've been gambling, they've been taking risks, and now is the time to be greedy, to take those risks, Claris.
You were casting, do you think that Coops are being here now properly with the roster? He's been kind of a bit of a game changer. Obviously, it's always nice to see Coops here alongside the roster. He did miss out on 1 or 2 of the internationals.
He always knocks it out of the park. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. I think Coops is genuinely a very, very good player. I think he brings the team together. I think Lord bounces off him very well. Satan and Ralph play very well as a 2-man, but you do sort of need a player for Lord to bounce off him as well. And I think Coops is that guy. In the past, he used to be the lad as well. For Nigma Galaxy, they were always received as quite a passive team, but I think that Coops applies a bit that more aggression that they need to follow up on, which has got them to these really, really high heights today.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blank. I need you to do the bat again as we knock that ball straight on over to the commentator team.
Oh, and it's a home run from Blank. A beautiful connection there with a microphone back, caught perfectly by Jukes as we set ourselves back up for another spectacular game of PUBG Mobile. Back in the building, the lights are changing. You know what that means, Jukes? It's PUBG time.
That is right, and not just any kind. It's beer bars, baby. Let's get it going. We are headed to the desert. 2 more matches left to go, and at the end of this one, we are halfway done with the group of death. Just a reminder for anybody that could be just tuning in, I don't know why you weren't here on time, because this has been a wild show so far. But remember, it is top 5. Top 5 move straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are done. Their keys will be crushed tomorrow, and the rest of those teams are going to have to make it happen in the survival stage. But it ain't over yet. Let's get into match number 5.
Oh yeah, baby. Another plane path on the go. We start to change the scenery, like you said, moving into Miramar. Hopefully should be another exciting game as well. We've seen an exchange of blows from various different squads today, Jukes. It's been kind of hard to predict if it will be a consistent run from a lot of our teams, but known quantities building up their points, and the top 3 right now looking a little bit more defined. It's good to see some of the big squads getting the flex going.
Yeah, now we got Nigma Galaxy pushing their way all up the way to first place, so they are sitting pretty here as we take a look at the most eliminations. Balak still owns that top spot, 13 eliminations. He's busted out a baker's dozen here. Coops not far behind him there with 10, and now you look as far as when it comes to that damage. Top, he's going to be on top there with 2,300 with Coops right behind him.
Good to see, man. You got to give that shout out to Balak as well, right? Instantly came in like an inferno, but I think he just hit his stride immediately from game 1 where the shots were on point. It's the way he's going into these fights as well. He's just handling himself with this almost arrogant-like confidence where it doesn't matter what's around him. He just hits his shots, plays his game, doesn't seem to buckle under the pressure that you know is there. It's a big stage, a lot of excitement. Paris has been getting loud as well. And we've got our zone for this one, Jibs. That's a lot of water, buddy. That's H2O for you.
That is way too much water. We got a crazy shift on the Puerto Payaso. Let's see who's going to be able to make them moves. Can you imagine we get the island finish here?
Oh, don't even.
In Paris? Oh,
don't even.
I should have even said it. I shouldn't have even said it.
Let's drop the Eiffel Tower in, mate.
What?
That's all we need. Let's get it on brand, Jukes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that synergy right there. But hey, you know what, teams? Drop in safely here. That's what I like to see, you know, because every time we go into a different map, especially on day one, never know if we're going to reach one of those hot drops here. But hey, take there a look at the bottom left. Go ahead and join that Uzumaki event. That Naruto. Get those skins quick and fast and in a hurry.
Don't get much hotter than that. Maxman's been ranting and raving about them all day. I've not heard him say anything else other than Naruto. So fair play, Max. We know you love it, and you're rightfully so in that opinion. But hey, but you're right on the money. That last game, obviously pretty aggressive on the hot drop, right? GK versus Goat. Didn't really work out too well for Goat, did it? Moxie barely limped away, tail tucked between his legs, resulted in him falling relatively middle of the game, but gets nothing from it, just the solo. So goodbye to any points being earned on that one. Learn from your mistakes, dropping further up. They're going to keep themselves safe. Nose is clean, at least for the opening drops.
Yeah, very safe here. I like to see that here, because right now it's honestly crunch time, especially for, honestly, these teams at the bottom, right? We've been talking about the squads up top, but I mean, what is going on with a team like Thundertalk? Thundertalk Gaming, 15th place, only 12 points on the board. X-Force Rejects right next to him. Al-Ula in really big trouble with only 10. Honestly, if they really want to extend their tournament life here, now's the time, right? Get a good Miramar game here now, and that could be just enough to at least extend that tournament just a little bit longer.
Needs to give yourself some sort of confidence as well. Like you say, right, getting towards the end of day one here, it starts to sink in the reality of the situation. If you're down those bottom two spots, by the time you get back to the hotel, but it's the fear that creeps in. You never want to leave your fate in the hands of another team.
Definitely do not. Huge prize pool here for the group stage by itself. Over $1 million on the line just for this stage. Survival stage is going to have $152,000, but as we get into the finals, that's $1.7 million. That's some serious cheddar, and that's what everybody's going to be hunting down right here. Aurora going to be one of those squads for sure. They're sitting pretty in third place. This could be a good game for these top squads, though, to make that gap, right? Just in case tomorrow doesn't go their way fully, at least it'll lock them in position to hopefully make it straight into those finals.
That's where you want to be, the best of the competition. The tournament here only going to get more and more enticing. It's like you say, life-changing money in reality that's on the line there, but it's not only the cheddar, you got the bread on either side. That's a sandwich prize pool.
We are in Paris. They got phenomenal bread here.
Hey, but get that up right now, boy.
Let's go. Let's go. Turn up. We're going to look at Ulf on the move here. They're getting into zone very, very quickly, so they're already in the circle. We're starting to see a lot of teams head on over to Los Leones. We got quite a few teams still far out from this zone. One of them I'm going to be looking at is those teams in my hot seat right now. Al-Ula, you're going to be one of them. They're all the way up in La Correria. That's going to be on the complete opposite side of this circle. They got to get moving here pretty quick.
With the pedal to the metal, start to get a bit of movement on the go. The fan favourite right now here in Paris as well, and a team that's so dominant, it's easy to understand why. 4 Thrives looking absolutely delicious out there today, Jigs. It's been big plays from the roster, and of course, the one man in Falak that's been really flying the organization's banner high.
Yeah, he's making it happen here, man. Hey, big shout outs to 4 Thrives. I mean, they end up winning PMGO Season 1, something that honestly, a lot of people didn't predict. Their fans went wild, brought home a global trophy on the side of Pakistan, but now we're going to see X-Force Rejects getting into a battle with GK, and this is a loss they just can't afford.
Well, our opening elim of the game then going the way of Ragnarok as he slams down early and gets that first pick hammered through. It's a reject, probably feeling a bit rejected on that one, but got to give up any space they got. Fragment out.
It's not good. unfortunate on the side of X-Force Rejects, everything going wrong. But still 3 players up, they could bounce back. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. As a lot of the teams that were outside of the circle are finally starting to make that great rotation and find their little place in this zone. But where do you think the next zone is going to go, Jack? Huh? You think we're going to be heading to that water after all?
I wouldn't mind.
Let's do it.
You know what? Play
Why
devil's
not?
advocate, bro. Let's do it. Let's make this as awkward as humanly possible, Jukes. Let's go.
I want to see some swimming action here.
We've already had a bit of treading water today. We'll see if it happens once again. On your point as well, though, man, it's uncomfortable. A squad like Reject, right? We're talking about the squads at the bottom of our overall standing right now. They're down there. They're literally trying to keep their heads above water in a sea of points that are being accumulated by the other squads above them. And losing one player, sure, as much as sometimes you can manage the situation early doors like this when you've had a rough run today, that's the difference of you just bottoming out again, having that extra layer, the upset, the sadness mounting on you, Dukes.
Yeah.
It gets a bit uncomfortable, bro.
That's for sure. And it's pretty crazy because, yeah, the level of competition here is ridiculous. I'm telling you guys, right before we came up here to start casting these matches, I walked by a lot of these players and I saw their coaches, and pretty heavy conversations. Let's put it that way. You know, I didn't see very much of like, oh, you know, good job, it's okay. No, it was pretty much just like, what are you doing, right? How are we gonna? We cannot afford these mistakes. So the pressure is definitely on here. But we're seeing some great adjustments from some squads, right? Enigma Galaxy lost that game 3 by just so dang close, but end up having a good bounce back couple of matches, and now they're on top of the leaderboards. But you can't let off the gas pedal just yet. Let's see where that next zone's gonna go, baby. Are we gonna win the water? No! It goes right back to the mainland. It's gonna be a La Bendita finish. So all these teams on the south side, that's gonna be 4 Thrives. Gonna have to start making their way on up.
Yeah, ignore the coast, get back to the mainland. Set your focus on what's yet to come. Like you touched on there, bro, so many small margins that have defined some of our games today. Ammunition economy being a big one there. Big change up from them though. We heard from the man himself about the setup with the core with the late nades. It was like 12 nades back to back. That was horrific to be under. You go from thinking, yeah, we can kind of slow this one down, snake it out a little bit. Boom, 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 boom.
That pressure. Honestly, if you're going to take out 4 Thrives, that's the way to do it, right? Utilize that util as much as you possibly can. Enigma Galaxy, we're not wasting any of it right there. And, you know, speaking of, like, resources, that's the one thing that you really got to make sure and point out when it comes to Miracle. This is the resource management map. You want to make sure you got plenty of that 5.5, plenty of health kits here, and a nice, fresh vehicle. Because that is going to be the way to win this one. And this is a very typical game now. It's still stage number 2, only 1 player down so far. So this end zone is gonna get hectic.
Everyone lining up to climb over each other. Whoa. We say it's quiet, but finally there's a bit of noise. Flash once again playing their card. That's a tag on the Reefus. Instantly get him dropped down on his legs there. Win looking for more, over top angle, good spam, slight tag, but not enough to convert it into a frag on the getaway.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna push this at all. Yeah, you just gotta let Aurora find their way in. Nice little pick off there. Aurora gonna have to do something with 3 players up now. Reefus getting taken out. And that zone, now we're starting to see teams really start flexing and take up as much real estate as they possibly can. But one of the teams that hasn't found a spot just yet is going to be Aurora Gaming. You saw that sign on that building. A beautiful day. It's starting to feel a little bit less beautiful, though, as this blue zone's starting to creep on it.
Yeah, normally blue skies are a nice sight, mate. Not here.
Yeah, not that one. No.
That's going to be painful. Nip away at your heels and leave it feeling a bit uncomfortable, like some of the squads that have had a bit of a rough day today. But we'll focus on the better signs of life and see if anyone can build off of this.
Yeah, waiting to see what. I have a feeling Fury are going to do something here. I mean, they're on that western side of the map, right there underneath that La Bendita sign. And the zone ends up going in their direction, so another good sign for them. Let's see how they're going to approach this next circle. Yes, we still got a lot of squads. Aurora being one of them, AGAL, even 4 Thrives are going to have to creep their way into this next zone. Going to have to do it pretty carefully. When you get a northern shift like this, that northern side is usually wide open, so I'm expecting to see some teams kind of hug that circle and trying to find their way up to the top.
Bit of info spotted here as well. Coop's getting the read. That's Flash just up on the higher ridge there. Lord repositioning in the buggy. Needs to get into cover. Not quick enough. Shot straight on target, Jukes. And they're going to follow up with this, it seems. Instant engage off the opening pick. They've got an advantage for the fight. 2-2 split either side. Coop's got a bail. Should be a free flush on Lord. Aurora on the road as well.
This being true to their name, they're not wasting no time. They're moving quick here. And now Win is knocked. Bo's going to be able to try to find an angle to get him rest. But Aurora Gaming, oh, look at that. Top and Doc are now down. As Gaming Stars are putting in that work. Both these teams just kind of driving around, trying to find safety anywhere they can get it.
Hey, far back as well. That's Scarface from Ulf getting the line up with the bolt action. Quick with the car. Hits that. Snipes one down. And Aurora absolutely wiped off the battleground. Mopped up like a spilled drink, but that was quick.
That was way too quick. Gotta pick that up here as Falak now with the shotgun. Trying to get the knock here. Tops is in big trouble. He's down to 1 HP, but Bo's able to get that support. IQ, though, gets his revenge as well, and the instant thirst. Falak is in a safe position for now. T24 going to throw out those smokes and try to pick up their main fragger quick, fast, and in a hurry.
It's good to see from IQ. Big brains, but bigger brawn being played with on that one with the quick shots back over to buy time for them to reset off the engagement. Similar scenario for Win here on Flash. See if they can get him recovered and live to fight on from it. All kicked off an awkward engagement, really, right?
Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. It's just like any little slight mistake, it's going to get punished. And now Aurora's gone. Team Flash are down to just 1. Actually, nope, that is it. Gone in a Flash, and that's 2 of our top squads. That's in second, 4th place are out. Huge opportunity, especially for a team like 4 Thrives to put themselves back at the top of the leaderboards and see if they can do it, though. Because X-Force Rejects, that's a team that definitely needs some points. Shiva's got that mini. Hopefully try to use it to steal away some eliminations. As we head into our next circle, it's going to go on up to the north.
Shifting on through, Goat Team potentially going to be showing us something to work with as well as this action's been building. And that mini 14 might make a play a little bit later as well, bro. Make that look like a major 14 from the lineup and start to snipe down onto him. Had a read from the angle, but doesn't play his card. And you can see everyone starting to usher their way forward as well. OG trying to catch whiff of the drive-by reverb, Reject on the move. They're already set up with some safety to play with, so just scanning the periphery right now.
Take your time, take your time. Try to catch some of these players out. Devil's wide out in the open here. That vehicle is smoking. It's on fire now. One more shot's gonna do it. Devil surviving. Barely there as that vehicle just exploded. But he should be able to run and get to safety inside that shack with his teammate. Good old reverb.
Suppose it makes sense, man. Devil playing with fire there. Able to withstand the heat. Get himself tucked back in with his teammate. Count his blessings on that one.
Yeah, barely able to make it out there. Extend that game just a little bit longer here. Moving on over, we're going to see Enigma Galaxy here. All right, there we go. They're going to be holding this ridge line for now. GK trying to catch AGAL on the top of this hillside. Nice nades, applying some more shots there. Ooh, nice turn from Easy, but not able to get the flush. Shots ringing out back and forth. Players from all over the place getting knocked here. Ragnarok going to have to make a play here on Flower Age, though.
It's got to be huge from him. Looked like Bad Boy had the read with a quick flick, but wasn't fast enough to make him sit down. Ragnarok, 2 squads to deal with. Knows his teammates' days are numbered. Got to cut his losses on saving them, but look to at least build and survive himself. Tucks further back. Limited cover to play with. Flower Age flushing out back onto Bad Boy as well. The DRX opt to just cut their losses. They're not going to overcommit to it. They're kind of looking. They play for a better setup rather than forcing the issue. Ragnarok might be able to get one save in here, at least a duo Jukes.
Yeah, he definitely took his time here. I would have liked to see him kind of just make that push and just try to make a play, but instead, he waited, sacrificed one of his teammates, gets the res, and now they're on the move. But for how long, right? This next zone, oh, that's how long. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was like a few seconds.
I think I couldn't even count. It was done. Oh, Staffy though, and he's gone. That happened again.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
It is what it is.
Way he goes as GK crumble on that one. Look to reply. Fair play, man. You know, he had a mindset to it. Cut your losses, run off as a solo. Conversion rate probably not great, right? So he at least attempts to reset. Like you say, blink and you miss it though. Forget about it.
Oh, out of there. Okay, 4 drives are up though. They're still in the mix here. Got themselves a nice little valley. They're big chilling right now, just playing it nice and quiet. That's what it's all about. You know, when you get a position like this, the best of the best, this is how they do it. You got to have that aggression and passiveness, like a light switch, right? The second you know when it's time to get going, boom, the whole 4 on the move immediately. Now let's see if they're going to do that now as this next zone is about to pop. Where are we going? We're going dead center. We're going down south. Hey, dead center right here. So yeah, 4 drives are going to have a great strategy here. You know what that is?
Just stay right there. Just sitting pretty. Yep. They've been making it look good. It's been pretty beautiful the way it's gone so far. DT in the background as well, not looking great there. Oh no, he did all rotation, mate. Yeah, it's been a bit uncomfortable, really, Jukes.
Unfortunately, yeah, they're down a player. They're 15 points, 13 points. I think. And honestly, like, yeah, a lot of teams at a certain point, they're just like, hey, let's just make it to the survival stage. But that just pushes your tournament life only 2 more days. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that survival stage is going to be rough. So with so many games left, hey, start making something happen. Try to sneak one of those top 5 positions, because that's going to guarantee you to the big show.
You got to build that pathway there. Like the tagline says, nothing is granted for Falak, though. That's an instant connection over. Moxie revealing his card as well from Goat Team there. Finally, a little bit of excitement from Goat. Been a very quiet game from them. They might be tested as the compound crash comes in swiftly. Thundertalk's getting silent, hitting him with a shush as Foopsman delivers again. Swift moves with a rifle up close. Switches to the secondary and makes it look simple. Looking for the pickup play as well, Jukes, as Thundertalk are out again.
Yeah, kind of crazy push there. Just got punished instantly. But Goat said, hey, we'll take those all day long. We need all the eliminations that we can get. Now we're going to see Force just trying to apply a little bit of pressure there onto AGAL. RQ near the broken plane are now outside of this circle. Yeah, they're getting picked off little by Fudia.
Star with the overlook in the rear as well. So many free bits of information being provided between these teams that are scrapping right now. They're looking for the lineup with the nades down onto Raouf. It's good sideline angle, stereo chucks from those nades. Angle exposed, good connection, that's Ralph knocked.
Here we go, things started to heat up here as you got Coops now on the move. Looking to get the action. Beauty, they need all these eliminations. Silence, he's got that DBS, he's waiting for that push-up. Trying to avoid some of these nades, so he might catch his player off guard. He does. Nice little pre-shot, but gets turned on. And RQ now getting shot on the other side of Nick McGalaxy. Nick McGalaxy said, we'll take these points all day long. As now, they're going to be on the third party here. Ayala trying to slow him down. Oh, the run over, not going to happen. As Ayala switching to the mini. Getting it done. Now it's up to Satan here, throwing out the mollies. They don't connect. Oh, what a stiff arm on the side of Fudia.
Oh, try as he might to withstand and keep on fighting. Finally buckles on that one. We came into this saying it looks like it's more defined now with some of our top squads, but one by one, they've been removed from the equation. Furia getting lit up as well with the push from Aulula as they take space off them, Jukes.
There we go. Aulula need to start making something happen here, and they do, but it is going to be KB Star stealing away some of those eliminations. Aulula really needed every single one of them. They only get one so far, and and they are all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. So on, you got to do it just a little bit faster.
Now, as much as it's been quiet from their POV with Ulf, you've seen them starting to show up in the Elim feed with those shots from distance. They've been pretty good with some of the connections they've had off the DMRs to steal away points in amongst the commotion from other squads. Get their full POV there as they start to advance, get a bit of a read on things. KRX, they've been playing more of a quiet, passive rotate. They've had a lot of opportunities where they could have fought Jukes, but they've been thinking about the end game.
Yeah, and they're thinking about those leaderboards right now, right? You got Enigma Galaxy out, you got Team Flash out. Putting some points on the board here is critical, especially when you got 4 Thrives still in the mix here with all 4 up. But yeah, look at that. 4 Thrives, Fallock getting a knock onto Aaron with that nade. Definitely want to go take a look at that one there, as the zone is starting to close. Ooh, bounce nade just a little bit too short. So it looks like we'll be able to get that reset. So very fortunate for them. But 4 Thrives now know exactly where they're at.
Keeping them guessing at least with the moves. Decent amount of awkward cover to play with, so it's hard to get those clean connections off. If the fight breaks out from the squads in front with OG and 4 Thrives, you could attempt to move up on it. Limited utility though, it seems, between the players right now. 1 nade in the hands for Scarface. Smoke going to go up so they can close the gap somewhat. Rifles in play, shots on Scarface, taking a decent amount of damage off it. Can he get that one on target? It's ACOM up top, smooth shots over. Low on health here, Jukes. Meanwhile, T24 and 4 Thrives as a roster actually shutting down gaming stars that were encroaching in. It's all starting to bubble up, Jukes.
Hey, 4 Thrives, hey, you know it's time to pop up and get in the mix here. They're going to get into the action. As Orangutan, you're going to need to hit these nades, and they do get one. Let's see what WizGod can do. Gonna have to make some shots outside these windows. Oh, never mind, jumps out the door. Oh, but just a little bit too late, gets turned around. And now Ulfer on the push. Trying to soak up as many eliminations as they can. Meanwhile, 4 Thrives, just looking like a lion in the jungle, ready to strike.
Clawing through the competition with ease. Once again, Falak comes out swinging. Heavy is the hand of Falak as he starts to slap his way through the competition here. Rotate back over, set their attention on Orangutan and Ulf and see if they can third party onto this awkward encounter. Nades being primed. Top floor control there with the DBS watching the runner, but it's the nade they didn't expect. Blows them away from the back.
Lock, that's going to buy them a little bit of time here. Uzaifa is right up and goes first with that nade. He gets Scarface looking for a little bit more. The blue zone starting to close in just a minute here, and 4 Thrives are dominating this building. Wolf, OG are completely stuck.
Trapped in position and panicking as Uzaifa goes absolutely ballistic on the cleanup. Shuts down Ulf, rips them away from any potential plays and looks to do more single-handedly. This is scary now, Jukes. Orangutan trapped still. Finally on the peek out. That's a knockback. Alula with the third party from the top.
Ah, that angle that was so dominant. Quick finally crests that hill and makes 4 Thrives just slow down just a little bit. They still have 2 players up, 8 eliminations though. That's going to put them into 2nd place. Only a few points away from that top spot. Aula, this is their chance, right, to get out the bottom of the leaderboards and extend their tournament life. They got 4 points. They've had a rough day so far. Now's the time to make it happen. Do not play this passively, Aula. You got to get as many eliminations and win this game here and now.
Got to trust in the source, Jigs. They're bringing it. It's been good so far. But how long does it last? OG suffering heavy casualties as well. The shots are on point. Goodbye, good night. ACOP the only one left in the rear. And that's the Foops man and Goat team starting to build on this one as well. You've got to be scared of the Goats, Jukes. They bite.
Making it happen. Force getting another shot on the leaderboards there. And that is Orangutan out and eliminated. We got 4 teams remaining here. 4 Thrives, KRX, Goat, and Aula. Let's see what 4 Thrives can do with their duo. IQ, man, that buggy is in big trouble. So right now, just hugging the circle, driving around, trying to get a little bit more intel. figure out what is going to be the plan here. Oh, running into that tree definitely wasn't a part of the plan, I'll tell you that right now. But he does get away with it. Nades are starting to ring on out. He knows exactly where Goat is. Yeah, he's got to have to move to safety here because they're going to start shooting that buggy if he ain't careful.
This is vintage Goat with how they're playing it. The 2-2 set up early with Moxie and Force advancing, but they switch it up. All for the rotate. Killer Joe takes the fight straight to T24 and punishes with 4 frags falling to the mate of the Goat once again. Sight dialed in back over to where KRX are set up. 11 elims already, Jukes.
Oh, they're looking good. You know, Goat wants this win. They want to put themselves in the top 5 right here and now. They might just do it here. Meanwhile, they got KRX. They were sitting, what, in 4th place a little earlier, so they're looking pretty, but not for long. They got no more vehicles. There's nothing but open field right in front of them. I would like to see them get a little bit more aggressive here. You have the numbers, right? Start spreading your wings a little bit. Don't allow Goat to catch you on the back foot.
A brief moment, a respite falling across the battleground. Trusting Fuchs for the push-up. Trying to get a read on it. No easy angle for Alula to peek back over onto him as well. Fear of the backline tag. Force good for the lineup. Few bullets on target, Jukes, just damage.
If you guys know all about Coops, what do you know about Fuchs? Let's see what he can do. 477. Trying to catch some hit markers all the way from downtown, and this is what I'm talking about. Alula have been playing it very passively here. That's letting Goat spread their wings little here. Maybe press down as KRX, just stuck wide in the open. All eyes are on them. Super tough. Goat just punishing them.
Alula trying to steal the points from the downs that are coming over from Goat Team onto KRX and at least get something extra from this one.
Nice shot.
Decent shot. It's clean. Force with a push-up as well. Quick. I don't think he's going to be fast enough to win out on a duel like this. Good reset from Killer Joe as well. If Hooksy peaks, his day should be numbered. Dominant from Killer Joe as the elims are being racked up. And Goat looking to blow their way to another chicken dinner on this one.
It's looking good here. First Miramar looked like it might just go on over to Goat. Quick goes down. That's that front line eliminated. And now Killer Joe's going to have to make a play here. Cloth goes down. It's all up to Rev. Killer Joe gets it done. And that is Goat Team with another chicken dinner. And this one was a big one.
Goat Team delivering again on the big stage. A ton of talent, a powerful roster. And it seems like even with the changes, it's starting to fall into place the way they play off each other. This added element of aggression from Killer Joe, who lives up to his name time and time again. Sick to see, Jukes. It's sick to see.
Yes, it is. You can take a look at their jerseys. You can see what it says right on the front of it. The great of all time. That's what they want to be. That's what they're trying to etch their name in PUBG Mobile history. This is how you do it right here, folks. When you see that opportunity to get that win, you got to do it, and you got to do it with some serious points, and that's how you get it done.
They didn't believe me, Jukes. Said Goat Team going to be coming out swinging. James looked at me, he smirked.
He smirked.
And I said, I tell you what, mate. Goat Team going to be giving it. And they're deleting right now.
Oh, let's go, Goat. You can see the crowd all hyped up for them here. And a great game for them. See what Calars is going to look like after that one. I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty excited here. It's good to see.
I think he'll be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's so good to see a team like Goat clutch it up there towards the end. And Alula, right? Getting some points on the board. Good for them.
Давайте перед ними.
It was nice.
That was good.
It was.
Man, it's fun to see. You know, I was saying earlier that from some of what I've seen from these boys before, the way they've adapted, it feels like, you know what, Jukes, from the strategic side of PUBG Mobile, they're actually bringing it. They've got good defaults, they've got good fallbacks. The splits you see from them are so dynamic, but they've always got quick, clean comps, much like me not speaking correctly. The exact opposite, Jukes. But it's crazy how fast they can rely on that information. And it's good. That's championship mentality, bro. The fundamentals have to be good.
I mean, we heard the synergy, right? They all said nice at the same That's
what I'm talking
They
about.
were thinking, right? They got this victory in the bag, and they got it. That's what I love about how, PUBG Mobile Esports has developed here over the years. There was a time back in the day where there was a few dominant squads. Everybody else was just not even close up to par. That's changed, right? I mean, any team here could win the whole thing, and GOAT just showed, hey, if you open that door, we're going to walk right through it. But we got some more action coming up in just a little bit.
टीममेट बाकी है यार कम चंगी तो चिकन डिनर निकाल देगा ये What is possible? Why so young? Brand new death Spider-Man.
GOAT showing up with the second chicken dinner of the day. In Neptura, this squad was able to put up 16 eliminations.
Very, very nice company.
26 प्लस 20 में हो गए इसमें 26 पॉइंट का
Meanwhile, Alula was trying to just fend off right there, Max, but GOAT was just too much on that high ground with those 16 elims. Honestly, this team has been showing up now.
Super hyped to see, but no, what was very fun in particular is that Alula is a slight, well, I wouldn't call it a mistake, it's just a strategic play from Alula to just go slightly low on the ground to maybe put more of an emphasis onto KRX, and instantly GOAT team spot that, like, wait, give that high ground position away. If we take it for ourselves, we have absolute oversight on the entire flat terrain of that field finish. Boom, let's send it, get the high ground position, leverage it to its full potential to claim that chicken dinner. GOAT team, a team that I was expecting no middle of the pack, maybe not number one team, but man, they impressed me, and I'm so happy to be proven wrong here at PMWC.
They might just be number one after that performance, Neptura.
Really enjoying what we're seeing here, being a leverage team. I think that's a really good word for it. They use everything to their advantage. They wait until they have a great opportunity. They wait until they have an opening on the south side, are willing to make that south rotation all the way around, and just to get that better position, just to have that leverage on all the other teams.
It's just like the last game was on a wrangle they won earlier, right? When you think about it, they see, oh wait, they're fighting Ulf, Nigma Galaxy, they're a little bit busy, they're at their weakest, boom, that's when we send it, try and put them in a really bad position and leverage it to actually get that chicken dinner. So very opportunistic stuff, and here they get 26 points.
Wow.
This was not a Rondo, this is a Miramar. What's going on?
Disgusting numbers out of that squad, and also we see 4 Thrives showing up as well. I was raising some concerns for that squad. Now we're starting to see a little bit more consistent here as we ended up jumping into Miramar. And if we keep going down the list, something I want you to keep an eye on is KRX. That squad was able to get all their points out of just placement, which usually tends to be the opposite, Max. We see teams being able to get all the points from eliminations and then nothing placement. They were like, no, we're going for placements this time.
It's forgivable, really. In a game like that, they just had like a very small shed and a few cars to work with. And unfortunately, smokes don't stop bullets. I know it's quite unfortunate. I wish they had cover flares in that finish. It would have been great to see, but no, only smokes to survive when you have 2 teams in Al-Ula and also at the side of GOAT looking your way. No way, Jose, are you going to survive that one? But I'm still happy that despite no chicken dinners coming away of KRX, they're so relevant at the very tippy top of these leaderboards. So KRX going hard here for that first place.
Consistency is the name of the game, and right now, I mean, KRX maintaining a 4th place right there. But look at GOAT. GOAT is currently in 1st place as they have jumped up with those 47 points. It goes to show us what an amazing performance, what an amazing match can do for your squad.
It's really, really nice to see that. And the leaderboard is still so close. I mean, yeah, it's only 5 matches it, but still, I think we've seen other tournaments where there's a much bigger discrepancy here amongst the top 5. So to have this so even across the board is really, really nice to see. And interestingly, right, we got 2 wins from GOAT, but the next team that actually has a win is Team Flash in 5th place. 4th Rise, Enigma Galaxy, and KRX all have been super consistent today so far with no wins under their belt.
Yeah, it's very interesting that out of the top 5 so far, 3 teams don't have a chicken dinner, right? Outside, of course, Team Flash and also the side of GOAT at the very top. But here we go onto the second page. Alula stepping up, which is what I was hoping to see. Just don't be in bottom 3, okay, Nipchura? You don't want to be in the bottom 3. As we know, if you are in the bottom 3 at the end of your Group A or Group B group stage, you're instantly eliminated. No survival stage for you. So Gaming Stars, X-Force Rejects, and Thunder Talk Gaming, they need to bring it back if they want to continue their PMWC adventure.
Kind of scary for those squads too, because between 9 and 14, the only separation is just 6 points. And that's just not where you want to be for those squads. But yeah, they need to make sure they finish off the day strong here. Is that Rebel? I think it is. You know what? Let you guys take over. I'll be right back.
Go get him. Go get him. Oh my god, that'll be interesting. We're going to talk a little bit to Alpha 7. But Al Ula were very impressive this game, right, Nipchura? Looking back at how they were playing that third party on to Furia in particular, that's what you want to see from this roster. But we're also seeing Revo is here. What?
Hello, guys. The reigning PMGC champion, none other than Alpha 7 Rebel. Rebel, I'm so glad you decided to join. How are you enjoying Paris, bro?
Well, it's an amazing city, amazing place. I love to be here. And let's see what's gonna happen.
Now, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say next, all right? And you know this, I say it with nice intent. What's been going on since PMGC, bro? You guys have kind of been sucking this year.
Yeah, we did a bad things, we did a bad tournaments, we did a bad preparation, but now we come with different things, with different game style. So let's see what's gonna happen. I think we are good to this championship, and we're gonna do our best. And if God let us win, we're gonna do it.
Okay. Right on. I do have a question for you specifically then, Revo, about you said you're trying to work on a few things since you're of course with PMMI, you had PMGO Season 1. What specifically would you say was the thing you wanted to work on the most and improve upon heading at PMWC?
I think like in PMGO, PMMI, we did like, we was not too much aggressive. We were like just staying in the same place and don't looking for fights or something like that. And now we are doing that. We want to fight, we want to kill everyone. So we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Do it! Actually, wait. Are you gonna hot drop Al Ula? They eliminated you at PMGO. Are you gonna take vengeance?
Yeah, I don't want any range. I just want to play to win and to kill, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Alright, you wanna eliminate everybody? We like that confidence. Anything you wanna ask them, Natura?
Yeah, okay, I want to know, right? You do have a hot drop on Miramar. There's a couple of different teams who do want to hot drop you there. What's your response to that? Is there going to be any change in your strategy, or are you saying bring it on?
I think if they want to drop on our spots, they can do it. We don't like too much like early fights. We prefer to loot first and then go find some kills. So if they drop, they can stay there. We're gonna stay a bit away and then get them in the middle of the game.
You can say it, bro. Look at the camera and tell them, bring it.
Come to me.
There you go. Now, from what we have seen so far today here on Group A, Day 1 of PMWC and EWC 26, any team that has surprised you so far?
To be honest, Colts, I don't expect them on top 1. I know it's a good team, but they are doing really well. So, yeah, I think them, and I'm cheering for Furia also because they are Brazilian, so I hope they win this last match.
I mean, there has been a lot of talk that Furia is better than Alpha 7 now. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be wanting to put a stop to that. And how about another team? Let's talk about 4th Thrive real quick, right? A team that was able to win PMGO Season 1. Yeah. What do you think about them so far?
Well, they are doing amazing. Falak is a great player, one of the best. So I just cheering for them. Hope they qualify. And let's see what's gonna happen in finals, right?
Oh, that's right. You want to see them in finals? You want to see them go directly from finals because you don't want to see them in survival. From your Group B, is there any team besides the hot drops that everybody was talking about, right? Is there any team that might cause you more conflicts, maybe within rotations or the way that they play?
I think we need to be careful with all the teams because everyone like deserves to be here. So I think we need to take care of all of them. So yeah, all of them.
Ah, you're giving me the PR answer. Okay, I see how it is. That's him saying, you know what, Seven, I want to get out of here. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye, 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 bye. See you guys.
For you guys, it's time to go into the final match, baby.
And he looked inside and he said all he saw was ghosts. And what an accurate prediction, bro. I mean, even Cars was like, all right, yeah, whatever, calm down. But boom, there's no denying him now. There, you got to put him on notice.
Hey, let's see what they can do. If they do it again, Jukes, then yeah, my God.
It's locked in, for sure.
Until we know for sure, I'll just say they're looking good.
I like it. I like it. You know, there's a lot of teams looking good right here. So, all right, we see Nick Alexi, right, making some things happen, especially after a rough couple of tournaments. Yeah, we got to see Coop. I remember I talked to Raul after PMGO Season 1 when Coops wasn't there, and I was like, hey, whose fault is it? He's like, Coops, 100%, you know what? But hey, maybe it's his time to shine here in the rest of these squads as we get into the final match of day number 1.
The biggest and brightest, we saved the best till last, and it is going to be an absolute blast here for everyone live in the arena in Paris, France. For the viewers at home, strap in, get a seatbelt attached to your chair, or else you may be blown straight out of it.
Let's get it going here. We got a nice southern play path headed right up to the north. Unfortunately, Boso is not going to be within range. So these teams are going to be having to head out early onto the eastern side of the map here. But yeah, once this match is over, we got 6 more games left to go. 3 keys are getting crushed tomorrow. And not just keys, dreams as well, right? They're trying to be the esports Pro Club champions.
Hopes, dreams, everything you've been working for throughout the season, really, this year as well, Jukes, right? And then imagine you put all those blood, sweat, and tears on the line. You get here to Paris, it goes wrong off the back of 2 days. You got to stare at Barney crushing your keys. Oh, but what a nightmare!
He's good at that too.
He always sort of, he G's you up and makes you feel good about it, but you've lost.
But you lost.
You've lost, Jukes. It's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to go home here and now, but there's still so much prize pool left to be had. And history left to be made here. So we got the plane path, we got the circle. And it looks like we're going to be heading in a similar position as we saw in the last game, right? Los Leones in play, La Bendita in play as well. But no hot drops once again. Tomorrow, you know, as we get into the day after tomorrow, it's going to be interesting because we heard there from Rebels that there is a possibility is going to see some hot drops. But hey, even one of the best is like, let's avoid them, right? I think you guys can drop, take your side of the loop, but let us get out of here. We'll fight you later on.
Yeah, I think the sheer size and scope of the competition here, right, it's one of those where if we were going for like a Maxman insight, it'd be a matter of it's just pointless. The risk versus reward is so low, just play your own game, right? Then you've got someone like me where I'm saying, yeah, but it is kind of fun though.
Yeah, fun to watch, that's for sure.
But yeah, you're right. Strategy-wise, you probably avoid that.
Yeah, pretty much at all costs. I mean, your chances of getting all 4 eliminations without losing a single player are just so low, and 99% of the time it happens is putting you so far behind rotationally. So even if you do get those eliminations, you're late to circle, and you end up with 5 points instead of a possible like 20-point game.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just it's really, really difficult to deal with.
And that's factoring in everyone actually survives as well, right?
Yeah.
It's one player, it's just such a cutthroat response now. It makes it so much easier for the conversions. This level of play as well, right? The drills are so much cleaner. You see a 3-man team, you're just thinking, oh, this is a field day. One less player, yeah, let's just clean it up. Push together, outnumber them, get the trade, easy pickings.
That's what it's all about here. Let's take a look here at the leaderboards, all right? We got Goat in first place now with 47 points, looking really good. 4th Thrive's right behind him here. Man, this top 5 is pretty dang close. Only 10-point difference so far. So for these top 3 squads, make a top 4. This is their opportunity to make a little bit of a point gap for tomorrow. And for the rest of the lobby, they need to clutch this one up here and now. but it's already starting to feel like it's going to be a pretty close group here.
I think so, man. Especially with some of the results we got out of that prior game, right? Where we hit sort of around sort of the 9-minute mark. We had that awkward encounter on the road with the Aurora drive-by. That resulted in like 3 teams being absolutely crippled for a good late game finish from the amount of eliminations they suffered. And everyone else just starts to lick their wounds and really play slow. Just didn't work. You come into a lobby like this now with what we've seen, right? That strategic, slower approach that's been working from go. Honestly, I think their defaults have been really clean. Like the mechanical approach from it, it's good rotations. The comms have been clean to allow them to set up. And once again, they want a later wrap in where they will just happily sit in the blue, loot up, look for an end game. It's where they're at their best. I won't lie. Early game, it does look a bit shaky. But they get to a late game circle, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, if they can just play it just a little bit conservatively and make sure they can reach that late game, I mean, we could definitely see some great things from Go. Absolutely. Right now, everybody just playing a little bit of game, keep away, just trying to get looted up and set it up for the end game here. Aurora, a little bit of a dry spell here in the past couple of games. They still have some great points on the board. One good game here could definitely set them up. But some other teams, I think I would really like to see a good performance here. Going to be all those squads in that 9th, pretty much on down position. This is a good opportunity for them to go into tomorrow with a lot more confidence. Out of all those names on the list, I'm looking at Fuya, right? I mean, this is a Brazilian squad, tons of potential. They got a phenomenal coach in Coach Knight, and we know what they can do. It's just taking them a little long here to get started. So, with this kind of lobby and only so many games left, you can't really let off the pedal this quickly. You got to start putting that pedal to the metal.
Yeah, this is the sort of match where you need a big finish for the end of the day. Leave yourself in a better mindset when they get back to the sort of prep room or the hotel as well, right? They can unpack the bag, but obviously much easier if there is some good benefit to speak about. Some moments they can look on fondly and say, look, we're already adapting and fixing things as the day went on. Let's refine that going into day 2. If once again it kind of blows up in their face, then yeah, those conversations are a lot more awkward and probably not as productive. Like you say, it's kind of similar at least as this has gone on for Aurora. A very talented squad, individuals that can absolutely lamp other players out of the battleground if given a fair fight. But some awkward moments. I'm also kind of impressed by the fact that although it's not been the best day overall in terms of the point game for Gaming Star, the way they've been able to just ruin some good squads' lives. They're just stealing the odd player here and there, and those eliminations have been really bad for our top team.
It's like they have just been pestering these teams, right? Like you see a squad that just looks so good, like, oh, look, and then just boom, all of a sudden you see random knock from Gaming Star. Like you see their name always in these critical fights. You know, they're down in 14th place, so they need to get that big win. You know, I just want to see them, instead of just kind of going for those steal plays all the time, try to find that end game. That's where you're going to put up those serious points. The team that is definitely serious here in this one is 4th Rise, man. Great start for our PMGO Season 1 champs here. Looking to get another title underneath their belt. And man, I'll tell you what, if 4th Rise win this one, ooh, that's gonna put them in the history books at this point.
It'd be unbelievable, dudes. The result would seem so much just for the players, the organisation, but the nation as well, with the amount of excitement.
Oh yeah.
It's the fact even here, live in France, right, we've heard some of that energy building up. Falak's popping off, it starts to get loud in here.
Man, I'll tell you what, even my DMs are blowing up. Like, hey, have you met 4th Rise yet? Have you seen them yet? You know, I'm like, yeah, I've seen them, man.
I got the jersey, yeah, don't worry.
I talk to them. These guys are always such kind folks, and a great set of people, great team overall. And I got a lot of high hopes for that squad, as well as so many others, man. I mean, it's great to see, like I mentioned earlier, just how well this whole lobby has developed here over time. But now I think it's time to maybe even add GO to that list, because GO could be that new rising star team that is looking to etch their name in the history books. Next zone, bots going up. Very, very quiet start here. You can definitely see that these teams are not going to be dealing with any kind of fatigue here, as they know that they got to play hard up until the last second. And with a southern shift like this, that's going to make this brutal.
We've gone from what will be a very quiet start to, you imagine, quite an explosive back-to-back connection of engagements on the rotation here now then. Looking far worse for wear with some of our teams. 4-5's already in a good position from where they were pre-zone shift, and they can try and get set up with a good compound to play with. You're going to have Furia and Aurora coming in to link up as well. The mass migration, because they love those late wraps into the zone. They're happy to sit in the blue outside of circle for as long as they can.
Yeah, I mean, other teams were set up pretty, but now everybody's going to have to move with this zone. Yeah, Fury. Oh, silence! The tire has been popped, and there's nothing you could do. That's 4 Thrives. You could hear the crowd starting to pop off the second they saw that elimination. But guys, again, that is what you got to do. If you see a buggy, aim for the tires. Hit the right one of those front ones. Boom, that vehicle's spinning out.
Whatever again.
Not the kind of donut you want at an event like this, mate. Big play there to open it up from them. The first Elim goes the way of IQ as 4 Thrives to open it up. With a nice initial pick onto Silence. Dive out through the window. The mantle giving free time to damage here from 4 Thrives again, Jukes. Peaks clean as well. Trader blows, looking for the follow-up off the nade. Barely bursts outside the window.
Damn, these peaks back and forth are insane there. Flock gonna get some good damage on the Chief, but Chief getting a couple shots in return. Both these teams just peppering each other little by little. But this is honestly a good place for them where they can both just share it out for a little while, you know? Like, you got a good central position, take your time, don't put yourself in a compromising spot to lose a player early, and just wait for that end game. Now, looking at the circle, Jackie, quick question. What do you see, right? Anything interesting?
You're looking at these late rotations, mate, from the boys at the back there, coming in playing a very slow game for what has otherwise been a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think the Galaxy all the way in one did well. Wow, so they're coming in super late here. A little bit of a different strategy than we saw before. Let's see how they're going to be able to handle that one, because this zone is already jam-packed. It is Los Leones. There's a lot of places you can hide. But we might get that nice urban finish. At least that's what it's looking like so far.
Kind of mirrored on either side here as well. You've got Post-Line around here, right? Killer Joe and Foops that have been pretty good and aggressive to force some Moxie playing this backline assault. If they run into RRQ, can be an opportunity to take the fight to them. Aura, if they could set up as well, mate, chances that they're just going to have clashes ushered towards them. But Jukes, that's the shift.
Are you kidding me? That's the perfect shift for a team like GOAT, because they were already on the rotation, and now they have an open path into this next zone. It's not going to be like that for when it comes to the side of the Galaxy. They're a little bit late to the party here, so they're going to have to fight their way in. That's for sure, because there's not a lot of spots left in this zone. It is jam-packed. Meanwhile, Flash trying to get on the rotation. They get popped out their vehicles.
Let's go.
She is out
Oi,
of the game. EK, they'll take those points all day long.
EK been good for the occasional. Duel here in close combat. Tops just looking to try and cut his losses. Heads out the.
Could be able to get that res here. Let's see what happens though. Teams just not, and all these squads, I'll tell you what, with so much on the line, there are no little slight peaceful contracts. Sometimes you have some teams that are dead center that just say, hey, you guys look that way, we'll look this way, and fight each other later on. But no, these guys do not like sharing any real estate nearby. I think the Galaxy, again, late in the zone, they're going to have to eat a little bit of blue damage here, scout things out, move up just little by little.
It feels like they've just been kind of hunting, right? Tracking OG's rotates and looking to make sure they never reveal themselves until they're in a position to actually build off the back of playing that card with how slow they've opted to approach this one. Thinking about late game, thinking about placements and elims on it. Not wanting to risk faltering early. Killer Joe with a bit of a scouting play, slightly further advanced. You've got that close grouping from AGAL and Aurora, just trying to get the read on that from the elevation. Here, Gaming Star and Furia, Ulf up on the ridge side. Let's see if they can do it again, but Gaming Star do seem to just throw spanners in works instead of our top teams.
They're getting involved in so many of these random fights here. Just haven't been able to last as a full squad and get like a really true engagement. But they're finding these little cheeky angles. It's so difficult on the rest of these teams here. They are sitting in that cutoff position right there in 14th place. You can see that down on the bottom right. Top 3 at the end of tomorrow are eliminated. Their keys, their dreams are going to get crushed. So we'll have to see a team like Gaming Star make it happen here now. Enigma Galaxy, yeah, still pushing in this blue zone. Wondering where this next zone's going to pop. A little bit more of a central zone here, so nothing crazy. We're going to have to see teams scramble to this next circle, and after that pop, Koops is like, all right, time to go. Let's get into this next zone and find our spot.
In the meantime, KRX as well getting their sights honed in. One shot back over, getting the initial knock onto TTG. So Fox losing Zig so far. Waiting on the periphery to see where this is coming from as Hooksy hard commits onto it, gets the flush and another Elid point going their way. They're first on the board for this last game here on day 1 of the competition.
We're talking last place. Just they ended up finding at least a spot of coverage in this zone. Pretty difficult. This is their time to shine here. There's Gaming Stars, right? Catching Ayala there. Rolex 20. Busting out that name. Let's see if either of these teams are going to get one. Oh, yeah, you saw that one coming. Said back it up. That's exactly what they're going to do. Let's see Gaming Stars maybe group up a little bit more here, as they are very, very split, especially for a team currently in 14th place. Meanwhile, though, Furia, you got Ayala just holding this warehouse all by himself. The rest of his team's gone. Yeah, Chief, Igor are already dead center, so it's literally just Ayala against the world there.
Meanwhile, this is what's been setting up over on the ridge side. It's RRQ up close towards Go. Force as he set up for it. He's got support from Killer Joe in the back line. Diving out of the vehicle, but he takes the fight straight to them. DBS doing blitz as he commits with a headshot. RRQ gonna rage quit from that one as he claps. Rage quit from that one as he claps back instantaneous.
तभी मजा आएगा क्या हो गया
Instantaneous.
अगर क्यों दो बंदे होते हैं
Do what you gotta do. But man, we got pretty much a true Los Leones finish here. This is gonna be interesting. We're going into the last second.
Urban combat embodied, but it's going to be a very different encounter from what we've seen in some of our final fights throughout today. Lula as well. Losing another man there as Gaming Star once again takes shots over, getting the confirmation off with a Mini 14. But knock back onto him as well. Looks like Maniac should be able to reset that one with Rolex deep in the back line towards the very split setup from Furia. Oh, he goes down.
Oh, yeah. So, Gaming Star are going to lose one. They're going to have...
Nice. Go take one again.
3 on the edge of the circle. GOAT team are going to have to start pushing on in. Everybody else is already in this zone, so you expect a crazy amount of movement here. I think we're going to see a lot of teams just kind of turtle up for a little bit longer. But yeah, every time you have a Los Leones finish here, there's so much cover that I am not going to be shocked to see this literally go until the final seconds. Of that zone 9.
But the coach cam POV there as well for Kike.
Watching. He's looking at the camera.
those eyes dialed in, hoping the squad will be able to deliver once
Oh,
again
nice.
here. 2 elims racked up so
Go for
far,
the knock.
Jukes still alive and standing with all 4 members as well. And a
Finish
great
the
start to
Karne.
the day.
Oh,
What's their
yeah,
finish going to be like?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. You can see right now, looking at the leaderboards, we got a few squads that have done very well today. And the mid-pack can still bounce up here and now. So it's anybody's game here, folks. After this game, we'll have 6 more matches tomorrow. That's going to be it for Group A. But we ain't there yet. We still got this game left to go. So I am not surprised that we're seeing a lot of teams play this very calculated, very deliberate. No, nothing fancy here in the last game, right? Don't make any kind of crazy pushes where you're going to get yourself third party. Just get some good coverage. You know, look out with that 3 peak. If you can see an easy knock and finish, go for it. Other than that, just play it safe.
No reason to run unnecessary risks, but for Moxie, he might not have a choice in that matter. That's Flash finding the weakened knee. Back up being called for, Jigs, but it's a little bit late on a rotator. Moxie's done for. Killer Joe peeks up top side. Good shots onto a win, changing his name to defeat off the back of that one with the headshot delivering. The tops all that's left. 1v2 versus the GOAT crew.
And he is on the run now. Yeah, he said, you know what, I don't know if I want any of this. He hops in that buggy, and he's going to be looking for some random spot in this next zone to hopefully extend his tournament life just a little bit longer.
टीटू के सामने जाओ भाई, कोटे के सामने जाओ, बस उनको किल दे दे। और गोट का 2 बंदे गिर गए।
That's Aurora again playing their card. Quick from Alula, getting hit heavy.
Okay.
And Tops actually caught to give away a 3-point over the Enigma there as they will hit that one on the drive-by. Getting themselves a cheeky elim on the board. See if they can start to build off the back of that. They've been given a lot of space since they got into the zone. It was a slow rotate, but they've been sitting pretty. At some point, OG might contest up towards it. We see the zone condense in, it could change things. Flower H with a good elevated angle as well towards the window side for AGAL.
Here we go, though. 10 seconds left on the clock. We're going to find out where this next zone goes. And when that happens, we are definitely going to see some eliminations. So let's just see. Will it go up to that north and have so much coverage? It goes dead center. All right. I can feel a shift in the air of this room as now we got quite a few teams are going to have to make the move. You got X-Force, Rejects, KRX, Ulf, Gaming Stars. Even Alula going to have to start making a push into the zone. Meanwhile, Aurora sitting in a great spot. With the Golden Dorado. Trying to find a place of safety.
Nice.
And Aaron gets popped off by T24.
That's 4 frags coming alive again from the back. Leaning in through the window, was Aurora take the frontal assault, the Chief claps straight back instantly and don't out the stairwell. IQ, eyes lighting up as him and Falak are able to take shots over towards Gaming Stars. So 4 frags starting to get into the groove of things now. 4 elims to their name, but the difference is, Jukes, that's still a full 4 squad here in kicking.
That is right. 4 points on the board for 4 drives. Yeah, it's starting to feel like victory for them as they are getting into this end game, playing it very, very carefully. Now, 2-minute warning. My prediction, we're going to see a whole lot of nada for 2 minutes, but then once that zone pops, woo, things are going to really pop off. It's that planning phase right now. All right, now's the time to tell your team, all right, zone goes here. Nice. Man, Alula running out the building there. That you can't do.
The Kadir City grid started to get loud as we can hear the crowd giving their energy over towards 4 frags. You can see them getting excited, and they did deliver from the peak they took onto Alula. Hit some nice shots from quite far away. Aurora's POV currently maintaining overlook on this encounter between OG and Enigma on the other side of things. It's a decent position, Jukes. You expose yourself, they can get some quick shots off, and we know they're good from range.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, right? If you're able to shoot at them first, you're going to be just okay. And it looks like Falak is looking to do just that. Oh my, they almost 1-2-3'd him right there. You can just see that they were like, all right, 1, 2, 3, and top is going to be the one to get that elimination. 2 for the side of Aurora. They have their whole squad up. And this is where they really play their best with some good high ground, they are going to make something happen. And they know that there's a player in that warehouse.
That arena wait for quite some time. He's just trying to stay alive, keep out of trouble for as long as possible, let the other squads take themselves out of the competition. If he can try and wrap a bit of a later game finish on it. Meanwhile, Hooksy taking the shots back over to TTG. Reject Shiva. Can I go on to him though? KRX. He's suffering casualties. Hang on a minute though. That's Aurora getting played out by 4 5s. They're starting to engage upon one another.
Yeah, they know this next zone is going to make things interesting. So if they can get a couple of knocks to kind of buy them some time here in case that zone hardships away, that is going to be huge. So yeah, you can see Aurora Gaming out in the open now, trying to find some angles onto either Quick or 4 Thrives. But with this zone shift, now 4 Thrives and Aurora are no longer in this circle. They got to get moving.
The position that's done so much for them has to be conceded, and everyone else is scrapping down on the ground. KRX up close on the reject. Kick them out. They're the new landlords of the compound. We can Baby make the payment in time. Looking for the push out with a nade here. Wants to cook into perfection. Jig's timing not going to work for him.
Fortunately, didn't calculate that interest just right. And now, Benny said, how about some of that? Ooh, that one definitely was a warning sign. Let's see what KRX could do, though. Sitting in 4th place right now, in a good position, looking to definitely add to that. But X-Force reject. It's Baby all by himself, trying to make something happen.
This is 4 Thrives as well, dealing with an outside encounter just adjacent to the zone, with Furia taking the fight to them. But Furia being dethroned. 4 Thrives, 7 elims.
They're turning things up here. We saw them start the tournament so strong, and they're looking to end it in the same exact fashion. Aurora looking to make some noise here in this game as well, though. Rocking a big split. Doc up on top of that building is going to have to make something happen. There goes Killer Joe as Enigma Galaxy. They're going to take that. GOAT team are eliminated.
They had a good run today, but it's 4 Thrives that are still going, still fighting, and it seems like they're confident to attempt to push up, possibly collapse round onto Reject and KRX here as this one develops.
Oh, blocking shot in the back though by Baby. That's gonna hurt. T24 now, and gonna have to make a play, but Baby gets eliminated. That's now on the side of 4 Thrives. They'll take that all day long.
Valak down and out. The 3 fingers and 1 hand remaining here for 4 Thrives. KRX got a read on the situation, but can't force the issue quickly enough to build or capitalize off the weakened players. They heal themselves up. Meanwhile, you can see this close grouping. Aurora, OG, Ulf, and Enigma Galaxy all on top of one another with pop shots being fired out.
Here we go. The nades are starting to ring out. Satan's going to try to get this connection here onto OG. Ooh, Satan gets shot in the back. Going to have to go down with his teammate. Coops gets eliminated and thirsted. It's going to be all about the utility here. Oh my gosh, a little bit of a rainbow shot there from Satan. That nade looks good, but Ralph getting knocked in this time is the worst case scenario for NGX.
It's a quick flush from OG. Lord looking to prime the nade. 2 seconds left after now. Could be good for the tag. Bounces slightly off the back, but Lord doesn't get the same safety. Goodbye, Satan. As OG take the fight straight to Enigma and remove them from the battleground.
Making it happen here. Now they're starting to make some noise. Meanwhile, you got Aurora holding on to the silos. Wolf Esports still in the mix with 2 players. Doc, what's he going to do about that? Starting to get on fire. Here they go. Thunder Talk, get a knock on the KRX. Shots ringing out absolutely everywhere.
They ain't stopping, Jukes. They single-handedly run straight through everything that's put up by DRX. They look to the next team in TTG. They're as well. 4 Thrives. Keep on building. Kenny lives in the back pocket. Oh, with a drop down, trying to withstand the weight of Ruthless. He's going to deal with him ruthlessly. Cuts through him for another one.
That's how you do it there from the top rope. Coming on down, getting that elimination. These guys ain't messing around. Now you got Wolf Esports hiding in the corner, just waiting, hoping that one of these players will run right in front of them. The trap is set when Wolf Esports gets the knock on to Doc. That is critical.
Right now, 4 Thrives have been the dominant force in this lobby.
Watch out.
They
Nice.
are running
Ayun,
through
yeah.
Miramar. Elimination after elimination. Everyone is feeling the reverbs that are coming off of the pot shots right now from the Thrives roster. And they got their eyes lighting up, looking for more peaks from GK, hoping they'll take the fight, but it's AGAL with a connection up. T24 hits the deck. And GK might try and advance from it, Jukes.
Let's see if they can. AGAL. No, only one elimination here so far. They still have their whole squad up, but now they're starting to push. This is stage 9, folks. This zone is about to go into nothing. We got a whole bunch of teams still remaining. Who's going to win this one? It's all about who can hit those shots. Who's got that clutch factor? We're about to find out.
In the ground floor, GK set up for the aggression. Top side, T24 low. Looking for the pick-up play to save things here. IQ with an aid in his hand, but Maple's got one of his own. Good chuck on it, could be points. That's a big connection from Maple. AGL absolutely giving it right now. And the squad that's been on top might come crumbling down.
They're hurt. 4 Thrives is in trouble. It's all up to Zymo by himself. Gonna have to make a play. He gets one. Can he do the drop down? Can he hit the shots? DK Safety is still alive, and that is it for Thrives. Go down. Now it's up to Aurora to make something happen. It's Yol all by his lonesome, but Orangutan are looking too strong at this point.
They got the firepower right now, Jukes.
Response
back over's good. Say goodbye to GK as they go down as well. Ragnarok's time is well and truly past. There's the shot over onto Aurora. An easy pickings for them in the final moments. OG bring it on home for the last chicken dinner of the day, Barry!
Let's go! Make some noise for OG as they end the day with that chicken dinner.
An incredible game. A display of talent, aggression, and so many sickening plays. We saw 4 Thrives living their movie on the grand stage. It was a blockbuster hit in Paris. But it's OG that see it through as the crowd gets fired up. You've been wonderful today, Paris. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Let's get it going here, man. Paris ain't messing around here. Neither is Orangutan. Every single one of these teams are making some noise. That is right. Man, I'll tell you what, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. Guys, mark your calendars here because we're seeing 3 teams go home after that. 5 teams heading straight to the finals, and the rest gonna be sweating bullets, baby, because this lobby is stacked.
It's been clinical today, Jukes. And you can see the difference of expression, man.
Oh man, Malak just staring into the distance right now, just thinking, I wonder what the finals is gonna be like. These guys are looking good.
Man, it's insane.
So
good as well, just hearing everyone's energy getting fired up.
Yes, I love this setup. We got the crowd right behind us right here. Everybody's bringing the hype. That's what I love to see.
We got the OG cheers as well. Jumping in the crowd, Jukes. They're getting nice and hyped. And to be fair, they deserve it. You close it clutch at the end there, man.
Not an easy game at all, guys. I mean, that was not gifted in the slightest. It was a brutal last match. Los Leones finish. 6 teams remaining in zone 9. Are you kidding me? But, I mean, hey, they had that little ridge line on the south side. They used it to their advantage. But you still got to hit those shots and make those plays. And OG said, hey, you know what? You give us that opportunity, we're going to take it.
And they bossed it. They absolutely bossed it. So many moments of excitement there. The ebb and flow of storylines we've had today. Let's have a little bit of a look.
Yeah, unfortunately, 4 Thrives not able to make that crazy play. It was all up to Yol right there at the last second. He does get 1 knock, but OG just said, nah, we are not hesitating. We ain't letting this one slip through our fingers. They pull out that win right here towards the end. And right on time, too, considering that, you know, not in the top of the leaderboards, you know, but now they should be feeling a lot more comfortable going into tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, there was a couple of uncomfortable results for them, right? Where you were thinking they need a big game. They need time to give them points, give them energy, and give them confidence. And that's what they got off the back of that result.
Yep. I mean, they're going to be feeling really set up here. I mean, definitely job's not finished, right? I mean, 6 more matches left to go. There's a lot of work to be had. but a lot less compared to those teams on the bottom of the leaderboards. They're going to have to go home tonight, talk to their coaches, figure out what adaptations they're going to need to make here, because this is the pinnacle of esports, guys. I mean, if you are even near this location, you have got to check it out and see it for your own eyes. Videos do not do it justice. It literally is like if I was a kid and dreamed of like the ultimate gaming experience. I don't even think I could have dreamed this big.
No, man, it's unfathomable. It's been so damn exciting. It's been really, really beautiful. But we got something even more insightful coming your way. Let's get down on the stage with Kalaris.
I'm gonna go for slow.
Okay.
Отлично, прекрасно.
All right, okay, we are with Moxie here from GOAT Team after they get 2 wins on the day. Looking fantastic here at PMWC. My first question for them is about their first win on Erangel. Were they concerned about Enigma Galaxy's position going up against them? Because it was a good spot. How quickly did they know that they'd run out of ammo on the other side?
По поводу таблицы в топе по очкам.
You mean the table in terms of the overall points that we got?
The table?
Где мы топ взяли?
But we got the gamma top, that's what you meant?
So they won the Erangel game? Yeah.
Не, мы не беспокоились, конечно, зона немножко повезло, но мы доиграли просто вместе командно и выиграли.
No, I got it. Well, we were not so concerned. We got the points, we gathered our focus together, and somehow we as a team moved forward, and we did the best we could.
Okay, so let's move on to the Miramar win that they got. They had good compound for quite a while. TT crashed on them, and they were able to deal with them. After that, what were their concerns? Because it's a very open field they're going into.
Открытое, но с нашей позиции довольно легко разыгрывается это поле, и мы без всяких проблем просто выехали с кемпа и выиграли игру.
It is indeed very open field, absolutely, you're right. It's just that we also had a very good position.
Not a great day, not a bad day. Pretty kind of standard across the board, but I want to know from your perspective, Ketch, you know, coming into this tournament, you guys typically have a pretty slow start into tournaments. You build, you gain some momentum, and then you end with a bang. As the IGL, obviously you're trying to gain momentum quicker. You're trying to kind of get points on the board quickly. How are you trying to tackle that as the leader of this team?
Bugün ilk gün çok iyi de geçmedi, çok kötü de geçmedi. Birazcık ortalardasınız. Böyle büyük turnuvalarda yavaş başlamak her zaman zor olabiliyor. Bir IGL olarak bu momentumu nasıl yakalıyorsunuz veya nasıl takımı daha ileri itebiliyorsun?
Yani şöyle kötü başlangıçların geri dönüşü biraz zor oluyor. Ama yaptığımız işten vazgeçersek hiçbir zaman yakalayamıyoruz. O yüzden neyi doğru biliyorsak onu yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Yani bildiğimiz bir olay varsa ondan vazgeçmiyoruz. Ölürsek de öyle ölüyoruz. O kadar yani. Ekstra bir şeyimiz yok yani.
It's always difficult to come back from mistakes or slow starts. But we know the game that we're playing, and we usually just stick with that. Even if we lose or die on that, we still continue doing the same strategy all over.
I like that, sticking to your game plan. Before I let you go, I want to talk to you a little bit about your team. Erin's your latest addition to the squad, joining just before PMGC last year. How integral or instrumental is he to your guys' success? Because as soon as he joined, he came second to PMGC. You guys are putting up, you know, amazing performances on LAN. So how important is he to the team?
Eren'le ilgili soru sormak istiyorum. Takımımıza sonradan dahil oldu. PMGC'den kısa bir süre önce ve hemen PMGC'de ikinci sırada bitirdiniz. Yani takımımıza büyük bir etkisi var ve bu etkisinin senin gözünde nasıl, o nasıl bir, yani takıma nasıl bir katkı sağlıyor?
Yani Eren bizim eksik parçalarımızdan bir tanesiymiş. Hani Lego parçası gibi böyle boş olan yeri direkt doldurdu. Takımda gerekirse agresiflik, gerekirse biz pusma diyoruz yani. Gerekirse pusabiliyoruz. Yani her şeyden azar azar ve yeterli derecede var. O yüzden bir takımın bir eksik kısmını herhangi bir pozisyonda Eren tamamlayabiliyor. O yüzden bizim için çok değerli yani.
of like the missing puzzle piece for our team because he is like both aggressive but also can play in a more like slow style. So we definitely noticed that he was that missing piece for our team, and we can utilize him in many different ways. So we're really happy for this addition.
I love that. Shout out to the young guns on the team bringing forward this esport legend. Thank you so much, Kets, for joining me in this interview. What a brilliant day it has been so far, but we've got so much PUBG Mobile action coming your way over the next few days. So let's round out day one by going back over to the studio.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Barney and Kalaris, for the amazing interviews today. But I got one thing to say, especially after that last match. And it's none other than OG. Because this team, I mean, what a turnaround. I gotta give them props. I was giving them a lot of not nice stuff earlier on, saying that this team was not being aggressive. But in that last one, Lace, they were definitely aggressive and they got the chicken dinner.
Yes, this is exactly what I was saying. Finally, they admit the damage that they are creating and then they capitalize on it with not only a terrible, like not a terrible, but a difficult push up the hill as well. But they were able to get themselves into that spot, eliminate Aurora, who is sitting on the fence line, and obviously take the chicken dinner. What I hope from them is that they can look at this game and realize that they can make the rest of the lobby play on their terms, because it's not like that they were doing anything wrong in the original games. It's just that capitalization to push forward. It was kind of like, oh, should we do it? But this is exactly what we know that OG can do.
Yeah, a big feedback from us was those eliminations. And right now, they ended up getting 10, but it's the way that they ended up doing, Max, because we ended up seeing them just not only get a knock on Raul from Nick Galaxy, we saw them finally being aggressive.
And you know what? I'm not just going to say that's the best fight we've seen from them so far in PMWC.
Yep.
That's also the case with PMGC included. This is the best so far we've ever seen of a fight from Orangutan globally ever. And I love to see the commitment to the play. You get a knock, you have the man advantage, leverage it, like send it, bloody hell, and they did. I love seeing that from this squad. Hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, right? I want to see a continuation. I want to see chapter 2 of these kind of fights in Iptra. If they do so, hey, maybe first time we can see an Indian team in a global finals.
Wouldn't that be something? I would love to see that. And going back to that play is like, I love that they made that push and committed to that push, because that fight in particular was really scary, because they had a whole wall that was not going to be, it was not easy for them, because they knew there was going to be somebody hiding behind it. So the commitment is really, really good there.
You get the honors for this one, Natura.
Yes.
Give it to them. There you go, OG, congratulations. It's one other thing for this squad too, as we're hyping them up here and well deserved, is how they were able to adjust throughout the day. Usually a squad is not able to do that, but the fact that they were able to do it is what we want to see. At the end of the day, we saw 4 drives as well, being able to put up some points there. Let's see what that overall is going to be looking like for Group A Day 1, because 6 matches are done with, and it's no surprise that the pride of Pakistan, baby, 4 Thrives Esports with 59 points, sitting at the top.
Oh, they thought it was going
This is Pakistan,
to be a flash in the pan. People said, no way they do it again. But they're doing it again. And one thing that's really important, right? Go team, despite getting 2 chicken dinners in Iptra, they've only got 20 placement points. Without a single chicken dinner, they are only 5 placement points away from the results of Go team, highlighting getting into these late game scenarios, getting a few points, but especially the eliminations. You remove all their placement points, they would still be on the first page.
They would, and you know what? I love seeing this from them so much, because we're starting to see a really consistent global team emerging out of this squad, right? They're really coming into their own. They're looking very good. This is exactly what I want to see from them. Yes, it's not, you know, the 3 wins that we saw in PMGO Season 1, but it is top of the leaderboard, not by much, but it's still there. It puts them in a really good position for Day 2.
And I mean, even at the end of today's matches, there's not a crazy lead in and amongst these teams, and obviously we still have an entire day, and especially the turnaround. I want to talk about the turnaround from Go, because it was not looking like they were in this to play, but this turnaround is something to be watching out for. And then also the downfall of Furia is something we might look out for.
Yeah, to be honest, big L taken by Kiro today. We need to see a massive step up. 5 placement points over the course of 6 matches. You're below a 1 average placement point per game. The thing is, their eliminations are not far off. Like, a lot of teams around them, right? It's not that bad, but the placement points are really lackluster, so I need to see a step up. Same for Team RRQ, though. During PMI, I saw many great things for them, for that team right in the Macau Invitational. Bit of a slow start for them, but you know what? It's day one. There's going to be a few hurdles along the way for these squads, so day two, of course, you need to make a step up. And if you don't make it a top 5-7, at least don't be in the bottom 3.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bottom 3 right now. We were able to see Alula, Thunder Talk, and X-Force Rejects, which honestly, I was expecting a much better performance out of that squad. I said it halfway through the day, I'm going to say it again. Highly disappointed by the way that X-Force Rejects has been playing today.
Yeah, I thought we would see a lot more from them, but you know what? I am hopeful for tomorrow. This is one of those teams that I think will just grow over time and get more confident, get a little bit more of that risk-taking mentality on board. So tomorrow, I'm really looking for high hopes for them. The other thing is RRQ, for me, I was looking to them as one of my favorites of being a really interesting team in that they split a lot, and a lot of teams do not take the type of splits that they do. So I was really looking forward to them being able to take advantage of other teams by doing that, but we haven't seen that at all today, and I think we know why.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking at some of the replays, I still cannot believe they said Huzai plays like, yo, Huzai fan, go get him, and he went for it, kind of worked out. I think some players of OG and the entirety of both, I was genuinely surprised that worked out, but it goes to show that for 4 thrives, I know we talked about them a lot today, but every player has that clutch potential, and that is why they are in #1 position.
4 thrives. They have the best loyal gamers, BLG, and it goes to show here, and we're going to continue to see it throughout. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the second day of PMWC at EWC 26 for Group A. Day 3, Day 4, we'll get a chance to see Group B, but until then, we'll get a chance to find out which top 5 teams are going to be going directly to the finals. And something to notate that we'll be talking about tomorrow too is that OG ended up being in 6th place after that amazing win. We'll see if they can keep it out tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It has been Lace, Maxman, Neptura, the 7WG, the Amazing Casters, and the rest of the stuff. We'll see you tomorrow.
बहुत ही चंगा निकल गया हमारा। चिकन नहीं निकला लेकिन यार अच्छा हो गया। चलो यार मिलते हैं कल इंशाल्लाह।